8 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Thank you so much for being with us today. We have got a brand new show today. We got a Rick and Bubba University to record, so it'll publish Saturday morning, and it is going to be an interesting one, and one that we've been talking about. You know, we did a podcast on missing 411, but the guys basically broke it down and gave you their opinions. David Pilatus will be with us today. He is the man behind it all, the author and executive producer of Missing 411 series, and so we'll talk to him, the books that have been written, the documentaries, you name it, he's done it, and we'll talk to the man himself as he is dedicated to understanding the good night, just the missing of people they vanished in the wild. And we'll focus on hunters today, and we're excited to have him with us. He's got a new book out we'll talk about, Missing 411 Idaho. He'll focus on different states, and so that'll be a big discussion today on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Again, that's a weekly podcast outside the main show. It's something different, standalone, a little added value for you, and we are excited to do that every week. It's 45 minutes in length, so it's a long-form interview. We can sit down, take our time, and talk to these great guests that we have. We record that on Thursday, and then it publishes on Saturday morning. So make sure that you search Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, however you watch or listen, okay? All right, so we got the Wheel of Meat. That could spin today. A lot on the table, a lot of stories from behind the scenes, and the world's crazier than you've ever can imagine, and some updates, too. So let's do all that. But first, we have Eddie Van Adler. He's in the TV room, and Greg's to my left, and Helmsy's to my right. What's up, boys? Everybody good? Dialed in for another day?
Dialed in, ready to go.
Ready to go.
Ready to go. A little excitement, a little hop in my step. Got the Wordle this morning. Hadn't happened yet.
Yeah, well, you know.
My first Wordle is complete.
Really?
Yes.
Wordle was a conversation.
Strategy.
Wordle was a kind of conversation piece yesterday with someone that plays it every day, and we started talking about it, and it's actually in the news today. And I think a grandmother that was playing Wordle says playing Wordle may have saved her life during a kidnapping. She's 80 years old and has a habit of playing Wordle every morning and messaging her daughter across the country in Seattle. So she's in Chicago, daughter's in Seattle. But on the night of February 5th, a naked man broke into her home and came into her bedroom with scissors in his hand. Now, imagine that.
I'm naked and I got scissors.
Yes,
Hope he's not running.
Yes.
Yeah, he needs to be careful.
She said
he could hurt himself.
She said, I was in shock, understandably.
Yeah, I'd do it.
And she said she stayed calm as he got into maybe. Okay.
Skip the details.
Oh, wow.
In the world.
Good night alive. Where's this one going?
What's this got to do with Wordle?
Thank you, Greg. That's where I was wanting to know.
Because I was worried. I said, Helms, if you get a naked man comes in your house, it may help you.
Well, okay. All right. So basically, here I'm gonna skip all those details because we're.
Yeah.
I mean, we wow.
Did we use
basically?
The scissors on
she
him?
didn't check in with her daughter playing Wordle, and the daughter got concerned because it's a daily deal, and so started investigating.
To say Wordle saved her, but yeah.
Well, I mean, because
it would be
that,
no different if my mom usually calls me every morning or texts me every morning. I mean, we gotta be sharp and say,
so basically, she
now
didn't
you've
send.
got me wondering what the details are of this story.
She didn't send my older daughter a Wordle in the morning, and she was a little concerned because of that. And so they contacted police, requested a welfare check following an hours-long standoff with the SWAT team because of the guy in there. They were able to get her, but that wouldn't have happened if she hadn't have checked, it was just a routine they always did, and they're like, this is weird. And then okay, now I'm trying to call her, and she's not. So something's going on, but it all started with the fact that she didn't check in with Wordle.
How about
so
that?
if you don't come in here one day talking about your Wordle, I'm going to go back here and make sure I ain't a naked man.
How about I have
y'all some of the details here? This is interesting.
I have made it part of my morning routine, and so when I pull up my tabs and I'm doing email and I'm doing show prep and all the things, getting the show ready as far as the archives for the day and show notes and all those things, Wordle's up, and I'll guess a word, and then I'll go into reading a story or two, and then I'll think about it and come back to it's a part of my world, for 20 minutes.
Wordle.
It's crazy.
I probably spend like 3 minutes in Wordle, 4 minutes in Wordle, but it's up on my screen for about 20.
Gosh almighty.
Wordle this, Wordle that.
I almost read
Save
some
that
stuff
lady's
there.
life.
Well, now I'm wondering. He was naked and scissors are involved, and you stopped reading it. So now all I can do is wonder.
Well, I saw shower and bed and all that, and I stopped, but now I can read it probably. She said she stayed calm, and he got into her bed,
She was wondering what was
then
going on in the
ordered
world.
her to take a shower and bathe him with her nightgown. The man was bloody from breaking their window and took 2 knives from her kitchen and basically was holding her at knife point. Then he went on to, I guess, lock her in the basement with a chair for, I trapped her in the basement with a chair for 17 hours.
Goodness gracious.
While unplugging her phones and stayed upstairs in her home so she could hear him walking around and everything.
Good night.
Then the daughter became uneasy the next morning when she noticed her mother had not read her texts and wasn't messaging her the Wordle for the day. And then that's when she said, okay.
How about that?
I need to figure this out, and then
Thank
sent a
goodness
welfare
for
check,
Wordle.
and then the cops get there and realize we got us a situation, and then it led to some big standoff where before you knew it, the SWAT team was there. Luckily the lady's okay, but pretty traumatized to say the least.
Goodness gracious.
There you go.
Hello.
So you brought up Wordle. The only reason I printed this
Because I
story
said
is
Wordle.
because of you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's a
Then you
How
got
about
off in
that?
and got scared.
yeah.
Well,
You guys are reading a few things and thought,
Said,
my
hello
goodness.
now.
you know,
Wait a minute.
we
We got
have
a naked man, and we got a knife and scissors and showers and bathing, and I better stop.
You know, this new thing that these now this man was just, of course, sick in the head, and I come in naked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
with scissors.
we got
Probably
we got,
intoxicated.
We got that side of things, which is over here. But this new thing of I'm going to bum rush you and just burst into your home.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Did you see the story in Brooklyn where these robbers just busted into this dude's house, stole a couple of watches, whatever it valued over $300,000. They come in and do all that kind of stuff and leave.
Smash and grab.
Have you seen this other new thing too, where it'll be like a 2-lane road, or it'll be an overpass of some kind of weird deal, and the person in front of you will stop, which makes you stop, and then 2 or 3 jump out of the car and come back, beat you up, rob you, take everything in your car, and then jump back in theirs and leave.
People are watching too many movies and series.
Yeah. This is wow.
Well,
It's crazy. Adler's actually showing the Brooklyn folks
That's why you
busting
can
up
be
in
armed.
there. Yeah, exactly. It's just weird. It's just it's
I find
just
it
like
interesting that the first thing he did was go to the refrigerator.
yeah
After busting in.
Yeah.
That-
It's like
that's weird.
I'm in my car.
But he
I'm
was
just
thirsty.
I'm just chilling out, and I'm you can't have nothing. I mean, just a normal little night, or I'm in the car, and all of a sudden the guy in front of me stops, so I stop, and then now they're jumping out and coming and getting my stuff.
Look at that.
You
Something
can't have
like that.
nothing, man. Of course, they'll be out in the street the next day.
Sure.
how about that afternoon?
All right. Well, sorry to just throw all that at y'all, but I mean,
Thanks,
you brought
buddy.
up Wordle and your success today, and I'm proud of you for that.
I'm excited. It's my first one in 4 tries.
Yeah. It's tough to say Wordle if you're having to say it a lot. I've probably slaughtered it a couple of times. Appreciate y'all not mentioning that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is.
Oh,
That's
man.
why we did
You
it
guys-
to begin with.
Bubba will
You
be
guys
working 3 days a
remember-
week. Yep.
You guys,
He does
you guys
anyway, Greg.
remember
Yeah.
when I was going to be trying to send y'all a code if I needed help? Y'all remember that?
Yes, yes,
yes.
That's his answer. Adler, we need
the
you.
first one back.
Adler, we need
'Cause
you.
we really need him, Rick. We really need him there to check everything before we get there.
Adler, can
That's right.
Adler, can
We
I
may need to go on back Friday.
Adler, can I see you Friday or Monday? We need you to get back over here.
Okay, great. And really, the hardest thing is finding a gap to try to jump in, and the timing of it is just so hard.
Yeah, it is. Speedy said he
The
wants y'all back.
timing of it,
Speedy said he wants y'all back because he.
timing it is really difficult.
That's so funny. Speedy wants y'all back when he can get back on his regular camera shot. Yeah, he started
That's
looking.
right.
Rick, what about this?
Greg, look. I mean,
See, this pandemic has aged Speedy 10
He's
years.
aged 10
hasn't it?
years. He's aged 10
Thanks.
years.
Look at me right here. Is it the same?
That's better.
It's really not. I want you to know that shot.
I don't.
is-
Ricky,
I'm
now
trying
you
to
got
be
me
nice.
concentrating.
Yeah,
on
you
it.
know-
I'm talking about in person.
Well, I just remember the way he looked on that app. It looks
Rick,
Rick, I
pretty
think it's the shirt he's wearing today.
Get it?
That
No.
may be it. But
Is he got?
his
Is he
app,
got
like I
Jen
said
Daddy's shirt
earlier-
on? Is he got Jen Daddy's shirt on?
I think that doesn't help. I think it's the stripes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speedy, no, you don't look.
Look,
It's old. Me
you're
looking
not
across
doing
the
this to me.
console.
You're not doing. I'm not
as you do-
JT.
as you do on it. I've already got you. I'm already in. You know what I mean? I'm having.
Well, if you just
how about
quit
this?
bringing it up.
Listen, I'm inside your head and I'm having my way with you. Okay.
Oh, yeah, you're running around.
I'm running
You're
around
doing
and
laps.
I've set up. I'm eating lunch.
I think Speedy's biggest fear is he's going to go out to eat with Terry when everything's opened back up, and somebody's going to refer to her as his daughter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, look
Yeah.
I was trying to lie to myself because I see myself in the Brady Bunch form, and I said, man, that camera does age you and make you look weird. Then I looked in the mirror and I said, hell, that's just how I look. I mean, the camera didn't have anything to do with it. I was like, oh, that camera.
It is amazing how little mirrors we pay attention to. Mirrors already
I
give
said,
you.
well,
the-
no, actually, I think I actually look better on camera than I do in person. So that's bad.
Yeah, no, I mean, and Adler's.
Greg, my favorite is when you get to rubbing your head about halfway through the show, right about now, about 8 o'clock, and you get that hair on top standing up
Oh, yeah.
with the headphones on,
Yeah,
and you
dude.
don't know you've got it standing up.
Let me tell you
How
what.
you like
Let me
that?
tell you what Brady Bunch is giving you guys, because here you usually can kind of tell when you're on, but y'all have no idea when you're on and when you're not
I
on.
know.
And so what I've noticed is yawning, picking noses and digging in there, moving things off the front of your nose or anywhere around.
Yeah.
You know, like that, and like you said,
There it is.
rubbing your face, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We got some nose touchers.
Yeah, well,
I do all that when I'm there.
Yeah, but you know,
Right, but-
like I notice sometimes I'll look up, you can easily tell, but in Brady Bunch form, whether
You're
you're
constantly up.
whether you're talking or not talking, you're on. And,
In the studio, you're not always on.
right? Yeah, you can look around and keep around.
I know what I
not pay
need. I know what I need to do that'll help. I'm going to take the shot off my laptop.
Just like it.
So now I can't even see myself. See, so now I don't know what
No,
I'm doing.
you look. I mean, look. Let me tell you something.
Speedy, you still look the same, whether you can see yourself. or
Right,
not.
but it's not bothering me. though.
I don't think that's
There.
a cure. For
Bubba,
that.
I've planted the seed in his head that he's now looking at himself and he's seen
See,
things.
but see now I can't
But
see
he-
myself, so I can't see it.
Right.
Boo-hoo.
Like I
Right.
said earlier, and I mean this kind of as a compliment. When we did the aging app, yours wasn't as drastic a change.
Right,
as that.
yeah.
So it was showing.
You
what
Thanks,
it
Greg.
does,
I
but
can
for
take
some
that two
reason, your
different
face
ways.
does look like it.
But
It
now
doesn't
you
it,
look
Greg?
like it
Doesn't
right
it?
now.
Doesn't it? I mean, it's really amazing. I mean, look at it this way. See, nothing you can do about it. Look at Bubba's hair. He's given up.
Right.
I mean, there's nothing you can do
Change
about it.
shirts. Change shirts in the break and see if it's any better.
Okay.
Or go shirtless. That'd be better.
No.
Yeah, right. You look. There it is. Oh wow, you really look old now.
So I can't see myself. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
And so we have all this, these different levels of government. We have your federal, your state, your local. So now during the pandemic, we're trying to learn, where are those lines? Federal, state, and local. And so Speedy, of course, the unofficial king of Helena, has reached out to the Helena's mayor.
$22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866 We Be Big. Eddie Van Adler is here. He's got TV rolling. We thank him for that. And the Good Time Gang is all in studio today. Greg Burgess, Michael Helms, I'm Speedy. We'll get things going. And Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour today. Rick and Bubba University. David Pilatus with Missing 411, the man himself, author, executive producer of that series, will be with us and break down a lot of these stories where they just vanish. We'll focus on hunters today. He's got a new book, Missing 411 Idaho. He's got a ton of series, too. He's done some books on Bigfoot. He's done Missing 411 series on all kinds of stuff, from hunters to off the grid to Canada, Montana, and the latest Idaho is the book that's the latest of his series. So we'll talk to him today. Willamette could spin as well, so all that's there for you. And as always, you are welcome to call and join in the conversation, 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so we have an update. Bob Saget, Full House alum, he passed away, if you'll remember, in a hotel. And it shocked everybody in the entertainment business because he had just finished a show the night before. And everybody's like, what in the world? Now, he's gotten a little nasty in his stand-up. It really shocked me the first time I saw his stand-up or saw clips of his stand-up from when I remembered him on Full House.
Yeah.
I was out of the loop, and it was a little shocking.
His character on Full House was completely the opposite.
Well, then
which he's an actor.
And
guys.
America's Funniest Videos,
Yeah.
because
Same
you
thing.
would think he's this wholesome guy, and you would think family, just based off that, because it's a family show. You gather your family around to watch these things, and then you hear his stand-up, and it's filthy, and you're like, what in the world?
I know, and he obviously he's playing characters.
Sure.
And
Turns out he's a
and
really
he
good
thought-
actor.
And in his stand-up, I'm
Yeah.
sure he had always done his stand-up was kind of what you call blue.
Yeah.
And that
pretty
was the
blue.
route he went.
Is
But
that what
it's
they
just
call it, by the
funny.
way, blue?
I think.
Boy,
isn't
it's
that
real
right?
blue. It's dark blue.
I may have made that up. But my point is, a lot you either go that route or you don't.
Yeah.
But it's just obviously, guys, we get these characters and we act like they're real people.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
He was.
Well,
he really wasn't
I
Danny
know he
Tanner.
was playing that character, but he played it pretty well, and so
Yeah.
he just
Somebody
gave-
needs to tell Speedy Reacher's not real.
Now wait a minute.
Right. Well, I don't. Yeah, but I just was shocked to see a stand up. I didn't know it would be that nasty.
I didn't.
No,
either.
because
Yeah.
his voice is the way he looks, and he's that Danny Tanner.
I
And
did.
then all of a sudden he's up there dropping f bombs, and it don't look right.
It's
it
like
just
somebody's.
doesn't look right.
It's like somebody's punching me in the face. Like oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Anyway, he was found dead in his Orlando hotel room at the Ritz Carlton. About January the 9th? So it's been. Carlton. I said Carrollton, and y'all let me say that.
No,
I
I
figured he was in
looked
Carrollton,
up and I
Georgia.
thought,
I wouldn't-
no,
yeah,
I knew
yeah.
it was Carlton.
You know what I'll do?
I'm not going to pound on.
I'll correct myself.
I'm not
Y'all
gonna
just sit
I
there.
didn't want to.
Do you want us to be that guy that does it every 5 minutes?
If you'd have said it twice, I'd have said something.
Well, I
Just
mean-
like the generator the other day. I gave you one.
Yeah.
You said
Yeah.
it again. That's I was
Right,
giving you
right.
a
Greg and I
That's
looked
fine.
at each other like, should we?
Yeah,
And then
it's
we
okay.
just
I
kinda
know y'all
backed
are
off.
brothers.
Nothing wrong with the Ritz Carrollton.
Anyway,
We're teammates.
What was so weird is he was found just hours after posting on Twitter about a show he had performed in Jacksonville, and it was just kind of shocking. Of course, authorities said there was no foul play at the time.
So we
Well,
assumed heart attack.
yeah,
Or,
we-
or blood clot in your head.
Aneurysm, yeah.
Yeah.
the coroner has released reports on the cause of death, and they released a statement said after examining him, Saget accidentally hit the back of his head on something, thought nothing of it, and went to sleep. The statement noted that there were no drugs or alcohol involved.
Okay, so and what I've seen, there's no
foul
witness,
play
no-
or
yeah, my
nothing.
point
I
is,
mean,
if
they've
you
ruled all
die
that
of
out.
head trauma,
Mm-hmm.
are they just assuming that he? I guess from the way it looks, they're going. If this was an attack, it wouldn't look this way. This is, but you would think I guess it's a freak thing because people hit their head all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
It's just crazy
that's
because now
strange.
they have the final conclusions to the authorities' investigation, and this is just their statement, that he
So
accidentally
I like
hit
when
the
they
back of his
decided that
head.
He didn't think anything of it. No, they're just assuming that.
Right? I don't get that either.
Now, if you had a witness that goes, "Oh yeah, he hit the back of his head," but he didn't think nothing about it. That's how they sound.
So you see here, accidentally. This is the exact statement. So he accidentally hit his head on the back, the back of his head on something. So maybe I fell back, something. And to your point, I don't know how he thought nothing of it, and then went to sleep. So does that mean he fell in the hotel room?
He fall in the shower? Like what?
Yeah.
I'd like to know a little more. And evidently there was no blood or anything like that.
Yeah.
And through the investigation,
Yeah,
maybe
because
there
I
were,
would say the initial look, they saw nothing that would.
right.
We've all bumped something or hit something, or I did something the other day where
That's strange.
so the bathroom here on I think it's the handicap stall, the very end, it's got one of those hanging things on the end of the door or in the middle of the door. And I went in there too quick one day,
I know
and
what
it caught me. It caught me up under like my arm,
Yeah.
and and didn't think anything of it. And I thought, well, that hurt. 2 days later, I had the biggest giant bruise. Like, it was bad. So it's probably one of these things where he just hit his head and was like, no big deal. Yeah. And because it was his head, of course, I'll think different from now on.
I know now. I didn't realize
when I hit my head, I will think of Bob Saget and think I probably need to go check it out.
I know.
Yeah, that's just weird, man. So then he just went to bed and I guess died in his sleep. And no drugs or alcohol involved.
Or foul play.
According to the authorities' final statement. About a month after his death, it's been revealed how he died.
That's strange.
Okay.
I got to tell you, I wasn't expecting this. I was expecting what we just discussed, and that was a heart attack. Yeah. Some type of something.
Now we're all,
like
you said, now we're all scared if we hit our head.
Yeah, I know.
And we think nothing of it.
When's the last time y'all hit your head?
In the attic during
it's
Christmas.
Been a while. I'm talking about one of them good ones where it idles you a little bit.
Yeah, I had a little knot on my head, top of my head. Hit it real bad. Realized I have a long way to go because I said some really bad words up there. Yeah. But yeah, as far as just like I hit my head and I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
I can't remember that.
It's been a while. Maybe I got a concussion and forgot.
Yeah.
I don't know.
During the break, Greg, can I slap you in the back of your head?
You can if you want to.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back bottom of the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. 30 minutes away from Rick and Bubba joining us for the main show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And that is Mike Hall.
Yeah, Mark Hall.
Mark Hall.
Yeah. Mark Hall's in Casting Crowns.
Well, Mark does sing a little bit, too.
Right, yeah.
Just not quite as good as Casting Crowns.
So I thought he just had a name similar to the guy in Casting Crowns. I didn't know he had the same name.
Yes.
Mayor, love you in Casting Crowns. You've done a phenomenal job.
Hey guys, here's the other guy I've been before too. Rick used to call me Mike Hale, who used to be the sheriff of Jefferson
That's
County.
right. You're right. You're right.
I'm used to it, man.
Would it be too much trouble for you to change your name?
No, it would not. No, it would not. Not after all this stuff. No.
Yeah. So help us out because here's what we've got now. You know, you got your federal powers, and those are pretty clear. Unless you get in a situation like this, then you got the commerce laws and all this, and the president maybe has more power than he would normally have. You got your national emergency and all that, and then you get down to the governor, and the governor says, you know, here's what we're going to do, and you can't outstep a high stepper, and so then you get down to the mayor. So so if I'm in Helena, for instance, and I'm not saying you're doing this, let me be clear, Mark Hall isn't doing what I'm about to say. If I'm let's just say I'm mayor of Ricktown, I won't even put it in Helena, and I hear the governor finishes up, and then I say, well, in Ricktown we're going a step further, and you're going to get a citation if you don't wear a mask everywhere you go. And who do people answer to? Can somebody say, well, the governor didn't say that? Where does all that work?
Well, of course, at the local level, you can enact ordinances that are sometimes more restrictive than state law. Now, that's a slippery slope. You better have a good legal team, and you better know what you're doing when you're more restrictive than what is perceived to be a most restrictive law at the state level anyway. So if you're modifying or amending or making a new ordinance that is more restrictive than state law, you better understand that you're right. Look, you know, I would never defy state order. That's not why I got in this business. You got to have a law enforcement background. But I didn't get in this business to defy the Constitution either. So I think you have to be very careful about what you do. I've chosen just to follow state law here, and the council agrees. Up to this point, all of our council people agree with me that we don't need to be more restrictive than what our state health officers are already implementing through the governor's office as law under a state emergency and national emergency. Now, when that goes away, you know, certainly those laws are no longer in effect.
That makes sense.
Mark, Bubba here. Thanks for coming on, by the way.
Yes, sir.
You're a brave man, and we appreciate that. So if I'm confused, like if the governor says we're not going to put you in jail for not wearing a mask, can a mayor do that? Or let me ask you this too: can you just choose not to enforce a law, or how much leeway do you have on that?
Well, legally, you're bound by state law to enforce the state regulations as necessary. Now, enforcement is also the question is how do you do that? We also have the option to give warnings or notifications of warnings up to a certain point, unless it's a reckless, endangerment and immediate situation that could cause loss of life or property immediately. Then of course you probably need to step up and enforce state law. Now, there again, at the local level, we've chosen not to be more restrictive than state law, and we also give our, enforcement officials the leeway to enforce the laws that are there using common sense.
Yeah. So we had, I've already gotten some people telling me, and I won't say what cities it is because it's not our job to try to, fan a flame. Not that we'd ever. But anyway, and they said they're already contacting legal services. They're going to sue their mayor because they're going to sue the mayor and say you've overstepped your boundaries. You said you can be more restrictive, but as you just said, you better have a good legal team.
You better be good, and you better be right. As we've heard famous people say, you better be right. But I tell you this. I won't be surprised at all at some of the challenges that are made if people are arrested for certain things at this time, especially the local ordinances that are enacted that are more restrictive. I wouldn't be surprised to see a legal challenge there. And, those are the kind of cases that go all the way to the doorstep of the Supreme Court, after it leaves the state level. So we'll see. Certainly, I hope not. I hope everybody will just, voluntarily, comply with common sense. And let's get through this time. Look, we got 2 more weeks. Let's try to be patient. It's very frustrating. I got friends that are unemployed. I got friends that are, can't open their, beauty salons that they've had for 20 years. I had a lady call me yesterday. She said,
It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Let's go. We thank you so much for joining us on this Thursday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show if you're listening live. If not, thank you for tuning in and checking us out however you get the Rick and Bubba Show. There's a lot of ways. All right, as we roll on back, I don't know, when we talk about old sitcoms, because I think, Greg and I are closer in age, but, you and Adler are a lot younger than us. And so sometimes things that burn out are not, still been rolling at the time. But where were you on, hold on, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
Oh, one of my favorite shows. You kidding me?
You loved it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you know there's a reboot on Peacock that's
Really?
coming up? I didn't know they were going to reboot that. Did y'all?
Oh yeah, I wanted that.
It comes out Sunday on Peacock. The Fresh Prince of
So
Bel-Air.
when you say reboot, none of the ones that were in it are in it. Is this a complete
like
new deal?
The Wonder Years reboot deal. Different people, just the same kind of storyline. Is that it?
Yeah, I'm sitting here looking, and the reason why it's in the news is because there's this news story out. It says Will Smith rapped the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air theme song with help from fans from around the world in a new ad for the reboot of Bel-Air, and it's going to be, I guess, a Super Bowl 56 commercial of him rapping with fans, and that's the story that's out. And then it kind of made me start looking into it a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, now what's going on here?
I always liked the dad. He went on in a few years ago.
Yeah.
He did.
What was their name? What was their family name? Banks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Banks. Carlton Banks.
And Will Smith just played Will Smith from Philly.
Yeah, I guess.
So this is
On the
just
playground. That's where he spent most of his
That's where
days.
he spent most of his days.
Chilling out, relaxing.
it's just
So the commercial during the Super Bowl, and then they're going to air it next week or a couple weeks. What's going on?
Apparently it says Sunday. It says that the
weird.
reboot comes out Sunday on Peacock, and he is got it says Super Bowl 56 commercial. Will Smith rapped with fans to promote the Fresh Prince reboots. And I don't know exactly what.
That's not in West Philadelphia, born and raised. Yeah. My life.
No, they've changed the song and everything.
Just sit right down. Tell you how became the prince of a town called Bel Air.
Okay.
In West Philadelphia, born and raised.
On the playground is where I spent most of my days.
Helmsy really likes it.
Oh, I love this. I love that show.
Y'all are going to see this in Super Bowl 56 commercials.
Got us a reboot.
I did not know this. Go ahead, Ad.
And I think it's going to be a little bit more serious. Like the other one was almost a pure sitcom. Every once in a while, they would have something serious on there, like whatever.
Trying to get serious.
But this is more of a drama than a comedy.
Serious?
That's what I'm reading.
Well, and I did see. I saw
night.
the word drama as well, and it looks like that's.
Well, that's crazy.
It's the first of 3 episodes. Bel Air proves. So it looks like the first one's going to be Sunday. So you think it's more?
Oh wow!
You think it's more? I started making trouble in my neighborhood.
So Carlton,
I got in one
dancing.
little fight, and my mom got.
I think they're going to concentrate on that one little fight the most. Is what I understand.
So no funny dancing from Carlton and all that.
I just want a taxi driver with some dice in the mirror. That's what I want to see. That was awesome.
I will tell you
Smell
this.
you later.
So I said to the hubby, "Your home's now, you later."
I
looked at my kingdom. I was finally there.
Sit on my throne. What? Yeah.
In y'all's opinion, what do you think? Or name me a few of the best musicians, performers turned actors that you think.
They were musicians first.
You think Wahlberg's one of them?
His music career didn't really count, but yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think he would
Mark
be.
Wahlberg.
I think he would be included in that, Greg.
Yeah, because he did.
Funky bunch.
Will
Will
Smith.
Those two for
Will
sure.
Will
Smith,
Smith's
yeah.
had several records.
Yeah,
JT, I mean, triple threat guys. JT all day long. Greg loves him.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this: have you watched? They do a reality show
Tim
called
McGraw.
the Wahlbergs. Have y'all watched that? Yeah, no.
He that's legit as far as some of his stuff going on right now with 1883.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, and Faith Hill does a good
Let me
job.
tell you,
in
one of
that
the
too.
worst actors I've ever seen that was a singer. Have you ever seen? What's his name? Randy Travis. Have you ever seen Randy Travis in that Western he's in? It's bad, y'all. It's bad.
Really?
Oh yeah.
But
What Dwight Yoakam? We ain't got no band, Randy.
Yeah.
Come on, that's
Hey.
some of the best acting that's ever
Absolutely.
happened.
Oh, hey,
Ain't no doubt.
We ain't got no band.
That I
Randy.
watched that over and over.
yeah,
Unreal.
that's the greatest
Fantastic.
ever. I'll tell you, I'll stop at, and I just brought it up a few minutes ago. Wahlberg's The Reality Show. I'll stop in a second and watch that.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Kind of just the brothers and how the dynamics between all of them.
Wahlburgers.
Yeah, and that's and they was it HBO Max Helmsy that did a documentary on Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah, I think so.
And,
It's either them or
and all the-
Showtime
Married
ones,
Mark
too.
Wahlberg.
all the well, I mean, hey, all the businesses that he's got going on. I mean,
He's
there's
quite the
he's
entrepreneur.
got
He really
he's
does.
got a lot going on. And wakes up at like what would we say, like in the middle of the
does his
night to work out and stuff.
Yeah, I
because
do
his,
that.
Yeah, you do that. You're doing really good at it.
Yeah, a
too.
lot of people say Greg's body and Mark Wahlberg's body look the same.
Not alike.
So yeah, Will Smith and that. So is who are there? Is
LL
there
Cool
anybody
J.
besides
LL Cool J would be
Oh,
one of them.
yeah.
That's another one.
Hey,
Look at Greg's face.
Ice-T.
Ice-T.
Ice-T,
all
too.
day long. All
Yeah.
day. Another triple threat.
Yeah.
Ice Cube.
Oh, I
The
got
other
what are you,
Ice-T.
Peter
Hey,
Brady?
I actually thought that's who you were talking
This
about.
this one may be
Ice-T's on all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Queen Latifah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Greg, how come you gave me just a normal yes on that one, but I brought up LL Cool J?
I don't think he's that good an actor.
Really?
What?
You hadn't seen
You're
what is
crazy.
it? Which one? Which is the Is it NCIS maybe?
We didn't ask
Whatever.
if you like
Oh,
them. We asked if their success.
What's his name? Jared Leto. He's gotten pretty
Yeah,
serious.
he's won Oscars.
He was very serious. Yeah. I've never seen any of those
And
weird
his
movies.
band's not really.
I never saw that. What was it? Dallas Buyers Club or something
I
like that.
know,
That looked
weird.
very
When he played
depressing.
transvestite.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like had AIDS or something. I did not watch that one.
Thank
By
you,
the way, Uncle Phil. You guys remember Uncle Phil? We were talking about
Yes.
Fresh
Yeah.
Prince.
Yeah.
He voiced this character in the cartoon. Shredder. Look, remember
What?
Shredder from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
No, I didn't know that. I did not know that.
Same guy.
Same guy.
Whose mind is blown right now? Mine is.
Shredder.
Yeah, Uncle Phil was Shredder in the cartoon version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
How about
which was a
that?
big part of my life. So learn something every day,
So,
guys.
so how do
Learn
y'all feel
something
about
every day.
Bel Air being a drama?
I don't like it. It's supposed to be fun.
Do y'all
it's
have-
supposed to be fun.
I have no intrigue.
Do y'all have?
Oh, well, hey, we're gonna deal with some serious issues with the Fresh Prince of Bel Air.
Calm
Really?
down.
Come on.
Do y'all have Peacock?
Yeah,
I
Yes.
don't right now. No.
I
You do?
Yes,
Do you like it?
I do. I do.
I don't like it.
What are you watching on it?
The Olympics on demand. That's been helpful.
Okay, so you are watching the Olympics. You're one of the very few watching it.
Oh, I'm criticizing the Olympics, and I'm not just brushing over China's human rights violations while I watch it, like every single media outlet out there.
Right.
Gosh.
Oh, he's an activist.
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. I'm
Is
an
it just
activist,
me,
Greg.
or did I see that they're doing one of the ramps for some snow something?
Yeah.
It's a
It's
new.
by the nuclear plant.
Yeah,
Yes.
And
yeah.
they got the cooling towers with the
Logo on it.
logo on it.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
kind of weird.
It is.
Yeah,
very
people
weird.
are
creepy.
really trashing that, saying it looks like post-apocalyptic or whatever.
Mhm, yeah.
I didn't think it was that big a deal, but
Nah.
when you zoom out, that's what looks worse to me because it's a
But
it's
you
a
think they would have found
Yeah,
a different spot.
wasteland around it.
Yeah. Everything there is fake snow too. When
Yes.
you see snow, none of it's real.
Yeah.
Did you see the what I DM'd you? We'll have to do this later on the ESPN show where one of the guys tried to compare what's going on in China to like
I
voter
saw that.
rights.
I saw that.
Yeah, what's his
Human
name?
rights
J.A. Donde or
Yeah,
whatever?
yeah.
Yes, he was on Around the Horn. Yeah, I got that ready to
Yeah,
roll.
he needs
just
to see-
insane.
Whenever you need it, man.
So you can
it's
compare
insane.
you can compare the two.
It's
That's what we're
insane.
dealing with.
He compares the United States to communist China.
Guys,
It's
that's what we're
insane.
dealing with.
It's insane.
Good
Come
night
on.
alive. All right,
Come
we'll take a break. We'll come back. Still a lot to do. Rick and Bubba join us at top of the hour. So anyway, I didn't want to like play the commercial for y'all because you would be mad. But part of Super Bowl 56, some of you, if you watch the whole thing, at some point you'll see a Fresh Prince of Bel Air commercial promoting
The drama.
it hitting
Fresh
on
Prince of Bel-Air.
Peacock Sunday. First episode. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If I can't open my shop today, I am out of business after 20 years. Well, thank goodness she fell under the criteria that she can open her boutique with the restrictions. So, we've got some small businesses that are hurting. We've got people that are unemployed. So we need to really hope and pray that this situation will start to diminish very quickly so we can get back to some sort of normalcy.
Mark, I understand you're going to follow state law. No problem with that.
That's right.
Do you feel like there's some that the arbitrary nature of some of this will be challenged, or how do you feel about that? If you want to comment on it.
Well, look, everything normally, every new law, every new order that's ever been enacted, if it restricts freedoms in some way, is normally challenged. So that's the reason I say I won't be surprised at all that it is challenged at some point. And, that will probably lay the groundwork for the next emergency pandemic we have.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Time ever, they will be canceled. No Little League World Series.
First time ever.
Ever.
And that's through. When did they start, Rick?
1947.
Okay, so they came after World War II. I was going to say they made it through World War II, but they didn't start till after that. But that's still a lot of things they made it through. You know?
It says that the Little League World Series has been held every August since 1947. It has never been canceled. Next year was going to be the 75th anniversary of the tournament. That milestone will now be pushed back to 2022. So there you go. So we've got that. NASCAR says they're going to race, but they're going to do a TV-only event. Darlington will be their first race, and they've kind of revised their schedule, but they will race on Sunday, May 17th at Darlington, TV only, nobody in the stands. So, but, you know, and I know we talked about this, and ESPN was talking about it. I know, Helms, you mentioned it. Boy, if you can get your first sporting event on there, TV only, you're going to have some – look at the numbers we had for the draft. We even had to treat it as a sporting event.
Yeah.
If you can get out there first,
man,
you know, could this be in a weird way NASCAR getting some fans back?
And I mean, I hate to say it, but we've talked about in the past. Not all tracks, but some of the tracks, it's going to look like business as usual because they don't draw big crowds anyway.
Greg,
well, some tracks, not all. Like our big track at Talladega still draws them.
Yeah,
Greg,
but a lot of these,
did Greg just speak out against NASCAR?
He did. He said something
in a
negative.
somewhat negative manner.
We've watched the TV coverage at some of the tracks, and it's a little. There's not a lot of people there.
Is your contract up, Greg?
Is that it? Greg, the NASCAR money's been cut off, hasn't it? See how COVID works? No, I know what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, could this be a good thing for them? I mean, you got to find in a silver lining.
Absolutely,
Could they have right? Couldn't they have more people watching than they normally do?
You'll get those new people. You get the people who were big fans before they had faded a little.
Yeah.
You'll get them back. Yeah, I'll be watching it because I watch it anyway. But yeah,
I saw the virtual race this past weekend, and I saw one of the drivers miss the last couple of laps, and everybody didn't know where he went. It's because his daughter turned the TV off that he was using.
That's funny.
For the race. But it's been kind of funny to watch all of the virtual stuff going on, and the kids have even come in the room and said, "Is that live?" Because it looks so real.
The UFC may be the first ones to have an event. They've got something scheduled for May 9th, a big fight coming up in Florida. So they may be the first ones
How are
back.
they going to stay 6 foot apart?
Well, not the fighters. Everyone is being tested, though.
Yeah.
So there we go. A Little League World Series canceled. NASCAR will do TV only. UFC looks like they're going to do something. So we're going to talk to Morgan Ortegas from the U.S. State Department. We're going to discuss our response to COVID internationally.
This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is brought to you by ReliefFactor.com. Everybody suffers from aches and pains or inflammation, and if you don't, you will. At some point at least. Hopefully it's not too serious. Others, it's just like the daily, hey, what's up? What's going on here? It just could be from aging. Anyway, Relief Factor is a 100% natural research-based formula that was created to help combat the root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause those aches and pains from exercising, as I said, overexertion, aging, everyday living. And you need to check them out right now because they have that 3-week supply. It's a 3-week trial pack for just $19.95. Stop popping the over-the-counter painkillers. They have their purpose, but it shouldn't be something you do every day, multiple times a day. Let Relief Factor help you like it has a number of members of the staff here. 3-week supply, just $19.95. The quick start pack. That's what you're looking for when you go to ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we just kind of been having a good time hanging out, getting ready for the day. We brought up Super Bowl 56. We do have some news. NBC has now officially sold out all ad space for Super Bowl 56 with 30-second ads hitting $7 million.
Yeah, I think that's
sold them all.
That's an increase too.
Yeah.
So
They've
doing
sold 'em
well.
all.
Doing well.
Yeah, doing well. And that's something that
sold them all.
that's something the NFL
Nothing left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Being such a popular sport, they've had to endure a lot of, their political stances over the last couple of years. A lot of people have written them off, but they tend to somehow continue to do well. Now, the postseason play, the games have been so good, a lot of people are attracted to that. Now, this one here, even though the Rams, the last 4 or 5 years, they've kind of been accustomed to the Super Bowl. The Bengals are brand new to it. Here, it's been a minute, and so that's got some intrigue to it. And Joe Burrow is becoming a star. I mean, he's already been one, but he's kind of got a little flair to him now. And I saw a little
marketable.
ESPN did a little piece on him and just about the mania in Cincinnati for him and becoming nationwide. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
I saw an interview with Ogeron about him.
Yeah,
and he just went.
Did you understand him?
Barely.
Okay.
But he went on and on about how he's such a good leader, and when he showed up down there, how he pretty much took over. And and I think me and him talked about this off there. He told a story that Burrow had the shoulder surgery, and he had no contact. And he said there was this huge fight in practice. He said, I go over there and there's a pile of people. He said, I'm grabbing players. He get to the bottom. He said, Burrow's on the bottom just fighting like crap with his shoulder and everything. With his red jersey on, he's down there slugging it out.
He's not supposed to be in it.
Yeah.
What are you doing over there?
But yeah, he's doing well.
I don't know when this happened, and this just kind of tells you what kind of kid he is. He's an adult, Helms. He's not a kid anymore, but he was asked about. Evidently, he's got multiple nicknames, and they said, "What would you prefer to be called?" He said, "You can just call me Joe." That kind of thing. Just call me Joe.
Just call me Joe.
Just call me Joe.
But when we all saw that the Bengals were in it, unless you were a Bengals fan, everybody's like, Well,
you were caught off guard. You didn't really believe it.
But then you also don't mind something different.
I
like the newness.
Yeah, it's been since '88 since the Bengals.
And the fact that they were able to do what they did, and that is go into Nashville and beat the Titans, and then go into Kansas City and beat them.
Oh, nobody really thought they were going to do that.
So they deserve to be there for sure. So we'll see how that plays out Sunday, Super Bowl 56.
I've got to remember that it's on.
Yeah,
that's kind of what's going on with the Olympics right now with me. I'm not trying to boycott or I'm not really disinterested. I just keep forgetting it's on.
Where are y'all on curling?
It's bocce on ice. I like it.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like weightlifting.
I make fun of it, but I'll get hung up watching it. Yeah. I'd rather watch that than I've seen all the snowboarding I can see.
It's turned into the X Games.
Yeah, I mean,
as far as from what I understand, the cut, like you said, it's all ski jumping and
big air.
Yeah, there you go.
And here's the deal: that is awesome, what they can do. But it's kind of like diving. Unless they crash, I think they all. I can't judge. That one's better than the other one. They all look like they're good, right? Unless they crash.
Did I see where we had? Let me get this right. An American that's last name Chen won the gold in figure skating. Male.
Yes.
Did I see that?
Yes, you did.
And I know Nathan Chen.
Nathan Chen.
I know Adler.
Speedy's a huge fan of especially men's singles.
Adler.
Men's doubles is great. If you guys haven't seen it, man, it's awesome.
Adler, you laughing only encourages it. And you're the one watching it on Peacock, so who are you over there?
And then what's her name won the
clear it up.
What they said,
Chloe?
what's her name?
Is that
yes.
Chloe Kim? Is that right? Is that a real name?
I don't know. I just said yes. I think that sounds familiar.
She's the half pipe snowboard. Chloe Kim. That is right. Chloe Kim, half pipe snowboard queen.
How's the red tomato? How's the flying tomato?
She rocks it.
I don't think he's doing it anymore, Greg.
No,
he's his last one.
Is he really?
He's like, this is my
How
last
old is he
one.
now? Sean?
He's my age, 35, something like that. Sean White.
Sean White.
Did you now? All right. So Hobie, he loves the Olympics.
All right, time out. I want to go back to what Adler just said. So he's how old? Adler, he's your age.
He's 35.
Picture Adler being in the Olympics right now.
My body would break. I would break to.
Think about that.
I'm made of glass. I'm made of glass.
So if he was in it, what would he do?
Curling.
Curling?
I would be the thing. I would be the rock.
Yeah, and I would
don't look like a curler. Most of them look like somebody's dads.
Yeah, right.
Look like they're barbecuing out for the whatever, hanging out at a tailgate.
Two things on this topic here. First of all, curling. I think that would add a lot to that sport, or if you want to call it that, whatever activity, Olympic sport it is trash talking. All right, they're all too cordial with each other.
Yeah.
I'd like to get in their face and go, Yeah. The other is Hobie and was talking about Sean and how he almost missed qualifying. Is that right? Because he fell on his first attempt, and then he had to go back and land it and all this kind of stuff. Ended up finishing fourth and made it on. Sean White.
You know more than I do. In fact, I just saw that kind of like the build-up.
Yeah.
It's his fifth and final Olympics. But I haven't seen him actually compete yet.
He's got 4 nicknames. The flying tornado, we all know. Tomato is the one we all know.
Really?
But the egg, the animal, and Future Boy. Probably don't go by Future Boy anymore, but those are 4 nicknames that he has.
So
I like the tomato best.
According to Hobie, he said, man, I stayed up till 12:30, and I'm like, why'd you stay up till 12:30? He said because Shaun White, he fell on his first attempt, and he's already announced his retirement, and so this is it for him. So if he misses the next one, then he doesn't even qualify to move on. He said, so I had to stay up an hour waiting on him for his next run or whatever. Anyway, he ended up landing it and moved on, finished 4th. But he's like, man, I was nervous because, I mean, this was it. You know, I'm like, wow, I'm not that into it, but he is.
It looks like tonight, 7:30, will be the men's half pipe, and he'll have 2 final runs.
But that's probably happening live now or this morning at some point.
Yeah,
because they're 14 hours away.
How's our hockey team doing?
Yes.
I don't know.
Do you believe in miracles? I don't know.
When does all that?
I saw female hockey the other day.
Did you?
Yeah, that's good. Speaking of curling,
those women are serious. Like, they could beat me up so easily.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they are serious. They're hosses.
Picture them beating Adler up. Picture him out in the middle of them, circle around him, harassing him.
The only women's hockey I've ever seen is that they won something big, I forget, like a few years ago, and they all jumped on the pile on the ice. And y'all, they are just jumping on each other like football players in pads. Like, it's insane. Like, I would not be able to hang with them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay. That's all. That was my takeaway.
Okie doke, buddy. Half pipe.
We're just going to leave it there if y'all are good with that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And she joins us on the Rick and Bubba show. Morgan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good morning.
Well, it's a pleasure. This is your debut here on the Rick and Bubba show. We've talked to others in the administration, but first time we talked to you. Glad you're feeling better. We were going to talk to you last week, and you weren't feeling well. Of course, immediately we all thought you had COVID-19.
Right.
Well, we did. That's the first thing that hit our
we were
mind.
concerned. We were concerned.
That's the first thing we thought of.
No, don't worry. Nothing like that at all.
So we've got ourselves a global pandemic here, and so when we're dealing with these kinds of things, and the world needs to try to work together, boy, those tyrannical communist governments are difficult to deal with, aren't they? They're just not really forthcoming, are they?
Yeah, it has been challenging. It's interesting that you bring that up because Secretary Mike Pompeo, my boss, obviously, who I work for, started talking about this. I think he might have been the first U.S. government official back in early February, talking about the fact that the Chinese government was not being open and transparent with the world as it related to the data that we needed on coronavirus. At the time, people were focused on other things, but he has been incredibly consistent in talking about the need for true transparency, true openness, and just a look at the data so we can figure out what actually went on.
Morgan, help us with this because we feel like we may be getting some conflicting opinions here on where this thing actually came from. I know the president and I know your boss has said laboratory. I saw where Dr. Fauci said he didn't think it came from the laboratory. Either accidental or on purpose, we don't know. But where are we at on that, and do we have any real evidence on it yet?
So that is a great question. So what we are saying is that we do not know the true origins yet. We have a lot of theories, and we do know that the Chinese Communist Party has told the world that this virus emanated from a wet market. I'm sure your listeners, it's not pleasant. So if you haven't seen it, don't Google it. It's very scary and just terrible, absolutely terrible what goes on to these animals at these wet markets. So, but that was the storyline from the Chinese Communist Party. That's what we were told. Now, if you talk to any credible scientist or doctor that's involved in public health, we all know that doctors and scientists, they peer review each other's data in order to say, yes, I agree with that assessment. That has not happened as it relates to this theory of the wet market. So the Chinese Communist Party has given the world, they have said this is where it came from, but they have not provided the underlying data that credible scientists and doctors would be able to review and say, yes, okay, therefore we agree with you. So we don't know the true origins of this virus. We know that there's The intelligence community is looking at it. We know that there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. Listen, there's great reporting by many reporters around the world who are also looking to this. There's plenty of stuff. It doesn't have to always be like cloak and dagger, right? Like you see on TV with the intelligence community. There's people that can review. But the bottom line is, it will be very difficult to ever understand the origins of this virus until the Chinese government opens up, until they allow credible scientists and doctors to come in and say, all right, here's what happens. We can verify all of this data. And I think the reason why that's a problem, and when your listeners say, well, why should we care if we ever find out the origin or not? And the big issue is there is one fundamental question that the world has to answer after this pandemic. It all boils down to one question. And that question is, how do we ensure that a pandemic of this scale never happens again? And we can't really fundamentally answer that question until we get down to the facts of what happened at the beginning, at the origins of this virus. And it's obvious that that is not something that the Chinese Communist Party wants the world to answer.
Morgan, there's a lot we don't know, but there are two things we do know. We know that the president of the Chinese Communist Party.
And we use the word president, right?
Well,
right. You know who I'm talking about.
No one is elected there. So like call him Chairman Xi.
Yeah, the chairman.
I'm gonna call him Emperor.
Yeah,
I'm gonna call him Emperor because
chairman for life.
I've heard he's grabbed more power. The only person that grabbed more power in recent history, and he's made himself tyrannical leader of China. But go ahead.
So he goes and tours the wet market with nothing but a surgical mask on. I find it hard to believe, if that's where it came from, that they would let him be exposed to that.
No way.
And the other part of that is, we also, and this lab is not totally a mystery to us. We've had people from the U.S. that have visited this lab before. As a matter of fact,
from your department.
Yeah, they were sounding the alarm. Hey, they're handling some stuff kind of slack over here. But the people that we know that worked in the lab, now we can't find them. So those two things tell me that there's something about the lab that the Chinese do not want us to know, and it really wasn't the wet market. Am I looking at that wrong?
Well, again, there are lots of people that I work with. We have some brilliant fellow Americans at the State Department that speak Mandarin in multiple languages and have worked in China and throughout Asia. And our foremost expert on Asia at the department told me, anytime in my experience of working with the Chinese government, I never believe the first answer that they give me, right? And so, again, it's an answer without the fact that the Chinese Communist Party says that this virus emanated from the wet market is an answer without the data, any sort of data to prove it. By the way, this doesn't have to be the United States. Give the evidence to, German doctors or.
Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour. Hello. Another hour of Rick and Bubba has begun. We are thankful that you are here. And this baby right here, it starts with our national anthem. It is 8.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 28 years. The Rick and Bubba Show has been rolling along, and we're glad that you are here. Will of Meat is still in play. That's going to happen today or tomorrow. You know that now. So we shall see. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here. They've given you a kickoff hour along all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Rick, what platforms? How do I get the show? I mean, I've got it right now. Somebody showed me what. Are there other ways? Yeah, there's all kinds of ways to do that, and you can find that at rickandbubba.com. It can be America's boldest radio stations if you're fortunate enough to have one of those. Pretty simple. If you don't, then you got your streaming app, you've got your iHeartRadio app, you've got your podcast archives, you've got your YouTube channel. Live and archives, so you can find all that by going to rickandbubba.com. And however you find your way here, we're excited that you are here. And we'll start another day, and we'll walk through the stories of the day. But I'll tell you what we got to do first, okay? We got to get him on the field. We're talking about the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba. Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Happy anniversary.
Thank you, buddy. Everybody sing together. Right here at the Week of Love, too. Moment with you. Love you, Sherri. So, 26 years ago today.
How about that?
It's,
26.
Y'all don't know the number of times that Sherri Burgess has had to try to work her way through the restroom to get over to her little sink with me in the shower singing that at the top of my lungs. And she is, she has various looks on her face. I'm not sure she enjoys it or not, but it happens to her a lot, by the way, an awful lot.
How about all of our wives? All of our wives have to put up with a lot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I, because in that shower, I'm telling you, it's, and when we, Sherri did because it had to be done, of course, the redoing of the shower after we had lived in the home about 20 years, and we waited on the towel, if you remember. It didn't take but, 3-4 months for us to get it. But no, I'm sorry, it was about 6 months for us to get it.
Yeah, I started to say longer now.
Yeah, that was it. It sat on the deck down there in Mobile for 2 months. So anyway, you know what I will say to her, though? I think my acoustics are even better with the new towel. So I can really sing it.
Oh, okay. Well, a little reverb. All singers need a little bit of reverb.
Sure. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I know I can tell her little face. She just loves it.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It makes her feel special. So anyway, that's big today, and we're celebrating our 26th anniversary with Sherri and the Sling. So
that's good. Yeah.
Yeah. Still recovering from the old surgery, but
headed to therapy on anniversry day.
Yep. And there's nothing says I love you like therapy. So anyway, but we will. We're going to try to go to one of our favorite little restaurants. We're going to try that. Oh. Now, let me tell you how old we are. Okay. Do you know what my 26th anniversary reservation is?
What?
5 p.m.
There you go. Rick.
Attaboy.
Well done. that's always our reservation time. And the only problem is if you're trying to meet somebody.
Oh, I know.
And you say 5 o'clock, and they look at you like you.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be like somebody telling us to eat at 2:30.
Well, you remember we've said this, and it's just the job, and you've laughed about it with Betty. I've laughed about it with Sherri. We live the life of senior citizens.
Yep.
Because we get up when they get up, we go to bed when they go to bed, we eat when they eat, we go to shows when they go to shows. It's
really true.
We just live the life of senior citizens. I love our seniors because I see them everywhere because I do everything with them.
Yep.
And of course, as our ages are getting older,
Well, if you look at me, I'm part of the club.
Oh, look, when everything turns when you go to the mailbox. 2 things: your AARP card is in there, and your colon box.
Yeah.
When you
mailing it back.
When those 2 things are in your mailbox, you go, well, life's over now.
Yeah.
I'm officially over. And then I'm having the thing now where I'm getting discounts.
Yeah, how about that?
So I don't know how.
Coffee's a little cheaper than it used to be.
I don't know how to take advantage of all that. How old do you have to be a senior?
Hey, some places you get plus 55. You get plus 55, you can get it.
Yeah, I'm there.
Now, I've researched. I think it's more like 62, 63, but there's some because my mother keeps telling me I'm a senior citizen. I'm saying, I'm not a senior citizen. She goes, you look and see if you can't get a discount. One time they gave me a discount. I thought they thought I served in the military.
You and Grunt.
I'm special forces.
I was like, hey, I never served in the military. No, we're giving the 2 because you're old. Oh, okay. So I'm just getting a discount because I'm not dead yet.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I made it.
It's sad, isn't it?
It is. So we'll come back. And speaking of life and death, Bubba, we got somebody that has been mentioned on the show many times and we've known for a long time that has passed away. We'll talk about that when we come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. A lot to unpack on the show today. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Or British scientist, right? Just give it to someone credible to review is the ask that we have. And this is, listen, there's been a number of failures here. Obviously, we in the Trump administration have pointed out the failure of the WHO, the World Health Organization, to hold China accountable and to speak truth as it relates to what happens in the origins of this virus. So we're incredibly committed to, as the president said, to getting a vaccine, to leading the world economically out of this pandemic. But you have to understand, if I have a second to just go on a quick little diatribe.
Sure.
30 years of bipartisan, both Republican and Democrat administrations' foreign policy towards China, it was all based on this premise that if we do more business with China, they will eventually start to open up. So we'll allow them into the world, to the WTO, to the World Trade Organization. We will open up and we'll do more business, and they will eventually reform and become more democratic the more that they interact with civilized, with Western society. And I think, by the way, that's a good premise to work on. Unfortunately, it just hasn't proven true. Yeah. What we've seen under Chairman Xi is instead a crackdown on civil society in China. I mean, you may not know this. It always astounds me. But did you know that there are 1 million Muslims, at least there could be more, that are locked up in Xinjiang in China, which is a province there, for simply the crime of being Muslim? And these people are forced into these camps. We have there's been some reporting by some credible investigative journalists that they've been some of them have been starving during coronavirus. And this is, there's things like this that go on in China that it just amazes me. If anywhere else in the world, if we locked up 1 million Christians or 1 million Jews or 1 million Hindus, the world would be, if that happened anywhere else in the world would be outraged. But in China, Muslims are locked up simply for the crime of practicing their faith in these camps, and it is incredibly draconian and scary.
Well, I'm glad you said that Muslims were being locked up because they've been persecuting Christians for a long time,
right.
But nobody cares. Yeah. But the left doesn't care about that. So I'm glad that you brought up Muslims because that's something the left claims to care about, but who seem to want us to become a tyrannical, socialistic / communist government. And I think the people, to your point, and I'm glad you're pointing things out, that want us to go that way, they don't really understand what it really is like to be in a tyrannical giant central government communist regime. They have no idea
Right,
what it's like.
right.
And so they romanticize it, but they have no idea what it would be like to do it.
That's exactly right. When you look at something, there's an initiative called the Belt and Road Initiative, where China is, on its face, it looks great. You're a poor and struggling, or up and coming country around the world. The Chinese is going to give you money to build your port, to build a bridge, to build infrastructure, and this looks great, right? Like free money, cheap money. And of course, what we have now found out in reality is that it's nothing but debt diplomacy, debt traps, infrastructure projects. That often are, made with subpar standards,
Sure.
As it relates to building a bridge. And you also see things like, we're on a very big push about Huawei, which is China's answer to 5G. This is obviously the next level going from, going up to 5G. We don't have an American competitor yet, by the way. That's something that we're working on. So this isn't about choosing an American product over a Chinese product. But what we know is these companies, so, Huawei would be like AT&T, right, obviously,
Right.
but they are beholden to the Chinese Communist Party. They're beholden to give their private data to them. It would be the equivalent of, we don't allow Huawei into the United States anymore, thank God. But what we tell countries around the world, what Mike Pompeo says, when we're traveling is, imagine during the height of the Cold War that you allowed the Soviets to be in control of all of your infrastructure, or you would never allow that. And the fact that people look, what China often does is they have a cheap alternative like Huawei for 5G, and it's like, great, we can empower our whole country, rural countrysides with 5G. But again, you have to look at what's behind the curtain whenever you allow these systems in. It's quite scary from a technical perspective.
We'll come back, no doubt about it. Of course, we found that out. We're finding out every day with Zoom, I think. We didn't know that they were running Zoom, but apparently they are. So you're right. If you give them access, there's always a reason behind it that benefits them beyond even them being the person you have to get it from. Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Fired up about Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. It was the very first podcast that we did, and Bubba and I just sat around because we didn't really know how to do a podcast that was unique. We have our daily podcast archives, but this is a unique podcast every week called Rick and Bubba University. And really, we didn't really know what to do, so we just sat around and said, what did you think about that show, Missing 411? And we talked about it, and we loved it. But today, we take another step as we will interview Mr. Missing 411 himself, David Pilatus. So that will be Rick and Bubba University coming up this weekend. He's got a new one out, by the way.
I am so excited about this one, Rick. I have looked forward to this. This whole series is very intriguing.
Yeah.
It's something that doesn't get a lot of headlines, but it's disturbing.
Well, Pilatus is all over it. He's got a new book out, and what is it? Just about people who have vanished in Idaho.
I think so. Yeah. I think it focuses on Idaho.
Yeah, and it doesn't have some others about different states.
Oh yeah, if you'll there's a link.
How are we gonna
out
get all
there.
that in 45 minutes?
Well, here's what we did. We told him because he asked us what we were interested in, and my gosh, we'd be all over the road. So we asked him to pick 2 or 3. I'm talking about vanished hunters that there's no trace
We're
on,
just gonna stay with hunters.
and he's going to bring those to the table, discuss those, and then some information that's in his new book, so we can stay focused. Because if not, to your point,
45 minutes goes by
we'd be
quick.
all over the road. So he's going to bring those to us.
I think he may be a guest we need to go ahead and set up for 3 or 4 in the future.
Sure. And just focus everyone on different parts
because
of it.
he's done a series of books, and I mean he's got a bunch of them.
Yeah.
On different things of people that went missing, and he's a former detective, so he has a background in this. Turned investigative journalist, and he's still going back and looking at more things. And he had one on Canada that was missing, one on Montana, one on hunters. The Hunted has now become a documentary.
Yeah.
North America and Beyond.
Have you seen the one Missing 411 Hoax Bluff?
No, I have not.
That's the one Helmsley's going to get.
It's a good one.
Yeah,
Helmsley may get to host that.
Yeah, he might get to host that one.
Yeah.
Y'all are messing with me, right?
Right.
Okay.
There is quite a few on Alabama.
Coach Abbott, and now this.
Well, let's unpack that now. If you know. Thanks for that transition.
Wow.
So, Coach Rudy Abbott has passed on, and there we go. And
he was the longtime baseball coach at Jacksonville State University. Was there for 32 years, won 1,003 games, and went to the Division II World Series 7 times, won 2 of them. At one point, went 4 years in a row. Very successful career. The field is named after him at Jacksonville State University, and the road that goes by the stadium is named after him.
And Greg, you and I always laugh, and Bubba, you knew this too because you had the same conversation with him. You know, he and our dad were big buddies, and so when Dad was hired as the football coach at Jacksonville State University, Rudy was already there. And Rudy loves to tell everybody that now Bill was my guy.
Right.
You know,
Absolutely.
It's his idea. he brought his name up.
Rudy was
and he would tell you that every single time we got around him, which I loved.
And Dad used to, when Dad was coaching, and he had so many Rudy stories. He would come in and tell them. They were just so funny.
Well, he was such a character.
Oh, yeah.
And
one of a kind.
Much beloved. Went on to be a county commissioner.
And
for many years.
Talking of that, I lived in his district. And, you know, my kids, we went to Pleasant Valley, which is a rural school. You know, you have no city, you know, you're dependent on. So you got youth sports the same way. It's all volunteers. Y'all wouldn't believe all the things he did to help. It was unreal what he did for us as far as ball fields and at the high school and in the youth league. He'd keep it on the down. You know, he didn't want make a big deal about it. They wanted to name him. He's none of that.
He could get it done.
He got it done. He was. And like I say, I lived in his district, and he was really, really good at what he did, and he really cared about the kids a lot.
Rick, I grew up in Jacksonville, of course, seeing a lot of Jacksonville State University sports, and I mean, I couldn't remember a time Rudy wasn't the coach. Growing up.
Well, 32 years.
And but as I came up, and then when I got in high school, his nephew Terry was our high school coach, and we played and we practiced at the university field, and so we had a lot of interaction with Rudy there for 3 or 4 years. And I tell you, it was just like Greg said, there's always a story, something always funny. Yes. And he had so many sayings.
Oh my goodness!
And I'll never forget. We were doing a clinic one day, and we were he was working with the shortstops and second baseman, middle infielders.
Yeah.
And we had a guy on our team, and he had this real old glove that he liked.
Yeah.
Because it was like really broken in, and he, you know, it was, and he'd missed a ball or something, and Rudy said, "Give me that glove. And he looked at that, and he looked at that kid, and he said, "You need to put a dime in that and throw it away, so when somebody finds it, they got a dime." You know, and you're like, "Wow!" So Coach Abbott just ate him up. You know?
Dime in it, throw it away.
But he had so many sayings, and you've heard a Coach Abbott character call the show here for many years.
I was going to say we've got somebody who calls and does an impression of Coach Abbott, which is fun.
That's right.
Yeah. So do we still do that? Now that
it'd probably be a while.
I think so.
But we give it a break.
I think Coach Abbott would love that.
Today it'd feel a little strange.
We don't probably want to do it today.
Right, yeah.
I'd give it a week. Week or so.
Funny, though.
And, you know, Coach Abbott liked to refer to, the hill that he made the players run, and you've heard that here on the show many
I got
times.
a funny story about the hill.
So a lot of people may not know this. I mean,
I had the honor of playing for him. Yeah. And matter of fact, my last year was his last year. So
2001?
We went through the process of getting that 1,000th win for Coach Abbott, which was a really cool experience.
Oh, that is cool.
And a lot of the naming that Bubba mentioned happened at that point in time where, Rudy Abbott Fieldhouse and all those things were going on. So that was Rudy Abbott Highway. That was named. I mean, I'm standing out there the day they did that. But Bubba brings up the hill. I'll never forget. You would run this course, and it was about 3 miles and so, but halfway up, and then you had to come down. But there was about a 200-yard walkover, and that if you ran all the way to the top, you knew, okay, I've got this walk, and then I can just kind of catch my breath and go back down. But if you ever started back down and you saw Coach Abbott's truck, you knew you were in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Because that meant somebody's about to run a hill.
Oh, no.
And so, it was one of those, and it's early. It's like 5-ish in the morning, and before classes. And on this day, the hill, we turned, and there's the truck. And we thought, my gracious. We get to the bottom of it, and he says, and I'm going to give a business name, and you'll all know what it is. He said, whoever was at Gators last night needs to step forward.
Oh, no.
Well, a couple guys stepped forward, and then I stepped forward. And I thought, gosh, when I stepped forward, I looked around, and there was some goofy looks like, why is Helm? You could tell, why is Helm standing forward? He wasn't with us. Well, I wasn't with them, but I was there a couple hours before the fight broke out.
Right.
Well, nobody told me that. I didn't know what was going on.
Right.
So I'm sitting here running for something I didn't even do. And then at the end, Coach Abbott's like, hey, Helms, I got to ask you something. Why did you step forward? And I said, you asked who was at Gators.
Right.
I was there at like 7 o'clock. And he goes, he just looked at me, used some language that he was so colorful at doing.
Yeah.
And just said, we'll just keep this between us because your teammates think you was just looking out for them. And so
you accidentally did it.
Accidentally did it, and I was just doing what he said. And what's funny is those teammates actually thought I was doing like, "Hey, we're in this together." It wasn't that at all.
If they run, I run.
I just thought that's what it looked like.
I'm supporting them.
That's what it looked like. Yes. That's exactly what it looked like.
I can't believe you were at Gators that early. That's all I can think of.
That is early.
What the heck you doing there at 7 o'clock?
You must have been eating wings or something.
I was meeting
They must
some
have had a
buddies.
special.
Yeah, I was meeting some buddies. We weren't there long. Cost me some heels. I know that.
Rick and Bubba.
From the State Department, Morgan Ortegas is with us. We talked about China to a pretty large extent last segment, but Morgan, let's talk about WHO. The World Health Organization, President Trump has cut off our funding to them. It seems quite obvious that they didn't do a very good job with this pandemic, and it looks a little creepy, the relationship they seem to have with China.
Yeah, so this is not the first time that we've had missteps by the WHO. By the way, on the whole, we've worked with them, around the world on many things, but we of course started seeing some problematic issues early on in this pandemic. But when you think about it, you can look back at the start of Ebola. When we were helping fight that in Africa, and there's many investigative journalists who wrote about, there was actually a Chinese national woman who was in charge of the WHO at the time. There was, and again, this has been well documented by investigative journalists, some very, very big missteps that the WHO took in Ebola into that response. And so when we look at this, you think you have an organization, World Health Organization, who does do a lot of good. However, when there are missteps, it's important to urge and to call for reform. The problem is what everyone else wants to do is they say, oh no, we can't deal with reform right now. We can't hold anyone accountable because we're in the middle of XYZ pandemic. Let's wait till it's over and then we'll take action. Well, we all know what the problem with that is, right? The problem is that when the pandemic is over, the world moves on to the next crisis, to the next shiny object in the media, and so there is never any accountability or reform. So this really got misreported, I think, largely, in my opinion, when the president announced it. So here's the facts on what we're doing. President Trump has put forth a 60 to 90-day freeze on WHO funding while we review this whole process where we look at where our money is going around the world. And it's not that President Trump or Secretary Mike Pompeo don't want to be generous. The American taxpayer is the most generous entity on the planet.
Yes,
but
we
what
are.
we're saying is when we give American money, we expect accountability. We expect results. We want to be good stewards of American taxpayer money. So this whole notion that America is somehow not leading or being stingy is just not provided by the facts. Over the past 2 decades, the United States has given over $140 billion to global public health. The global public health infrastructure that exists right now is because of the generosity of the American people. There's no country that even comes remotely close to what we provide for AIDS funding, for global health, for coronavirus, for COVID-19. We've already committed over $775 million at the State Department to programs. So what we're doing, so this isn't a case about generosity. This is a case of being good stewards of American taxpayer dollars. Absolutely. So what we're doing at the State Department and USAID is we're looking at NGOs and faith-based organizations around the world that work in global public health. So, for example, if you're an NGO in Africa working on, on polio, for example, right, on something like that, we're doing an assessment to say, is the best use of American taxpayer money for us to send money to the WHO and then they send the money to the NGO, or can we just send the money directly to the NGO working on polio, for example?
Morgan, let me ask you this to most of us sitting at home watching all this unfold. How come we pay so much more to the WHO than China to begin with?
I just think this gets down to the fundamental human nature of the generosity of the American people. Listen, for all there is this like insane, crazy talk at the beginning of the pandemic that somehow authoritarian regimes, that communist regimes were better equipped to handle this crisis. It's just hogwash, right? I mean, we know in democracies around the world, you get transparency, you get accountability. You get, only in a democracy can a reporter argue with the leader of the country, right? As they do when the president gives his briefings at the White House. That's like it or not, that's what you get. No one. You think anyone in China, any reporter in China, could question Xi like that?
No, not but once.
Not happening.
Right. Well, and accountability. I think taxpayers. It's a breath of fresh air. You can be generous, but you don't just throw taxpayer money without vetting out what's actually being done with it. And I think we all applaud that and should demand it, frankly, as taxpayers. Taxpayers. Right. I know we only got a minute. Anything quickly on Iran? Are they being forthcoming at all on what's happening there? Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. 866 We Be Big. Looking to make a hire right now for the company? Is your company looking to make a hire? I think you'd agree with me. There's a lot of folks looking for people right now, but you don't want to waste your time, meaning whatever role is you have available. What you certainly don't want is you do not want to hire someone that isn't qualified, sure, but you don't even want to really interview people that don't even meet the basic requirement on what you're going to need. But sometimes that's hard to do if you don't have some help. Well, LinkedIn.com/Bubba can help you. LinkedIn.com/Bubba will take your opportunity, and they'll use some screening questions that they discuss with you. They put it out there in front of the 770 million people that are on LinkedIn.com/Bubba, and using those screening questions, they'll kind of filter out those that are interested in your role that's available. And then by the time you start interviewing people, you're only interviewing the best of the best. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba now. There's nearly 40 million job seekers that visit LinkedIn every week. So LinkedIn.com/Bubba, and the first job post, because you support this program, will be for free. I did say free. RickandBubba.com also has that link under the sponsors button. So we're talking about Rudy Abbott. Rudy Abbott is an icon in Jacksonville State University folklore. And we gave you kind of a little bit of his resume, how successful he was as a coach. He was also very successful as a player. Even signed a deal with the Pittsburgh Pirates when he was a young man, and great pitcher. And so Bubba, of course, got to experience going to camps and has known Rudy for a very long time. Helmsy played for Coach Abbott at Jacksonville State University. Greg and I and Speedy, we knew him for just our connections to Jacksonville State and the fact that he and Dad were coaching at the same time for a period of time. And so that we all have a lot of Rudy Abbott stories. Mm-hmm. I mean, a lot of them. I mean, you talk about a character. Yeah. I mean, a character. And so
we could sit here. We literally could sit here for 4 or 5 hours and talk about this and share. I just was sharing some with Greg that probably not best to share on the air, but I will give you one experience for me. So when you go home back then, I don't know how it is now, but back then when you went home for Christmas, you kind of knew what the lineup looked like. You knew where you stood with the team, and so it was my junior year, and hey, good things are happening. I worked really hard, and Helms, you're gonna be our second baseman, and you're gonna bat second or third, and things are gonna be well, And so I guess it was December. It was either Christmas Eve or the day after Christmas. I don't know which one, but it was right around Christmas. I got a phone call from him, and he said, "Hey, Helms," he said, "got some good news and bad news. Which one you want first?" And I said, "I'll take the good news." He said, "You gonna be batting second or third for us?" I said, "Well, what's the bad news?" "I'm moving you to the outfield. Okay, okay, see ya." Hung up the phone. Well, I was like, did he just say that he's moving me to the outfield? So I called him. I immediately just picked up the phone, called him back. "Hey, Coach, it's Helms. Did you just say that you were moving?" "Yeah, you'll do great out there. Okay." Hung up the phone again.
You'll do great out there. Okay.
And his okay was goodbye.
Yes, his okay. So if that meant this is wrapped up,
right? Yeah.
And so I was distraught about the whole thing. And so I went in, talked to my dad, and I was wanting. I mean, I was like, I don't even know that I can judge a fly ball. Like, I've never been in that outfield. Right. This is good. Right. I've worked so hard. I'm a second baseman. I'm not. I don't even know what to do in the outfield. And so did that for 30 or 40. This is the add-on to what I was telling y'all about. So did this for 30 or 40 games, and ended up loving it out there. It turns out it's pretty easy to play the outfield. Didn't have a whole lot to think about. You know, you're not thinking about base coverages or bunt coverages or any of those type things. You just go get it. I'll never forget. He said, "Hey, Helms, it's easy. Get out there. If you can't make it to the bag, hit your cutoff, man. Okay." I mean, that was the kind of stuff he would say.
Can't make it to the base.
Hey, go grab it. Hit your cutoff, man. It's easy. And so we were 30, 40 games into the season, and it was going well for me in the outfield. I loved it out there. I seemed to be hitting better because there wasn't a whole lot of thought process on what was going on in the field. And we were at Florida Atlantic down in the Miami area, and we had stopped at a place where there was a couple restaurants choices. I picked Wendy's, and Skipper was in there. And Skipper said, "Hey, Helms, Coach Abbott wants to talk to you." I said, "Okay." And that was not uncommon. I just thought, well, he's wanting to talk about what's going on tonight in the game, whatever's a conference series. And so back then we played 1 on Friday night, 2 on Saturday, and Sunday was a travel day in case of weather and all that. And so he said, "Helms, I'm moving you back to the infield." And I said,
okay.
He said, I don't like what's going on in there. I think I can put somebody else out there. I'm gonna bring you back in, okay? I said, "Coach," I said, if you don't mind, since the move, I have not taken a ground ball, I have not, because I've been so. Can you at least give me tonight, during batting practice, take some ground balls, roll up some double plays, those type, get a feel for it, and then tomorrow, sounds like a plan, okay? So my thought process going to the field was, I'll do all that during batting practice. I'll play outfield the game, and then tomorrow I'll be moved back in the infield. So the starting lineup is being called batting second, playing second, Michael Helms. And I just look over at the dugout, and he goes, just tips the hat. And I'm like, what are you doing? That's the kind of guy he was. He would do things like that all the time. All the time.
Okay.
I got so many stories like that.
Oh, gosh, that is funny. Rick, I was with him when he got his first speed gun. And it was at night, and he had unwrapped it, and he'd got it out of the box, and was playing with it, right. and he wanted to check something with it. He wanted to see it light up.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm sitting there, and he says, "Hey, Bessie, I want you to run from that chair over to that couch fast as you can. I'm gonna see if it'll pick you up." And I didn't want to say, "Coach, it won't pick me up. No. It picks up baseball."
Right, yeah.
But he was trying to time something.
He wanted to time
It was dark.
Something.
There was nobody to go throw a baseball.
He wanted to time
He
something.
just wanted to time something. And so it was always something funny with him. And my favorite was when my senior year in high, I wasn't good enough to play for Coach Abbott. I wanted to, but I wasn't good enough,
right?
Like Helms was. But I had a good run my senior year in high school, and because we played at Jack State and we practiced there, we saw Rudy a lot. And I was fortunate enough to get to play in the All-Star game, and it was in baseball, they play different rounds of All-Star, and they kind of filter down till you finally have a final team. And in the first round, I got to play, and I was pitching, and I saw Coach Abbott after it. He knew I wanted to come to Jacksonville and play. But he said, hey, Bussy, listen, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. You're not ready to pitch for me, but so I tell you what, I'm going to send you down there. I think I can get Jabbo to take you down there at Southern Union. You go down there, have a good couple of years, I might bring you back. Look at that. How about that? And
okay.
And now, to begin with, Jabbo was his assistant, and he just went to Southern Union.
Okay.
I don't think he cleared that with Jabbo.
Right, yeah.
I think he just kind of assumed that.
Right.
And, I was like, Wadley, I don't know where that's at. You know what I
Right.
mean? I wasn't little did I know they were going to have a great program there for many, many years.
Yeah, they did.
So I just retired and went to the church softball league. But,
Okay.
But he was
Okay.
like, hey, Bus, I'll tell you what. Send you down there a couple of years, you do good, bring her right back. But I don't know. He loved to say I couldn't throw hard enough to break glass.
Oh, yeah.
My arm never was sore.
You're
He said,
right.
you pitch again, you're fine.
One of the when he was, I told Greg this in the break. I think I can share this on air. When he was a county commissioner, you vote him in.
Yeah.
Hey.
And he was knocking on doors and just trying to get people to vote for him.
Sure.
And a guy was very frustrated with him because he didn't recruit and sign his son.
Oh, boy.
And told him, "Hey, I'm not voting for you because you didn't sign my son in baseball." And Coach Abbott's response was, "Hey, appreciate your time, and just for the record, still wouldn't sign your son today."
Just so you know.
Just so we're clear.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah, he was the
That's
commissioner. I think he just finally got tired of being it because he never got voted
Yeah.
out. He won every time. I think he just eventually stopped. But like I would come to the high school and now he's the commissioner he would be over there painting the bleachers himself.
Yeah.
He was out there just to paint.
He got after it, man. Goodness gracious.
Rick, have I ever told you about, when we was looking to hire a new coach, I was the one who told me I need to hire your daddy. Yes.
He's
Rick,
giving that.
you've told me
He
that.
said my guy. See, they got my guy.
That was my guy. I said we got to have somebody local, somebody that knows the people.
I will. This is one of those things too.
That's my guy.
He got
My
tossed
guy.
out of a game one time, and this has happened. Everybody can speak to
Okay.
this. Okay, most guys that played for him can speak to this because at some point when they were there, Coach Abbott got tossed from a game. But Coach Abbott would strategically park the bus in either right or left field. And he would use the blinkers and the headlights and stuff like that to give signals to Skipper.
That's hilarious.
From there.
That is hilarious.
I mean, serious business. Hey, you want a fastball? Left blinker. He would call pitches being thrown out of the game from the bus.
That is absolutely.
There are. I'm telling you, we could open up the phone lines today, and
my
you'd get
goodness.
so many stories like this from him.
Rudy Abbott has passed away, age 81. Is that right?
Yeah.
81. Yeah. And so, as you've heard, and look, the guys are not exaggerating. We have not even scratched the surface on Rudy Abbott stories. So he will be missed. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Got tired of my hair. Mine has been.
Well, she should have.
Yeah. And I didn't know this. She hated my haircuts that I got before the pandemic.
I didn't know that
because
either.
I said my place hadn't opened back up. She goes, "Well, you're not going back to that. You're coming with me to a real hair salon and get you a real haircut." Because I liked the one I had.
Greg,
But she
you go to
said,
the beauty parlor?
"Yeah, And
Yeah.
anyway, of course, I
Did
was
you like that? Yeah.
Of course, mine took 10, 15 minutes, and then of course Lisa's there for an hour or so.
Did you have to wear a mask and all that?
Oh yeah.
Lisa looked happy to be on the dryer.
Did you see that? She had her mask on under the dryer. And I got a story. I got time. Rick, so I get me a good haircut, and I said, I'm not just going to sit here. I said, I'm going to go ride around, fill the car up. So I said, well, I'm going to go to the old neighborhood where we grew up.
Yes.
Okay? Just to ride around, killing time. Well, Rick, I turned in, and I noticed there's a guy gets right up behind me. And I'm thinking, oh, he must, I don't know, maybe he lives somewhere in here. And I turn, he turns. I go all the way around the loop, the old block we used to run.
Oh, yeah.
He's behind me the whole time. And I'm going over the hill. I'm thinking, he should have went to it. Where I was going, if he lived there, he wouldn't have went behind me here.
Yeah.
I hit my blinker. He hits his blinker. And I said, so I just keep going straight.
Being followed.
Anyway, I get at the end of the road. He comes by me, cuts me off.
What?
And
You're just now telling me that?
And I'm like, what? And I pull up at the side of the road, went down. I'm like this, what is your problem? He goes, hey, and he's cussing me.
What?
Like crazy. And
Wait
he
a
claims,
minute.
listen, he claims I'm following him. I said, first of all, you're behind me, so I'm not following you. I said, I don't know who. He said, I know what you're doing. I know who you are. I know what you're in here following me. You need to, and he's blank this. I said, buddy, I don't know who you think I am. I have no idea who you are. Evidently he's doing something wrong, and somebody is following him.
What?
And
Goodness.
it was the weirdest thing.
Greg Burgess.
And I thought
it might have been Karen.
I wasn't doing it. I'm trying to ride around my old neighborhood.
I thought he was going to say Stephen Waits pulled up.
That's when I first thought. That's what I thought. I thought this is a buddy of mine messing with me.
I thought it was Karen of Cheehaw 1.
I straight up thought this is a friend of mine messing with me. He cuts me off, and I thought, well, I'm just getting a fight, just like in the old days here in the neighborhood.
I know it right
But
there
he's
where we always
screaming at me that I need to quit blanking following him, and that he knew who I was, and he knew what I was up to, and I ain't got no business in that neighborhood anyway. I said, but I don't know who you think I am. I said, but I have no idea who you are, and obviously you don't know who I am because I am not following you. And I said, first of all, you were behind me. I threw a couple words.
Did you really? Did he ever,
nothing horrible, but I threw a few.
Did he ever acknowledge? Okay.
No, he stomped the gas and took off.
Greg,
I don't know who's following
bizarre.
him, but he thought it was me.
That is
but my question was, no, you're following. How am I following you when you're behind me, you moron?
Did you say, hey, look, I'm an ancestor.
So if it's idiots out there, he probably didn't listen to the show. Hey, idiot, I don't know who you are, and you don't know who I am, but whoever's following you, it ain't me. He's still out there because you didn't confront him. You didn't tell him. I bet he went, I told that SOB. No, you didn't. You didn't tell him because I ain't him.
That's bizarre.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. So we'll continue to, I'm sure, through phone segments and stuff, there may be some more stories that show up. So definitely wanted to remember all those connected to Rudy Abbott in your thoughts and prayers today as they mourn the loss of their one-of-a-kind character, Rudy Abbott. In Jacksonville State, all those connected with Jacksonville State all morning today, too, because of his impact and his, like I say, his footprint is everywhere there. All right, so I told you we're going to talk to David Pilatus with Missing 411 on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. 411. That coming up, so we'll have that coming here in a few minutes as well. Still going through the taking care of Sherri. Coming back from the shoulder surgery, and there's a lot, we're moving, trying to move forward. It's a long process, hoping and praying that Monday will be big. Sherri and I will get to spend Valentine's Day going back for her follow-up,
That's good.
the 2-week period. And at that time, hopefully at that time, the stitches will be removed. Because one of the things, those of you that have been through the surgery thing yourself or with your spouse or a loved one, the process of bathing when you have, because keep in mind when they do something like shoulder surgery, Now, praise God, it's not like the old days where they just take it and just cut you right down your shoulder and open it up. But
Peel you back.
But what they do is now there's a bunch of different incisions.
Yep.
I mean, they're small, but they're everywhere. And so like Sherri's got 4, and then she's got just a straight up cut on the repairing of the bicep. So there's 4 for the rotator cuff calcific tendonitis removal. And then there's one on the inside of the arm where the bicep was repaired. So for her to get ready to say I'm going to take a shower or whatever, you have to take every single Band-Aid off and then replace them with waterproof. But then when they come out, don't leave the waterproof on. Mm-mm. You got to take those off. Then you got to clean every incision, and then you got to put new Band-Aids on. Or coverings, whatever. That's every single time.
I know you do that well.
Yeah, and how you think that goes?
No, not good.
I know detail and dealing with Band-Aids and trying to peel them off.
Patience.
Probably works good for you.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about it is that it's so tedious, and that's not my strong suit, and like I don't, and then like trying to, those waterproof ones, they really are snug because they have to be.
You have to take them off.
Yeah,
I was trying to think my last ones. I don't think I took them off.
That was one of the things that they said, and I remember hearing they said, now look, when she gets out of the shower, keep in mind now with shoulder surgery, her arm can't touch her body.
Right.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I had to go through is, the physical therapist says, now just drop off at some Dollar Tree or something. You need to get one of those noodles, those swimming pool noodles. Now, common sense in my mind said, well, it's winter. Nobody's got noodles.
That's a good point.
You know what I mean? And so I pop into a couple of stores. Now, they look at you like, you mean coming in for noodles?
Yeah.
And we'll have those in the spring,
Noodles.
So I finally even go into a pool place. This is the part you're going to love. So I go into a pool place. I said, man, I got to have a noodle. Because she has to have something waterproof to put under her arm to get it, to bathe. And I was like, I need a noodle. Okay. They're right over there. And I thought, well, thank the Lord. I go over there, and undoubtedly the old school noodles have been run out of town on the rail, and they've replaced the noodles. Now, the new swimming noodle, and the thing is about 3 times as big as the old ones. And, I mean, it's like a log.
Rick, you should have called any of us that have pool. Everybody's got 1,000 noodles laying around.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. So, anyway, so you know me, I go, well, I got to take what I can get. So I come home with that, and this thing's gigantic. And I come home, and Sherri goes, Rick, what in the world? What have you got? And I said, well, this is the only noodle there is. She goes, Rick, that's 4 feet long. And she goes, and the width of it, she goes, it's like I'm going to put a log under my arm. Like that. And I said, well, this is the only thing they got, baby. And so she's like, she get in the thing's hanging. She goes, I can't do this. I said, well, let me cut it in half. She goes, you can't cut this thing in half. It's not like those little tiny ones that we're all accustomed to that cost $1.99. And so anyway, so that thing completely fell apart. And I said, well, I guess we'll just use it at the pool this year. And so I get rid of it. So you know what I finally did? I put under her arm a Nerf football.
Oh, yeah.
That's not bad.
I said, come here, put this Nerf football. She goes, what? I said, put the Nerf football under there. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
and
that's smart.
So then we got through one with the Nerf football. So we get back to physical therapy. They've got these little cut up noodles everywhere.
Yeah.
And I said, look, I'm just going to be straight with you today. I'm leaving with that.
Yeah, I need a noodle.
And he said, what?
That one's going with me.
I said that's going with me.
Charge me for it.
And I said, if you have to charge me, whatever. My goodness, I get so many invoices from Blue Cross right now. I know y'all having a blast. How about this? You're going to be fine. Let me have that noodle. And he said, and it was one of the guys, they were students. He looks over at Lopez, who's the guy in trade. He goes, "Can we just give it to him?" and I said, "I didn't tell you, send me off looking for noodles in the middle of winter." And I was kind of rambling around, kicking around, and all that kind of stuff. So I really need for Monday for the surgeon to say, "All this is off now. You can get in and out of the water. Still got to keep your arm at a certain angle, whatever. But no more waterproof stuff on, waterproof off."
How do the wounds look?
They look good. I think,
Rick, I hate to tell you this. They probably told you that when y'all were leaving, how long it would take for all this to play out, and you probably were half listening.
Tell you what else I did, not near as serious. We've laughed about this on the show. So, the whole system is shut down right now because when you've got, and today's our anniversary, as we mentioned, when you've got the wife and mama, when she is down, so many things go wrong. And so I like meals, that we've had people bring meals, which has been great. But one day it got away from me, and I didn't have lunch at all, and I was really, really hungry.
And you forgot.
No. I made the ultimate mistake, and this has been talked about many times. I went into the grocery store starving.
No.
Hey, I'm kind of hungry. I went into the grocery store.
Them snacks start calling your name.
Starving. I was like one of those. You ever watch one of those animal documentaries? You know how much I love those, where the predator, they say something's happened and he hasn't eaten in so long and he's about to starve to death and he just starts trying to kill anything.
Yes, he makes bad decisions.
Yeah, guys, I was in there buying stuff I've never eaten in my life.
Yeah.
I was like, I'll tell you what, that looks good. What is that? Mustard paste? And chips. I don't ever buy that. It's kind of have the mustard thing on. I was like, I've never eaten them in my life, man. Those look good. I got pretzel sticks.
Yeah. Twists.
I'm throwing in this. I come home and Sherry's like, I thought you were just bringing us one thing to eat. She goes, you got like 8 bags. I said, let me tell you one thing. We ain't gonna be hurting for snacks. I'll tell you that.
Wait, Rick, it's Super Bowl weekend.
I had nothing but bags of snacks. She goes, is there anything in here nutritious? And I was like, no.
Pop-Tarts.
Have you ever started eating before you leave the grocery store?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah,
Hey, you think I can get my hand in them Chex Mix? Look, so I had peanut butter pretzels. I had Chex Mix. I had some kind of mustard dusted
peanut butter pretzel.
Yeah. Oh,
I got some at the checkout line yesterday in a big jug. Yeah.
A big old jug.
I couldn't help it.
Big twist jug you're talking about.
Oh, it's good too.
So I think Sherry's going to tell the surgeon, I have to get well. I don't know that my household can survive this guy and all the responsibility he has right now. This place is completely upside down. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, guys, let's talk about immune systems. Z-Stack, a lot of you are responding to this. I'm taking it now. I've got it. And because when it comes to all the things that are going on and all the misinformation, all this, all that, here's one thing we know for sure, and Bubba and I have talked about it several times. We need to make sure that our immune system is operating at the highest level. So you need to get you some Z-Stack right now. It's specially formulated immune-boosting supplement, and that's going to have zinc in it. Quercetin is in it. Do you know about this? How you say it, Helms? Quercetin? Quercetin, right. Yeah, I got that right. Yeah, it was actually Speedy that introduced me to this, but as a great immune booster, vitamin C, vitamin D. Vladimir Zelenko is the doctor that put this together. He was the renowned doctor for Trump. And so he put this together. He treated the president. If you remember, he's the one that helped the president with that decision to take the hydroxychloroquine. So Dr. Vladimir Zelenko has also created Z-Stack, and you can get it right now because let's face it, our immune system is where this all begins and ends. This Z-Stack has been scientifically formulated. It is kosher. And GMP certified, and it's produced right here in the United States of America. Z-Stack is formulated to help combat any and all variants and, of course, the flu. So stay ahead of it with any future variants or anything else we may be having to go against by what? Boosting your immune system. Just be sure your immune system is operating at its peak efficiency. And Z-Stack can help you. So go to zstacklife.com/RickBubba. Do that now. zstacklife.com/RickBubba and enter the promo code RickBubba. Now, you can get a small discount on that first order, but it is a discount. That's zstacklife.com/RickBubba, promo code RickBubba, and start boosting your immune system today. He did the kickoff hour yesterday, then headed up to which Speedy had to be a celebration. Big news yesterday. Your mom completes her cancer treatments.
Yeah, it was a big deal. I've heard, and I've actually had some friends that just went through cancer treatment, and I've seen pictures posted and them talking about how when you finish out your last treatment, you ring the bell in celebration, and everybody in the everybody in the office knows, hey, wow, she's finishing up or he's finishing up.
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's the birthday party singing at a restaurant.
That's it.
Everybody's coming over to celebrate.
Ring that bell, girl.
all the nurses and everybody in the office kind of shuts down what they're doing, and they walk over in celebration or whatever. So I was able to go to Alliance Cancer Care in Huntsville, who just has done an amazing job, I should say.
How good a job they done, buddy?
Amazing job.
Right.
They are just such nice people. Love the show.
Yeah. Well, that makes some good people right there.
Some of the staff members actually have been with the show for a long time. They were bringing back memories of bringing kids here, and they were showing me pictures of one of the kids sitting at your chair when they were young, and now they're 17.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, and it's just you can hear the show playing in the lobby. I mean, they just absolutely love the Rick and Bubba show in the river there in Huntsville, and so it was a big surprise for my mom. My dad knew, my mom didn't know, and I had told you the day before. My dad calls, like most will, and hey, look, I was talking to your mom. You don't need to come up here. I mean, you've got a lot going on. You don't worry about it. You don't have to come up here.
Don't ever
I'm
take that back.
And I just stopped and I said, "Hey, Dad, I'm coming up here." Okay, well, your mom doesn't know that for sure. And I said, well, let's just keep it that way in case something happens. She won't be disappointed. He said, okay, it'll be our secret. And so he told me where Alliance Cancer Care was, and it's amazing. Him being legally blind, he knows directions like he can see. He's like, all right, get off on Jordan. That's an exit there in Huntsville, and you're gonna take a left. You can go on down, and this is the name of this road, and it's like to the T. I mean, it's like he tells my mom how to get places just off exit numbers and
Don't
and
you
all
need a GPS? You got him.
So I pull up, and I'm about 15 minutes early because I didn't want to be late. And sure enough, here they come. She comes barreling in. And she parks. Of course, he can't see, so he doesn't know I'm there. So I can tell he's holding his phone up like this, like he's about to speak into it, and probably say, "Hey, son, we're here. I just wanted to let you know," kind of code to me. What he didn't know is that I was 2 parking spots over. And so she's kind of getting dialed in, and the system they've used, because she had finished her chemo portion and she was finishing now up the radiation side. She had to do both, which a lot of folks do. And so it was like 28, 30 treatments. I can't remember the exact number, but it was a lot.
Yeah.
And so you have to do those every day, but they only take 10, 15 minutes. So he would stay in the car. So he says, I'm going to stay in the car. She's going in. And so she opens the door, and I'm like, "Hey, cutie," or whatever. And of course, she was surprised, which made my day. And so,
yeah, it did.
And so she's like, "Well, walk me in," So we walk in, and of course, they're just there. "Hey, Mrs. Wilburn," they just loving on her and stuff. And so I kind of hand her off to the staff, and I'm like, "All right, I'm going back out because Dad's now wandering around the parking lot." Yeah. And so I go,
probably
and I
still calling you saying we're here,
right? And guys, him trying to get that mask on, it's crooked, it's all up in his eyes. Because I don't know what about that generation that needs it the most.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
For the Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. Will of Meat is in play, but has not spun this week, so it's going to happen today or tomorrow. You know that. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, some things you need to know. Next weekend, a lot going on. Got a lot going on. Well, you got some opportunities out there I'm talking about. So if you go to rickandbubba.com, let's go there first. Because rickandbubba.com and upcoming events, if members of the show are going to be somewhere, then that'll be at rickandbubba.com. If it's just involving, just members of Team Man Church, and you want to know where a Man Church is, you go to themanchurch.com. But next weekend features it all. We've got a couple of men's conferences and actually 3 of them going on next weekend, February 18th and 19th. I will be in Dothan, Alabama, with Jonathan Evans and Charles Billingsley leading worship, and Andy Blanks will be speaking at the Pursuit Men's Conference. It's our 3rd year to do that. We're back at the Dothan Civic Center. There will be no tickets available at the door, so you need to go ahead and register, and then we'll give you an armband when you come in. If you just go to rickandbubba.com, February 18th and 19th, if you can get to Dothan, Alabama, or you're already there where you hear us on News Talk 103.9, go ahead and get that done, and we will see you there, guys, next weekend. And, man, it looks like we're going to have a great crowd, and I know it's going to be a great, great weekend. Helmsy will be headed up to Hoax Bluff, Alabama. He'll be up there for the Men of Iron Conference. He will be with Sid Bream and also Lance Ingram from the Rick and Bubba Show. You hear him. He does the character Dr. Lou. Tyler Stovall will also be speaking there, who has a great story as well. And if you want to get those tickets, you just go to rickandbubba.com. You'll see that. under upcoming events. Now over to themanchurch.com, Scottsboro, Alabama, First Baptist Church, Scottsboro, same weekend. There'll be back-to-back man church services. Mark Garnett will speak on Friday night, and then Brian Gunn from our team will be speaking on Saturday. They'll be implementing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. So that's all next weekend. So, men, if you want to make the move, you can attend, stagger them if you want to. Go Friday night to one, Saturday to the other, or just pick the one you want to go to that works best for you. They're all there, and you can make your plans now. All right, so, Bubba, we got a couple updates to start the hour. Looks like Joe Rogan has heard the $100 million offer from Rumble, but he is not going to take it.
Well, I don't know that he can. I think he's under contract to Spotify right now.
Right.
But I'm sure he's thanks for the shout out, and I may get back with you. But
has anybody checked with Neil Young where he is on this? Joni Mitchell, Joni, what do you think?
Now, Rick, there's also a story out today, and you're going to hear these headlines. You got to be careful of those.
Watch out now.
It says numbers of people visiting the Spotify page to cancel their membership soars by almost 200%.
Right.
In 1 week after music streaming service refused to cancel Joe Rogan.
Okay.
200%.
200%.
But see, we don't know what those numbers are.
Correct.
Yeah, what they were before.
Yeah, if they had 10 people a week cancel on normal, now they have 30.
Right.
That's really not that big a deal, but that would be a 200% increase.
Well, no, you're right. It's like if I took over your football team and last year y'all went 0-12 and this year we went 2-10, you'd be like, man, what improvement? But I'm still 2-10.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, on percentage wise, you'd be like, man, look at that. But what a big percentage that is improvement. But it don't mean much. It's still 2-10.
Well,
have they run the number on who went to sign up?
Yeah, we don't hear that part.
That number's not there, is it?
Anytime you have these things, and I've screamed this from the rooftop, you have it's a 2-column thing. You got to have your assets and your debts. You got to have a balance sheet. You got to know what's coming, what's going, because that equals the net of the whole deal. So, I don't mind if people disagree with Joe Rogan, and if they want to cancel their Spotify membership, that's fine. But it's just a little scary, the fact that this is just borderlining on censorship. Again, I don't really think what he said is end-of-time stuff as far as COVID. The other behavior, not acceptable. But, no one had edited the clips together of him using an inappropriate word back when he signed his deal. Right. No one was showing that during any of the episodes. Right. All of a sudden now, it's an issue.
Now I'm offended.
That's just a little strange to me. But again, if you go back and listen to what he said, even though you may not agree with it, he could say, I think ivermectin is the cure for COVID, period. That's just his opinion.
Right.
And I don't know why someone's opinion is now so dangerous, because if we hold the rest of the media and the rest of the people online to the Joe Rogan standard, we're going to have a lot of people ain't on air anymore.
Well, Bubba, let's go further.
Including the White House.
If you really look at what he did, he's not even giving his opinion on it. He's interviewing people, and we're hearing their opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, because he didn't know. I mean, he's never claimed to know. He said he took it. And he
tried everything,
and he said, I tried everything, and he ended up not having a hard time with it. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know what role any of those treatments played. When you look at Joe Rogan, he seems to be in pretty good health. It may be the fact he didn't have any problem with it because he's in really good health.
Yeah, and
it may have nothing to do with what he took.
As far as ivermectin, there's there's 2 or 3 studies going on now. We're going to know the results of those in a few weeks, and they may say they made a difference. They may say they didn't. They may say, it helped a little bit. Who knows?
Right.
But again, it's not the end of the world for him to say that.
Now, doesn't everybody have their own story when it comes to this?
Yeah.
Like, hey, this is what worked for me.
Sure.
Instead of being demonized for it and going, well, why'd you do that? You'd be like, okay, great, man. I'm glad that treatment worked for you.
Well, noted.
Right. It just seems like if you do one treatment, it's, you're put in this box.
Well, that's
this one over here. And just because of his stance over here, he's right wing. Well, no, what are you talking about? That's just common sense. Why are we putting wings on things?
Well, I've told you about that. It's become like you have to, you're assigned certain things in your tribe. I don't understand that either. And I'll tell you, I'll just be honest with you, the way I operate on this novel pandemic we've been in, I honestly don't put a lot into, because I've heard this a lot, I did this, and this. Okay. In about 5 days, I felt better. Well, you know,
maybe it was the 5 days.
Now, if you want to tell me you felt bad and tomorrow you felt better, or it cut it down to 2 days, now that I pay attention to.
Yeah.
But when people say, when I did this, and this, I'm telling you it works because 5 days later I felt fine. And 5 days later, you're probably going to feel fine anyway, if you didn't have a hard time.
Depends, But it's possible.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, viruses are going to run their course, and
Right.
if you're strong enough to survive it, it's just going to take a little time.
Yeah.
So
Anyway, here's what I'm excited about. If Rumble is a possibility to be an option to draw a large audience and be a dependable platform, I like the fact that apparently Rumble thinks they have $100 million to offer somebody.
yeah, I know that's impressive.
So that's got to make you feel good.
I don't know that if Joe Rogan said, "Okay, I'm leaving. I'm going to Rumble." Rumble may have panicked.
I think I was.
Oh, now we got to pay him $100 million.
I was thinking the same thing.
Because hey, Rumble, if you got $100 million, guess what? There's some other shows out there that are podcasts you could have.
Well, no, I think
and
it's
we'll give you a deal.
I
On
think
it.
a lot less than that.
I think it's really more on Joe Rogan. Rumble think that's a good investment.
Yeah.
That'll tell you what he brings to the table as far as what they might get.
No offense, Blaze, but if they want to give us $50 million,
Love you, Blaze. We love you, Blaze. But
sorry, boys.
If they can just make us half the offer, and we're gonna have an uncomfortable Rumble conversation, or y'all gonna have to get checkbook out.
You mentioned Rumble, so we also have a story about Trump's Truth Social
Watch
or
out,
whatever.
watch it.
It's supposed to be coming out in March. It's supposed to actually debut. Do you think it's going to be what everybody's anticipating, that it's actually going to give the Twitters and others a run for its money?
Well, hopefully he learned from Parler. He can't make the mistake Parler made. Now, I know Parler, I think, has come back, but it lost its steam. It had momentum, and it lost it.
Yeah.
And it's never really recovered. I've looked at it, and I'm like,
It's just going to turn into a left wing, right wing.
Well, I guess to the point is that, like, when it came to them, Rick, they depended on
that's what I'm saying.
servers that Amazon and others owned.
I'm saying surely Trump's not going to make that
No,
mistake
and I think in the story it's a standalone deal.
Good.
I just wonder if it'll actually, people are so used to going to Twitter, they're so used to Googling something, they're so will they
for
change?
it to be successful? You're going to have middle of the road to left wingers come over.
Yeah, you're going to have to
if you're wanting to accomplish the goal of having everybody on one platform.
Yeah, because the reason why
that you can have a voice, but they're not leaving Twitter.
Yeah, the reason why you have all these platforms that are successful right now is people of all worldviews use them.
Exactly.
If you come up with one that people of only one worldview use, that probably is not a big enough
It may
number.
be successful and it may hang around, but it's not going to really accomplish what we all want it to accomplish.
Right, and I do think is
might.
it Devin Nunes? Is that he now is the CEO of it,
Right.
And they were sitting there talking about the fact that so a lot of folks might think it's slanted right wing. It's their main goal is it's uncensored. In other words,
just a platform.
It's a platform.
But there are people that,
not a publisher.
as long as
Right.
Trump is a part of it, they're never going to go that route.
Of course, yeah.
Unfortunately.
It is 16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They hate masks.
They do.
I don't know anybody that really likes them, to be honest with you.
No.
But
especially when they can't make their mind where they're good for us.
Right,
Yeah.
and it's all flat, like somebody had punched him in the mouth where he'd been sitting on it or something. So he's trying to get it situated. He's like, man, I hate this thing. I love you for coming, all this kind of stuff. And so we get in there, and I'm like, where can we sit? Because, you can only be in certain areas. A lot of people getting cancer treatment, by the way, a lot.
Sure.
And so she's like, hey, here's a little bench. You sit there. We'll let her know. We'll let her know when you're ready to come back. And so we sit there for a little bit, and he comes out, Josh, and just a great guy. He comes out and goes, she's about to come out. We're about to ring that bell. We got a little area over here where we're just going to shut everything down and have a big moment. And so that's kind of where this video, I guess, goes from that moment on. And she comes out just to ring in the bell.
Look at here she comes. There she is.
Pay close attention to what she says at the end.
I love it.
Cowbell.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, my hands are shaking.
There's a little certificate of completion.
Certificate of complete.
Listen.
You want to see what I got to wear when I get home?
There we go.
And they made a little science Alliance Care Cancer Care sign for Greg. Rang that bell.
Mom said yes to the dress. Rang that bell and beat cancer.
Yeah,
That's funny.
Yeah, but I don't know if you heard that.
I did hear that.
did. Yeah.
She told your dad, just wait till you see what I got to wear when we get home.
Right. Even with a mask on and finishing her last cancer treatment.
She's always going to have something sassy to say.
It just it just lit the room up. I don't know. I asked the staff this. I said, for a long period of time, I was asking my mom, are they putting chemotherapy in what they're sending or, putting into your body? Because you don't act like you're getting chemo. And then, of course, she started losing her hair, and I was like, okay, it's official.
Right. Yeah.
And then she gets through that. Because you've heard horror stories. People are in the bed for a week after treatment, and they can't get around. And then you have others that go to work. It's amazing.
Right.
The different, how your body reacts. And so then she starts the radiation side, which is not as invasive, but she did the external, and then she had to do the internal, which was a little bit harder to do, but she still got through it. And I asked the nurses that. I'm like, what see, how does that, how can you explain that? And they said a lot of it, of course, is just, hey, some people it affects worse, but a lot it's just attitude. You're like, hey, I'm coming in,
Right.
I'm going to beat this, I've got a good attitude. And a lot of times that can just conquer a lot. And then sometimes it can't, but my mom's attitude's just been amazing.
Yeah, well, I think they've proven, just like this thing you've seen, which is sad, when people have been married for a long period of time and one spouse seems to be in relatively good health, but the spouse dies. Well, if that person, you've heard the term, fails to thrive, goes down into a dark place and can't pull out of it, they usually die pretty soon after.
Right.
So there's a lot to that.
Yeah.
The about thriving during that and your attitude and the way you approach it.
Well, I think your mom's just she loves life. That's obvious. She has a real love for it, and you see that shining through.
Yeah, but there's
that.
nice people. And then I just sat there on the bench. I was like, I'm not really. You think I'm an overgreeter and a nice guy?
Yeah.
And then I see the staff, how they welcome people in, and they're just all bubbly and stuff. I'm like, I'm not nice.
No, here's the thing. You're all over that. You think you're nice because of the people you hang around.
That's exactly.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Right.
The company you keep, friend.
Yeah. This is a very weak conference. It's easy to win it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And you think about it, where we go to work, and it's just like high energy and what.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that go to work and they have to deal with people coming in that are really having a bad time.
Unlike us, that if you kind of take us down in a bad place, we'll avoid you.
Yeah.
We'll try to see if we can't remove you from the situation.
Right. But thank you, Alliance.
They have to lean into it.
We'll get further away from you than if you've got COVID.
They have to lean into it every day.
Yeah.
No, we're nowhere near as nice as most people.
No, it's just I left going, wow, I'm not that nice.
Right. You're only nice with everybody in here. That's not a big deal.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. We'll try to roll some phone calls coming up here, bottom of the hour. But anyway, let's hit on this. So we got a video today, an audio that Adler has found. So this is just, and I know it's not going to change anything, but it's still fun to point it out. That's one of the things we were discussing in the break. We've lost the ability to debate and discuss, and when I knew that ability was lost is when the first time you were in a conversation with someone and there wasn't an opinion involved. Now, opinions are different. It's like they said something was the way it was. You produce the factual evidence that what they said is incorrect, and they still keep saying it. And that's when you go, okay, well, I guess we've lost the ability to discuss and go, you know what, that counterpoint was a good one, and you're right. I guess what I thought was wrong. You can't. That doesn't happen anymore. So I know what we're about to do is going to have zero impact, but it's still going to be fun to kind of discuss it and point out the absurdity and the inconsistency and the hypocrisy of it. So the cancel culture and those that are part of it. Anybody, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, and then I'll go, okay, well, I'm going to be different. I'll say, okay. Their view is that you can be canceled, Joe Rogan we just talked about, for anything that you may or may not done, even if we edit it, just like, Joe Rogan said even when he was using the word that they put the thing together, he never used it in a derogatory racial way.
Yeah.
He was using the word and how bad it was. Instead of saying the N-word, he would say the word.
Yeah, if it came up in a subject.
Right, and they put kind of like hip-hop songs. Right. And so they would put together a montage of him just saying the word.
And there was a time you could do that and nobody was offended.
They didn't tell you what context he used it in anyway. But anyway.
May not have been smart.
Yeah, right. No, I agree with that completely. But you go to the cancel culture, and if they find anything in your past that is not under their approved correctness,
no matter how long
it was,
that's a moving target, by the way.
Yeah, but that's who you are forever, and you cannot change it. Right. Now they conveniently have excluded people that they love, and they've excluded the entire Democratic Party's history. Okay, all right, but now this is not even that far back if you really think about history. We're going back to 2008. Now remember, our current president claims that he's Catholic, and there are some priests that let him get away with that, and then there's some bold ones that don't.
Well, they deny him communion.
Some of them do, some of them don't. The Pope is not as rough on him as some of the actual ones that are in charge of
I think
parishes.
he went, didn't he, when he met with the Pope, didn't the Pope come out and say not to deny him?
I think he did. Did we have that right?
I think he got an edict from the very top, but I think some are still
So here comes, I don't know how to break this to the LGBTQ Democrat-loving Biden voting for community, but if Biden is a true Catholic, then he believes that God's standard for marriage is one man and one woman, and that there are only two genders. He made them male, he made them female. If he's a true practicing devout Catholic, okay? If he doesn't believe that, then he's not a true devout practicing Catholic. He has no way out here. Now, he tries to, because he tries to say, well, I'm both. That's not possible. And, those are the games, by the way, God's not crazy about. But anyway, so here he is in 2008, and I want you to listen to what he said in 2008. Here's our president. This is Senator Biden. Here we go.
I can't believe the American people can't see through this. We already have a law, the Defense of Marriage Act, where we've all voted, not where I voted and others said, look, marriage is between a man and a woman, and states must respect that. Nobody's violated that law. There's been no challenge to that law. Why do we need a constitutional amendment? Marriage is between a man and a woman. What's the game going on here?
Do you support gay marriage?
No. Barack Obama nor I support redefining from a civil side what constitutes marriage.
He spoke a lot clearer then.
He must be canceled today.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
boy, you notice the difference in the speech.
Oh yeah. Wow. Anybody who thinks he's not losing control of his faculties, that video should help you.
He certainly doesn't remember it.
No.
So here's where we are. Either Joe Biden's claim to be Catholic is a lie, or his claim to be okay with different definitions of marriage and love is love and people should be able to do whatever they want to do and shouldn't be denied marriage. One of those he's lying about.
And this is not the first time we've seen this video. This is not like it surfaced today.
No, it's everywhere.
So what you did is you took this person and made him president.
So Joe Rogan must be removed for anything he's ever said because we're not having any success getting him removed over ivermectin. So we have to
now let's go find something.
We have to go find.
You can see how it is. It's just evolving.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We didn't like what he said about COVID. Let's get him off. Well, it didn't work. Right. Oh, here are the edits of him saying the N word we've put together. Now we've had it forever, but now we're going to really get it out here and show you.
By today's,
and then what's next?
Yeah. By today's standard, if you are the cancel culture left, Joe Biden should be canceled by you because of his views that he was. By the way, I was not ready for how emboldened he was in 2008.
I wasn't either.
Then he is making it crystal clear that marriage is a man and a woman, period. And
now, if you look to the playbook, Rick, we go and we always look at film on football games to see what the other side's doing. If they play this out and they still have got a burr under their saddle for Joe Rogan, the next thing we will have a female come forward that says he has abused her.
Yeah, that's the
next thing. Watch out for that in the headlines anytime.
And then we'll produce video of women saying that about Biden, and nobody will pay attention.
Right. Yeah. Right.
So, so really, it's not the point. The bigger point we're making, and I know it's not a new point, but we need to remember this. So don't get so caught up in thinking that people that you hear that are real loud and real mean and do all this stuff, that they're just people of conviction. Man, hey, and you know what? Look at them with their passion and their conviction. It's really not true. It's just a bunch of games.
Again,
I mean, it's not really conviction at all.
He had that opinion then because then that was better to get him elected.
Yeah.
Now the opposite opinion he feels like works better for him. And now that's his opinion. It's typical politics.
So to my point, which one is he lying about?
I don't think he goes one way or the other. He's just going to check the wind and see which one he needs to follow.
What does he need to say that's better for him today?
That's why he's been in politics for 40-something years.
Yeah, play into the room.
Yeah. At that time, when he was so passionate about it, because that was the way to get elected. Then. So it changed a little bit. So all of a sudden, now he's changing.
So see, now there's no conviction.
No, they don't stand
There's
for
no
anything.
conviction. There's no consistency. And if today you're going to scream
And he
that
ain't
Joe
the only
Rogan should be canceled, then you should be screaming that Biden should be canceled as well.
That's true.
Or just let it go on both sides.
Hillary Clinton was
your
not.
option.
Hillary Clinton was not pro-gay marriage until 2013. They're sticking their finger in the wind, you guys.
That's it. They don't have a conviction, one way or the other.
Phone calls are next on any topic. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
I know we've talked to a pandemic and we've done all that, and God love your hair. It's taken a beating during all this, and then you tried to do something about it by turning that very well-known head over to your wife. She went to clipping and shearing, and you've come up with something that has I don't know what we'd call it, an improvement or not. It's just a different.
It's lighter.
It's a different look, and it is a.
I think I'm gonna go full. I'd like to go full. What did I tell you? The guy I was gonna get the cut that. We had on the podcast. What's his name? I can't think of his name.
Glenn Beck?
No, not
David Williams.
Dr. Williams? Because that's the one that that's where we seem to be heading.
Charles Billingsley.
Charles Billingsley.
Okay.
Bubba, your head can't be Charles Billingsley.
His
head is like half your size.
I need his hair, and I need. Let's see.
How about you want to be Lenny Kravitz?
Well,
yeah. What happened to that?
That's just a pipe.
They could fit Charles Billingsley's head inside yours twice.
I would love to see you with that haircut he's got, though, Rick.
Please do it, Bubba.
Tight on the sides.
Yeah.
By the way, somebody said if we wanted a surgical mask for Big Boy, if only Bubba had needed one when he was a kid.
Yeah, I know it.
But anyway, so
we could use a placemat, I guess.
So you've had a hard time, right?
Well, I called yesterday. I've been to one place and they were closed still, and then I called another place yesterday and they were very nice and they said, "Well, we've been very busy. How about 6:30 tonight?" And I'm like, that ain't working.
You'll be asleep now.
I got my pajamas on by then. So I don't know. It's such a backup now, and I think they're like the restaurants. They're cutting limited heads, so to speak. So it's just hard to get in right now.
Yeah.
And I need to get in really bad.
No.
Don't
worry about it.
Yep. It's gonna be. I'm gonna get my money's worth too. Y'all are gonna love it.
Greg, right now his haircut is almost like the park or neighborhood mascot.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, there goes Mr. Busty again. There he is, still with a bag of Tootsie Rolls.
Where's that Charles Billingsley picture? We got a picture here.
Bubba, if you would please get that haircut.
Oh my God,
that Charles has.
You talking about current Charles?
Yes.
Greg,
It's just skin.
You're right, Greg. What am I
On
thinking?
the
Please,
side,
Bubba, do that.
It's on the side. It's real tight on the side.
I want you to be able to picture us sitting here looking at that.
I know. You look that right there.
Yeah, there you
Please,
go.
Bubba,
There you go.
I'm begging you.
And so he got a little gray there on the side. He cut his blonde out.
And I want to see you pose just like that.
You think he cut it? He thought he was getting rid of more coronavirus by cutting it off like that.
Can I
didn't have anywhere to hide.
Bubba, I'd like for you to kind of look into the camera and look the way he's doing and see if maybe Adler dissolve you by his head.
He's kind of looking off in the distance.
Yeah,
same flip.
Kind of stare. Give a
but
sexy.
I got to look at that to see what he's
give
doing.
a sexy look.
You
over
don't
here.
even look.
No,
other way. Look the other way.
You're the other way. Other way.
Look
Bubba.
towards Speedy. You're right there.
Yeah.
Right,
Not quite as much.
Just kind of. There we go. We're getting close now.
If you could only pick one, Bubba, would you go shape of his face or his hair?
I think. Look, go for it. Take his whole look. Take his face and everything.
I'm not saying you can't.
My round face.
Well, you can in this world that I'm presenting.
Bubba, go ahead.
Anything's
can
possible.
Go to that face.
Oh,
go
yeah.
to it.
Oh yeah, I'd get.
You can put any hair you want to on that one
with the round face. Yeah,
you
sure.
can put anything on that. Who cares about hair at that point? He'd be bald and have Charles's face. But the
No, I thought. Did you say shape of head or face?
You shape a head, the whole.
I hear
head,
he's closing in. Sit still.
Sit still. Yeah.
All right, here we
No,
go.
don't turn so far.
There it is. There
You're
it
not
is.
going to be able to
He
look.
keeps wanting to look at it.
Yeah,
Stop
don't look
looking
at it.
Where did Charles go?
Okay.
Charles isn't smiling.
Okay, we've
Bubba.
lost it. Yeah.
That's
you go.
like
There it
a
is.
strange hybrid.
Yeah. Come on down a little bit.
Don't, Bubba, you can't look.
Will you stop looking?
Bubba.
Stop looking.
It's like you. Yeah, there you go. Real.
Yeah.
Act like you're looking at
That's
Betty.
all I can do.
Yeah, you're perfect right now. Yeah, we're just trying to line it up. Oh,
Bubba.
now we got it now.
Bubba,
We
quit
just
looking.
sit still, stop moving.
Good
Okay,
gracious.
look right. If you look at that,
there it
we've
is.
got it. We've got it.
We've
We've
got it.
got it.
There it is.
We've got it.
Don't you dare move.
Sit
Don't
still.
move.
Bubba's new album's just been released.
Here it comes.
Oh, yeah.
Here it comes.
Bubba.
Here it comes.
Relax your
We're
lips.
closing in.
Relax your lips, Bubba. There you go. There you go.
Oh.
Don't you move.
Bubba, you've got it right there perfectly.
There it is.
We're about to see what you look like with this hair. You are Charles now.
Wow. Oh, my God.
gosh, you are Charles.
Don't move.
You are Charles. We got it.
Oh, my
We
goodness.
got it.
Oh, my
That's
God.
impressive.
He's becoming.
That's impressive.
Oh, that's good.
I don't know what Charles is doing there.
Hey, Jolly.
I bet part of the family.
Bubba,
got it
sing
now.
us one.
Well done. Well done, guys.
That's
Sing us
good.
one.
Bubba, I think that would be a good look for you.
I might print out a picture.
So wait a minute.
uh,
Are you going to take the picture to the barbershop?
I might.
Yes,
Do it
please
like
do.
this.
When you
Bubba,
can't
please
hear it,
do.
everybody else, you hear it. It's time for a phone troll. Now, what is a phone troll? Well, if you're relatively new to the program, you may not know that. This is a little bit of a different take on a phone segment. This means that we've opened up all 10 lines here at the No Name Studio, and then the calls come in. We limit them to 30 seconds a pop unless Helmsy or Bubba give them a timeout. And then we roll through them much quicker. So we got more lines, so more of you can get in, bigger sample, and then we don't let people go on and on and on, and that way we get more people in. So 866 We Be Big is the number. 30 seconds at the end of that, you'll hear this. Your time on the program will close, and then we'll move to the next caller. All right, so let's get started. Let's see. Let's start with Tommy out of Dothan, Alabama, where we will be next weekend with the Pursuit Men's Conference.
Tommy.
He's listening to News Talk 103.9. Yeah, Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy.
Yeah, Tom. Go ahead.
An honor to talk to you. Good morning.
My pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Our pleasure.
I just wanted to comment on Biden. I think you're making the point clearly that term limits are the issue because politicians these days cannot have a conviction because a politician's job is to represent the will of the people, and the will of the people does change over time. And now, I'm a red-blooded American, the military veteran. I do not like Biden, but this guy's been there so long. Look how our country's changed over time. He can't represent the actual people because he's so...
Well, where I would disagree with you, though, which people are you talking about? Because there's still a large number of Americans that think that conviction of what he's supposed to have as a Christian, that he's does he not represent them too?
I think we're looking at this wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. We always say that they represent us. But in turn, what really happens, we elect them to represent us. They don't necessarily reflect the views of their constituents. You see what I'm saying? In other words, if you elect somebody, they can't go and ask their district, okay, 51% of you feel how on this issue every time. The district sends them there to use their best judgment, and they're representing us that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I want a person of conviction, and then I know that if my convictions line up with theirs, then they are representing me. But really,
or you think they'll use their best judgment to make decisions that you would, in general, agree with. Not all the time, not every single one of them.
But now, if you want to say that I do understand, and you're right, sir, that this country has changed dramatically on their view of things, and politicians change with them, there's no doubt that's happened.
Right.
Because they're trying to get elected. Yeah. But when you think about representing the people, you're talking about all the people, not some of them.
Well, and two, you will have politicians from time to time saying, look, I am against this issue personally, but if the people vote and want it, then we will do it. I won't stand in the way. And that varies on different topics.
Yeah.
But I think you're seeing here, he's not saying that the majority of people think that or whatever. He says, this is what I think. This is what President Obama thinks. This is... this is what we stand for. In other words, there's a difference in representing and leading, I guess. He can say, I feel this about this issue, and this is why I do it, and I want you to support me behind it.
Right. And the bigger point was the left says if you've ever had a point of view in any time in your life, that's your current view now.
Right.
But they don't say that about their own, people they protect or even themselves and their party. Let's go to Donnie out of the great state of Alabama. Donnie, go ahead. You got 30 seconds. How about it?
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. Thank y'all for what y'all do. Hey, I got the Biden politics down to a term that y'all need to start using. Remember the movie Nail with Jodie Foster and Liam Neeson?
I knew of it. I don't think I watched it, but I know what you're talking about.
Oh, you need to watch it. Nail, you'd have to watch it to understand, but Nail sits in the river and she got her hands in the air and she's going, ta-ta in the wind, ta-ta in the wind. That's five.
See, that's why I couldn't watch the movie. That part made me uncomfortable. Craig in Gulf Shores, Sunny
Craig.
105. Craig, go ahead. 30 seconds.
So during the kickoff hour, they're talking about Mark Wahlberg. There was a great interview last night on Fox, Ingra, whatever. And I was surprised what a man of Catholic faith he is. His new movie, Father Stew, is about an ex-boxer turned priest, and it just seemed like he really cares about things. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I think Mark Wahlberg is like a lot of us. I've been kind of watching him too because I like him as an actor.
Yeah,
and I think he's like a lot of us. I think as far as the way he sees the world, he has evolved as he's gotten older, and a lot of things, hopefully, like with a lot of us when we're young and dumb, change. And one of those things you see, he is trying to work out, like a lot of us, his faith as well. And there's been a lot of things that have changed over time.
And he seems like he has a pretty strong family too. I mean, not not always where you want to be, but there is a structure there.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think there's been some changes in his life, and hopefully those will continue in that direction. Dingo, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, man, it's Dingo Danny. I had a question for you. Has there ever been a moment in the show that y'all look back on and kind of thought was a little awkward, or you regretted it and you wish you could have done it differently?
Right now. Right at this moment.
10 seconds ago.
I'm kidding.
Hey.
No, I actually took the call. I mean, you do call a lot, and you might want to dial it back to about 50%. But what I'm saying is this: I thought you had a good question, and so I thought you got on because it was worthy.
Yeah.
Yes, I have, absolutely.
I think all of us at some point.
Yeah. If I try to get specific, honestly, maybe it's because I tried to remove it and burn it out of my memory.
Right.
But there have absolutely been days that I have been driving away from here, and I really regret how I handled that. Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, I think every day when you lay down to go to sleep, if you're if you don't just pass out. You probably review in your mind the things of the day, and a lot of times you go, I could have handled that better.
Well, and also there's things that I've said
Wiser.
that I've said in the past, to your point about that I honestly just had wrong.
Yeah.
And as I got older and wiser, and a lot of times found out things, through my faith, growing in my faith, and understanding some things that I didn't understand at one time. There's been times that I've looked back and said that I wish I could do a do-over on that one. Wendy in Mobile. Wendy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I was trying to figure out if Bubba had the Joe Rogan headphones on, because his don't have the gout with that big head like everybody else.
No, he tried them, and I saw him do it. He went and got the old ones, and he said, "This feels so good."
Well, we're trying different styles and different types. Here's the problem. The pair that I have is the pair everybody would like to have and wants.
That's right.
Yeah.
But I don't think they make them anymore, and so they are obscenely expensive now.
Yeah.
To the point that you just can't buy a whole bunch of them. You can't find them to buy them if you have the money.
I tried to
buy
find them.
And so when one pops up every now and then, we try to grab it.
Yeah, so I would like to have mine back if we can ever fix the. Doesn't it just need to?
I talked to the engineer about that. Is
it over?
It's a tough break in a weird
place. If
place.
it's over, that's all right. But
I think we could. I think we could fix them, but I don't think they'll ever feel the same on your head.
I have a pair that broke, and I glued them back, but it's not. It's snug.
That's what.
It's
that's what he was
kicked out
saying.
on the bottom.
So that's. Let me be clear. If I have a pair of those that are not broken, I'd rather be in those.
Yeah. No.
But if they're broken, then I'm fine with this.
Yeah. But Bubba got those there. I think that's the only new pair you have, right, Bub?
Yeah, and
then you got the Rogans.
I tell you why I did it. I just bought them myself because I could not justify the company buying them.
Wow!
It was
that proud of them?
It was that embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Let's go to Craig, 1047 WZZK Gardendale. Craig, go ahead.
Craig.
Morning, fellas. Hey, I just want to say, everybody keeps saying what Biden said and Biden did. No, Biden's not doing anything. It's the group behind him that's saying what they're saying. It's the group behind him that's doing what they want to. And also on this COVID stuff, it's not about the sickness. It's about being obedient. They're trying to figure out and they're trying to train people to do as they say. So we just need to open up and look at what's really going on and who's really running the show right now.
Yeah, well, and that's why elections and this midterm one's going. I mean, it's a big one.
They all are, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm talking about a big one. Let's go to Terry out of Alabama. Terry, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, love the show. My husband and I are going to Birmingham this weekend, and we wanted to know if you could suggest a very nice restaurant to go to.
Going
to Buc-ee's.
Oh boy,
going to Buc-ee's on Sunday.
Well, it ain't gonna get any better than Buc-ee's. I mean, but look, Terry. Here's the problem. You realize this is the weekend before Valentine's Day.
Yeah, if you ain't got reservations now, you ain't getting in.
Yeah, I mean the ones I would suggest.
You'd be lucky to catch a drive-through somewhere.
Yeah, there's no way you could get into the ones I'm thinking about. I mean, there's no way.
Yeah. Email us if you don't mind.
Terry, email. We'll throw some suggestions, but the ones that you're thinking about, you said the word nice restaurant. And
since you're coming to town, we assume we kind of understand what you're wanting to do. But
right.
It's going to be bad right now.
Well, Greg's got a pretty special romantic weekend scheduled with Lisa, and I'll tell you where he's taking her if you want to email us.
He won't hush about Valentine's.
I know. I don't know what it is.
Every break.
It's the grandkids. He's nice. His heart's so big.
It's turned him into a romantic.
It has.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nice. Don't you ever change.
Don't think he didn't know.
Right. Please do that because you got to be able to get in to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the biggest
What's your appointment situation? Have you tried to get one?
Yeah, he said 6:30. They had one to come 6:30. He's going to bed after that.
Oh.
Yeah, he couldn't get there at 6:30.
No,
really?
way. I ain't going
he
back.
He falls asleep in the chair. He can't go out at that time.
I done geared down by then.
He goes out at that time for one thing only: cheap Mexican. That's it.
No, I'm done by then.
Yeah.
That's 5 o'clock, 4:30 from
yeah. Oh yeah. It was so weird because we all talk about we live the life of senior citizens when we have dinner. So we were like there was a call like for Spiral Dogs again yesterday, and so as soon as it's called, Sherri goes to the grocery store, comes back, or she gets back about 4, Well, heck, I'm out there firing the grill up, and young Broderick was like, Dad, what are you doing? I said, I'm about to cook these hot dogs. We about to do spiral dogs. He said, Dad, it's 4.
Oh, we eat.
I said, yeah, we're
sometimes
gonna,
at 3.
We're going to be eating about 4:30. He's like, 4:30?
Yes,
he said,
absolutely.
He said, I didn't even have lunch till 2:30. I said, well, that's on you.
Yeah.
You living on senior citizen time.
Buddy, if it's getting to 5 o'clock and we haven't eaten yet,
we panic.
What?
5 o'clock, my knees are knocking. You know?
I hit heavy on my stomach when I lay down to go to
All right,
sleep.
now they're putting Bubba's face on Bo Jackson's hair.
Okay.
Don't move. Bubba, relax your lips. You really want to tighten them lips.
Yeah.
Just relax.
I think he does that uncontrollably.
Yes, yeah. Just relax, Bubba.
Just
Relax.
Just be still.
Be still. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness.
We'll be right back. Look, you can tell the American people whether we look. I'm not coming down on whether we should or we shouldn't. They're done.
Mm-hmm.
They're just like, and we're done with this. And I'm not talking about people that are. It's probably the way it should have been at the beginning. If you're at high risk, watch yourself. The rest of us. Let me tell you some of the things that's funny though. I want you to listen to this. This is one I saw, and there's some memes out there about it too. But I thought the point was still very good. There's a lot of people that have a worldview that are really conflicted when these kind of things happen. We now have pro-choice people literally saying, well, now what you do with your body may affect other people.
Shocking, isn't it?
How about that concept? How about, so I thought it was just my body and I can do with it whatever I want.
Right, how about that?
Well, but you got to be careful because what you do with your body might affect somebody else.
Really? You think so?
My goodness.
No way.
What a concept. I mean, that is
yeah, you better be careful. You might paint yourself into the corner of the basement there.
So wait a minute. So I can't just do anything I want to with my body if it affects other people. So anyway, I don't know what to do. I'm just continuing to do the best I can. I'm kind of moving on with my life, and I'm going where I'm allowed to go and not going where I'm not allowed to go. And I can't figure it out because politics and agenda and propaganda and science, follow the science. Well, the problem is our science. These same people that are screaming follow the science are the ones that tell us to follow the science about man-made global warming and climate change. And I don't think there's anybody. I haven't. Now, look, again, like I said, we may be wrong about this. It's just the way the people who claim to believe it are acting, that as we said very clearly.
Hey, ain't no woman going to tell me what to do with my body, Rick. I'll tell you that.
But you might affect. Oh, wait a minute. You might. But what about. So.
What a mess.
What a mess.
You go online and you see highly trained doctors, and they're screaming, if we don't shut this down, we're going to have the darkest winter in American history. And then you've got a whole bunch screaming, what we're doing is absolutely 180 degrees the wrong thing to do. If you are well, get out, take your mask off. You need to be exposed. And if you are sick, protect yourself. And it's just... And all of them are supposed to be highly trained. They got all kind of degrees. They treat people. They're seeing people. Hey, medical community, give us a heads up. Who are we supposed to follow? Y'all need to get on the same page.
I'm at the point now.
What the hell?
I'm at the point now, seriously, that I literally, if somebody comes and says, are you a scientist or a medical doctor? Yes, I am. Okay, who you going to vote for in November?
Yeah.
And once you...
Rick, follow the science. Just follow the science. It's clear as a bell.
I think I'm following the agenda, propaganda, and the politics.
Rick, I'll tell you, here's another one. This is going to blow you away. Blow you away. The World Health Organization, who is supposed to be the people watching this.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
they're dandies.
They're appointed by the UN as the guardian of all health on the planet, okay? They came...
Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 28 years, still here. Hey, are you looking for... this is a good idea. How about sending somebody a box of awesome? Or maybe you start receiving these yourself from Bespoke Post. It doesn't cost anything to sign up, and it's flexible. You can go month to month. You can cancel a month. You can do it however you want. But here's how it works. Boxofawesome.com, they're going to ask you some questions about yourself if you're going to receive them, or for the person you're going to send them to. And I'm going to tell you, it's great to get them for yourself. Really cool to send them to somebody, especially that person you think, I can't think of what I would get them. This is a great idea. And here it's full of all kinds of collectibles and outdoor products and grooming goods, gadgets. Like if you say you're going to send one to Bubba, well, you go gadget. You fill out some questions. He loves a gadget, and so they every month they get a box of awesome with stuff in there that they love, or you get it if you want to do it for yourself. There's about $70 worth of stuff, but you pay a fraction of that for the box, and it doesn't cost anything to sign up. So use the promo code Bubba. We'll get you 20% off the first box. So go to boxofawesome.com and start receiving yours, or send it to someone as a gift. Boxofawesome.com. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, let me read you an email, okay, before we get into this Bob Saget update, okay? Yeah. And this is the ongoing headphone saga here at the No Name Studio. It comes from one of our listeners. Good morning, sir. I'm one of your Bible study guys for the last 3 years. By the way, the latest Wednesday Bible study is out there now and available. We have links on all of our social media platforms as we're walking through Genesis right now. I'm learning so much, and you encourage me more than you'll ever know, and thank you for all you're doing. So I think, well, what a nice, kind email. It's an encouragement, and, wouldn't be sharing it right now if it didn't have the next paragraph. I would like to know who gave you the new headphones. Are they mad at you? I would like to offer to pay for a new set that looks like the other guys. Yours
Are they mad at
yours make you look really funny, especially during the Bible study when the camera is closer in. I hope. Tell me what I can do to get you some more headphones.
What's funny about this? What's really funny about this? When I was trying to find a different version to replace these, and I found those, and the specs look good. Some people were using them, and we thought, well, maybe they're acceptable. Nowhere on the checklist did I look for may look funny on your head.
I know. Well,
so you never even think about that.
Let me come along the side and say I agree with you wholeheartedly. When you gave them to me and I put them on, it never entered my mind how they look. I just wanted to know how they sound.
Yeah.
And honestly, they sound good enough to be a replacement for what we had. But now I'm becoming self-conscious about people say I look funny, and they wonder if whoever gave them to me was mad at me.
So we have.
And look, here's the thing that gets me. You left them and went back to the others. Why didn't I pick up on that?
Yeah.
I saw you do that, so even you think they look ridiculous.
Well,
is this a joke on me?
I was trying it out, and I found these, and I got these, and I went back home. Because they're just so
I want to go home
enjoyable.
because those are the best ones ever made.
Rick, take these and let's see take these.
Well, you can't put these on. Did you see you in these?
Yeah, I do the kickoff hour in them.
Your tiny little bald
Listen,
head.
what we
in
can
this.
do when
Why
we have
don't you wear those?
Those are good though, Rick.
Because then we're switching back.
Rick, those are good. Let's just give them to the guest.
Okay.
Well, we got some for the guest or here.
Yeah, but so
here.
No, it's fine.
Now, which ones are those? Speedy?
Are those 600? I'll put these on without moving them and see.
Are they 600?
These are V600s.
I'm gonna sit here and look silly. Okay. Okay. No, I understand.
They look fine. You got dog ears, but that ain't no big deal.
All right, how about
you?
This?
Just like
Let me tell you this.
Greg, no one.
Rick, I think they look better than you've ever.
He
had.
thought
Have
that
you
was
ever
a
been
compliment.
beat up by somebody with these on?
Guys, don't miss that. He thought by telling you like you have dog ears was a compliment.
I know.
Well, who don't want to have dog
See the
ears?
difference.
Wait, did you feel good about that?
People come up and rub
good.
them.
Yeah. Take those off and immediately.
Hey, I'm gonna make Rick feel better. I'm gonna tell him it looks like he has dog ears on. No, man, don't be upset. You just like you have dog ears.
Yeah, no biggie. I like
Take
dogs.
those off and immediately put these on.
Look,
See if you
guys,
can tell the difference.
look in here.
No, just leave it in this.
Look,
this
I'm
slot.
Bravo 5. Speedy, you give them to him. I'll give these to you and give me the goofy ones. I don't care.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet, sweet home.
Yeah.
Yeah, take those.
Oh,
give me
my
the goofy
goodness. I
ones.
wish I'd never put these on.
What's wrong with them right there?
I'll
Do you
take the
want
goofy
these
ones.
and me wear the goofy
No,
ones?
no, I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'll tell you
look
this.
Like a good
I don't really
You're like
mind
a
wearing.
jackass.
I don't mind
All right.
wearing these during the show, but they won't be on the Bible study again. I mean, the guy said, "Looks
Well,
like
you know
somebody's
what?
mad at
Start
me."
wearing
wanna
headphones
switch it
during the
out.
Bible study.
Huh?
I didn't know you wore headphones during the Bible study. You used to stand out behind.
No,
something.
we changed that back years
Greg?
ago.
That away.
No,
well, I know
it's been at least 2 years.
You listen.
He's
to
flipping
the podcast.
houses. He don't care.
Yeah. He's podcaster.
I don't see what he looks like when I'm hearing
I'd like to see you bring that love seat in here in front of this, and you sit on the love seat.
Well, what we found out, Adler and
That's
I,
where it ought to go. Right
Adler and I,
during
before COVID, we had a lot more men in the studio, and I wore like a lavalier, and the quality of the
lavalier.
sound, and the quality of sound was okay.
lavalier.
But once we went into the doing it basically virtual, now 90% of the people that get it are virtual, and there's not as many men in the room. And when we went back to that, Adler and I both agreed the quality of the way the archive sounds on these microphones is so much better.
Oh, yeah.
And now really me sitting here, especially with this new setup, them sitting here in the room, me sitting here is it works good.
Yeah.
And it gives you a much better quality on the archive.
If you didn't have him funny looking ones on.
Well, yeah, up until a guy said it, asked me if somebody's mad.
Right.
Somebody pulling one on
Yesterday on the kickoff hour, we brought up a possible feature on the kickoff hour, at least, where you have to get behind the curtain or on the mat, depending on what you've done. Bubba, you brought up a great point. Do you remember when we had the Red Velvet Lounge? I mean, the other one back on the bluff. When comedians came in, we made them like stand up and do a little something, and that didn't last long. And I actually got told off by one of the comedians. Told me just let me sit down. So that didn't last long. Quite a jerk. But
we still got it. We can have it over there.
But what about if we brought a love seat in or a seat on the mat? And so when a guest comes in and goes, "Welcome to the mat,"
You're on the mat.
You're on the mat, and they have to sit down. And that's where they sit.
I like it.
Okay, it's stupid. Okay, never mind. It's a work in progress.
I'm really glad you didn't have the goofy headphones on when you said it.
Right.
How about this?
What about the love seat? Welcome to the couch.
Can I tell you, I was so not with the direction you were going, I stopped listening about it.
Well, are we going to look at the back of their
that's
head?
fine.
I at least listen.
Right.
We'd be looking at
the
back of their
audience
head.
didn't.
No, it's fine. I mean,
No, I was saying as an alternate setup.
It was your
for
idea,
the
Bubba.
Bible
I just
study.
went with it.
sitting around like we're having a little skull session.
Yeah.
The,
Welcome to the couch.
yeah, but the
On the mat.
so
Behind the curtain.
what we really did is we realized that the Wednesday Bible study, the archive people are by far the larger number, and those that are watching on streaming. So we're giving them the best experience and telling the guys in the room, y'all can adapt to it, which they have.
Right. Adapt.
Yeah. So anyway, so there
Adapt
you go.
or be denied.
But now I didn't realize a guy would say, I've been with her 3 years, and what's wrong with the headphones? But I mean,
I will say this. I will say this. Again, until you have the other ones on, now it does look better.
Oh yeah, it does look better. It's 100% better.
I think the other ones look better.
You ain't gonna get me on that. I know what you're doing, and you ain't gonna get
Rick, them other ones look better than you've ever looked. Hey, look.
He literally.
He looks like the alien on Flintstones.
Rick and Bubba.
Came out and they were running a test on this
Hydrochloroquine.
Thank you, hydroxychloroquine.
Mm-hmm.
They stopped the test because they said it is so dangerous.
Sure.
We just cannot even finish the test on it. It's just so
WHO
dangerous.
said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, y'all been giving it to everybody who travels to Africa for 50 years. You've never said a peep about it. But now you can't even test it. It's so dangerous.
You know what?
Lupus
Are you
patients
kidding
take
me?
it.
Lupus patients.
It's because Trump's taking it.
Other authorized type things. I mean,
Yeah.
I think
how did and if you want to say it does no good for COVID, whatever.
That's
but
fine.
to say it's dangerous, well, then you're poisoning a whole bunch of people.
I'm sure it has a risk for something. An aspirin has a risk.
Mm-hmm.
Everything has a risk, okay? But you can't even complete the test. It's so dangerous. Give me a break.
I'm wondering.
If Trump had just said, I'm going to travel to Africa, that'd give him 2 doses of it.
No, you're right.
And never look twice about it.
Well, I think, honestly, because, I don't pay attention, so, of course, hydroxychloroquine was not the story it was then.
Right.
But I've been to Africa
You probably had it.
at 2 different occasions, and they did give us a prophylactic for malaria. I bet it was this.
Yeah, probably was.
Because you know what they told me? You'll probably be fine. You might have some weird dreams.
that's
No,
all right.
honestly, they did. And but I never did. I didn't have any problem with it. But I think we were given that when we went to Africa both times.
So, I mean, Rick, it's been out 50 years. This ain't something we just rolled out of the lab, okay?
Right.
And I understand for certain heart patients, they may be
That's
a higher
fine.
risk. But they're
You talking about like all other
They're
medications?
acting now like you're rolling the dice with your life.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
you might as well choose between it and meth. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Well, we
It-
know-
It can't be that dangerous, guys. It can't be.
No,
Y'all
we
been
give it to
passing
a lot
out.
of people.
We
I mean,
know
you've
this.
been giving it to kids like M&M's going to Africa, okay?
Yeah.
Come on.
We know this is a fact, though,
I'm
Bubba.
going to yell over here a lot today.
Get over and yell. Cause
I mean,
what the? Well, you know what? We're going to, Bubba. We're going to town crier format. We are. We're all going to be town criers today, and we're going to shout to the world, tell us something.
goodness.
But here's the thing, Bubba. Here's what we know. back to this again. We know for a fact that the WHO looks dirty. We know for a fact that the Trump called them out. We know for a fact it made them mad at Trump. Now look at it. It makes more sense.
Yep. Rick, there was one story. And
We know that.
I don't know.
They
because
don't like Trump.
Rick,
because he embarrassed them.
I don't follow the WHO. But there was one story this weekend that the president of China, or whatever he's called, his wife is on their payroll as their goodwill ambassador.
Bubba, you got to get away from the WHO. I've been telling you this.
If that was Trump and they were paying Melania, the world would lose their cotton picking mind. What?
I know. The WHO.
Rick, what?
You remember the stuff we taught where they tied them. Look, the thing of the WHO being adhering to whatever China wants and whatever propaganda China needs, that's factual. You can't trust the WHO. The CDC, you wish they were a little not as shaky as they are. They're a little better. I trust them more than WHO. Looking on the spiritual side of things, because that's where we need to go, because the world, trust me, it does not have the answers, as you see, the horrible inconsistencies. And, I think you get to a point where you go, okay, is this what you want me to do? I'm doing it. Nope, you're not doing it right. There's nothing more frustrating than for you to try to say, is this what you want me to do? And then for a person just to say, well, you're still not doing it right.
Right.
And that can happen sadly inside the church as well. Well, you guys do talk about Jesus, but you don't do it right. And but anyway, so going to Scripture and looking, we find interesting this point in Genesis chapter 6, and this is of course before God destroys the whole world, except for Noah and his family. And it says that the Lord saw the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intention of the thoughts of the heart was only evil continually. And the Lord was sorry that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him to his heart. So, and then it says, that's when he says, I'm going to blot out all mankind and the animals and everything, except what I'm going to put on the ark. Of course, the ark, looking forward to all of those in Jesus, will not receive the final wrath of God. Right. Jesus is the ark, and those that get on it will not receive the wrath of God, and those that don't will. So I thought, well, then I'm going to look over in Matthew 24, and then I'm going to see what Jesus said about this very thing. And so Jesus says that for as were the days of Noah. Mm-hmm. All right, so we know when we got. Well, so in order to understand what Jesus is talking about, you got to go back to the days of Noah.
Right.
So in the days of Noah, it said mankind was so evil that God grieved and regretted he ever made mankind. And he said, so I will wipe them off the face of the earth except this bunch right here. And then I'll do a new beginning with them. Okay? So Jesus says, and all he's talking about in Matthew 24 is the end times when he's come back.
Right.
Okay? So he says,
the second coming.
Yeah, for as were the days of Noah, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. Mm-hmm. Okay? For as in those days before the flood, they were eating and drinking and marrying and giving into marriage until the day when Noah entered the ark, meaning people out there that were all evil, they didn't think anything about it. They thought Noah was an idiot, just like people think all of you who follow Jesus are idiots now. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. Thank you for being with us. Our number 866 We Be Big, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba, all here today. And we thank you for being with us. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Right there is Bill Bubba Bussing. Buddy, how you doing?
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Little anniversary wish to Sherri Burgess today. Love you, baby. Sherri and I were married 26 years ago today. 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
Baby brother didn't even sing.
I did sing.
You
it.
mouthed it.
I was singing.
You went.
That's not
So-
true. I was right in the pocket.
So it was, you were in the pocket. Well, it's an interesting tie-in because Bubba was there. He remembers the first time that I ever saw Sherri, and as they were introducing her to the team when the show was in the early stages, and we were trying to work out whether, trying to become the Rick and Bubba show and all of that. And she came there as a news person over on the AM, and they would let her come over and I started letting her work with us, and I was just like,
I had to give her my seat.
Yeah, you did.
Yep.
and I, small little studio there, and I started the campaign to try to get her to go out with me, and I know you felt so bad for me. I mean,
Oh, I told you were no way.
I tell people this all the time. I said, Bubba was like, Rick, please, you just.
I mean, it didn't look
just
good to
don't.
begin with, Rick. And let's face it, it wasn't going real well to begin with.
No, it wasn't. To help out, we've told this story before, but to help out some guys out there that may be pursuing the woman of your dreams, Sherri did attempt to play the friend card.
Put you in the friend zone.
Tried to put me in the friend zone. Hey, we're cutting up. We're having fun. We're trying to do a show together a little bit and all that. But, I just, I like you, but let's just be friends. And I said,
it was a great gutsy move on your part, Rick.
Well, it was. I went for the win.
I
went for 2.
It really worked because I doubt that Sherri had that. I don't want to say line,
right,
but that approach.
Well, I
lack of a better
given to
term.
her.
I remember where I was standing when I said it, and I said because I'd gotten excited that we might go out when I came back from Christmas break.
Because didn't y'all go to lunch or something?
Well, no, we had talked about that we were going to do that when we got back from the break. I think she was just delaying me.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, I thought every single woman in the world dreams of an overweight guy, driving a broken down car.
Mm-hmm.
Who's been divorced, has 2 small children, and has a mullet. I thought to myself,
I mean, what more could anybody
I
want?
thought to myself, what woman doesn't want that? And so
Irresistible.
And so anyway, I played this card, and I said, I am not looking for a friend because I already have friends, and they're guys.
Right.
I have no desire to have a female friend. I want to pursue you, date you, and marry you. I don't want to. I don't. I have guy friends. I don't really. That's not a void in my life. A void in my life is to have a woman that I could date and hopefully marry. And so I had no idea what I was saying at the time, and so that didn't work.
I remember you coming back telling me you said that, and I was like, wow.
Right. It was a bold move because it was that thing where you go for 2 to win the game, and if you don't make it, it's over.
You either look like you made a great call or you look like a total idiot.
Because look, let me tell you
There's no in between.
Let me tell you something. That's a friendship killer.
It is.
Doesn't work.
It sure is.
And so now it's going to get awkward. So anyway,
and it took a little period of time after that, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, she will now openly admit it took years for her to admit this, but she openly admits that she was driving in her car to come to work, and I was on the air, and I had taken the "Wonderful Tonight" song from Eric Clapton. We used to get those tracks, and it didn't have the lyrics on it, like karaoke. That was before karaoke was cool.
Nobody even knew what that word was yet.
And I sang to "Wonderful Tonight," Sherri, read me the news tonight. And I sang it on the air, and she said she was in her car, and she thought, this person is either dangerous or I really kind of dig it. And she said, I will admit that got to me. And I thought, well, this guy's he's really laying it out there. And so she said, I gave you a charity lunch, and that lunch led to us, liking each other, cutting up. And so really one of the things that we get to celebrate today, I said that on the post that I put out to wish her a happy anniversary today, God used Sherri to literally save my life. And we were, neither one of us were at very good places in our life, but me much worse than her. And if I don't go to a local church, I'd not been in a church for 13 years. I was not a member of a church. I was living a life of complete darkness, and while claiming, of course, that I was a Christian. If that topic ever came up, which was, I didn't know enough about Scripture to even know that what I was saying didn't really hold up if you put it against Scripture, because I'm not talking about stumbling. That is not what I'm talking about. You see in Romans chapter 7 that Paul says, and he's angry with himself, why do I still struggle with sin? The disciple of Jesus will struggle with sin as long as we have fallen flesh, but the disciple of Jesus does not live in continuous, deliberate, a perpetual life of sin. And you see that clearly in Scripture, and I didn't really know that, but you would have thought even common sense would have told me that. So I was one of those, you don't have to go to church, be a Christian person, all that embarrassing stuff. So I walk into a church there in Gadsden to find a place for us to get married, and I run into Rick Cagle, who has gone on to glory now, and I had the honor of going and being part of his funeral. And through our conversation, to make a long story short, paraphrasing, he said he would rather not marry me to Sherri, and I thought he maybe had some problem with something, and like the fact that I'd been married for a short period of time, and he was just one of those people that says that's a no go for me. And he said no, that really didn't have anything to do with it. I don't even know the details of that. I'm not going to marry you because you're lost. And I was like, what?
He was a straight shooter.
Yeah,
he was.
And I said, well, who are you to tell me I'm lost? I mean, I've been baptized twice, which was true, by the way. And he didn't say it exactly this way, but he basically said, well, it must have just been water, and he began to name the things in my life. And now, why did he know those things? And I think this is the thing we often forget. Because the way we live is who we are. I didn't have to tell him these things. He didn't have to be with me. All he had to do was listen to the show in those days, and he could deduce pretty quickly sins that were not stumbles for me, that were the way I lived. I mean, it wasn't hidden, because why? I'm living my life. And I was living a life in complete rebellion to the very God that I claimed had saved me at one time when I was a kid. So we got in that conversation, and I'm not saying in that moment I was like, oh yeah, man, you're right. I was prideful, like the flesh can be. I didn't like being told that, but I really didn't have a very good case against him. You ever had that moment?
Yeah.
And so I went home, and I was living by myself at the time in this little tiny cracker box palace, and where Sherri and I would start our lives. But at that time, I was living there by myself, and I can still see that carpet because I didn't do a very good job keeping my carpet clean. And I went into my house, and of course I'm from Alabama, so my house has Bibles in it. Not that I ever opened them, but they were in there. And I had more Bibles than I knew Bible verses. And I didn't even get the joke. I did not get it. But I went to the Bible, and I was like, I need something. I was under conviction, and because of his obedience. And he wasn't mean to me. He loved me. He loved me enough to be honest with me. And he not only was being used by God to save my life, he probably was being used so I wouldn't destroy Sherri's life, like I had destroyed so many people's life up to that point. And so the Bible fell open to the book of James. I didn't get the joke. I didn't know enough about it to know that how hilarious it was for a man that knew so little about Scripture is now going to study James. And so I looked at 4. We talked about earlier when we were remembering Rudy Abbott. Greg, we were raised in a house where our parents and our dad they were authoritative. Mm-hmm. So I immediately recognized the word submit. I knew what that meant. And I saw submit yourself then to God, resist the devil, he'll flee from you, come near to God, and he'll come near to you. And it just clicked with me, because credit to my parents and my grandmother, I mean, I had been raised in the faith, so it's not like I didn't know about it. And when I looked down and saw that word submit, because I'm trying to figure out, how does a little boy go forward on Highway 78, and how do I get baptized as a little child, then get baptized again as a teenager when I didn't see the change in my life? And I thought I was a good Christian just because I didn't drink and get drunk. The other things I were doing that was sin, for some reason I lowered them down to, and so, like we all do, justifying sin in our life. And I just realized that I was under my own authority. I was not under God's authority. I did whatever I wanted to do. And so at that moment, I just didn't even know the right words to say. I just said, I want to change. I want a second chance at life. I've messed up this first thing, and I've caused a lot of damage. I love this woman. I want to be what I need to be for her. I can't be that unless you change me. I love these sins in my life, and I need something to change that. So I'm going to leave my authority, and I'm going to come under your authority, and I submit completely to you. I ask that you forgive me. I know that you love me because I knew the gospel. I know that you love me. I was never agnostic or anything like that. I know that you love me. I just don't love you. So teach me to love you. And in that moment, I submitted to his authority. Sherri and I got into pre-marriage counseling with the pastor that married us. And so we actually celebrate not just our marriage, but we celebrate our redemption. And Sherri said, when we got married, she said, I was at that prayer, how you kneel for prayer together as a husband and a wife, and the pastor's praying over you. She said, in that moment, I felt the holiness of God, and I knew for the first time in my entire life, I was finally where I was supposed to be.
Wow.
That's great.
And so it's a big day for us all the way around. And I'm so thankful for the gift of her and for a gracious, merciful God. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
All right. Happy anniversary, baby. We'll be back 17 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And it says, Noah entered the ark just as everybody else was carrying on their evil, and they were unaware until the flood came. And then he says, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. So if you want to take the two and put them next to each other, you got Old Testament, Jesus is the ark, and then you got Jesus saying in the New Testament, the way things happened to the world in Noah's day, when you see that kind of society again, just like then, people are going to be carrying on like it's no big deal, and they didn't know it until the ark was shut and the floods came and wiped everybody out. So will be the same thing about the coming of the Son of Man. I'd pay attention to that. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen this week, and we may all be dead and gone when it does happen. But it's important to pay attention to Scripture. And when you take those two things and lay them side by side, it is an interesting look. Especially when you look out and you see what you see all across the world with pestilence and pandemics and death and raging and violence. And then people have become unreasonable, which is what Jesus said, look for. You know, there used to be a time we go, I disagree with you, here's the problem, we need to fix it, and this is what you need to do to fix it. Now it's just a bunch of screaming and yelling, and there's no solution offered or any solution that's acceptable.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you had something you wanted to read here.
Well, Tony Dungy, who I have a lot of respect for as a man and coach, over many years, and I think a very wise man, he tweeted something out here that I think really is encompasses the whole thing. He says, I have watched the events in Minneapolis unfold the last few days, and I have wondered and prayed about how I should respond. Below are my thoughts. I hope you read the whole thing. Of course, battery low. I hope you read the whole thing because the final thought is the most important. Romans 12:21. Said many years ago, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. But we can't go forward with judgmental, bitter spirits. We need to be proactive, but to do it in the spirit of trying to help make things better. And it can't just be the African American churches. It has to be all churches taking a stand and saying, we're going to be on the forefront of meaningful dialogue and meaningful change. We have to be willing to speak the truth in love, but we have to recognize that we're not fighting against each other. We are fighting against Satan and his kingdom of spiritual darkness.
No doubt.
In the words of the Apostle Paul, do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans 12:21.
If you think about the civil rights movement of the 60s. At the forefront of it, and I know Dr. King was not a perfect man. Nobody involved in that was perfect. I'm not perfect. I know all that. But the foundation of that movement was biblical.
Yes.
Okay? It was a biblical-based movement. This isn't. What's going on right now? You see foul language, foul behavior, foul spitting on people in authority. All these things that we as followers of Christ are told not to do. But we certainly have a call. If you go to Acts 16, you'll see. I think I'm right on that. Paul is actually protesting the way he's being treated.
Right.
Okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong at all. Matter of fact, that's biblical. We take a stand. You don't just sit there and let people do things to you that are unjust. But as Tony Dungy said, and as the Bible says, there's a way to go about it. Now, I understand that you're saying, well, Rick, I don't follow your faith, so I don't care what you have to say about that. Okay, fair. But I would just say to the people that do claim to be part of that faith, we have a way that we're supposed to operate even during protest and pointing to the lack of justice that is different than the world. And what I see right now is the world is kind of dominating the narrative right now. And as Tony Dungy said, it can't just be the African American church; it's got to be the entire church. I think it's sad that we even have something we call, well, that's a white church, that's a black church. That was never the intention. That's not what heaven's going to look like. And so keep in mind, the churches are segregating themselves on purpose. They're choosing to, and I think that's problematic. But you can't force people to. 2 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. Bubba, I'm stoked about this conversation we're going to have. It's going to be creepy.
Yeah.
And I know last week was a difficult one too, but it was important. And got a lot of good feedback on that. But we're going to be talking to the man who has written all the books and done all the documentaries, Missing 411, David Paulides. So we'll talk with him. And he has a new book called Missing 411 Idaho. But we'll talk about, really we're going to focus on these people that have disappeared hunting. And we're going to try to, because we only got 45 minutes with them. So we'll do that. All right, so catch that this weekend wherever you get podcasts. We also have... this Bob Saget update.
Yeah,
today.
the cause of death is in on Bob Saget.
This is weird. Yeah, it is.
They said he actually died from a bleeding in his brain because of a hit to the back of his head. Now, they don't think it was criminal. They just think he bumped his head on something.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
How do you determine that?
I don't know what happened, but when I heard that update, I'm telling you guys, we know some people. This thing of, hey, I fell down the steps or I fell at home. I fell, obviously, this case in the hotel room, and I hit my head pretty hard, but I think I'm okay. And I just go in there and lay down and go to sleep. I bet you fell in the shower.
They said that he accidentally hit the back of his head on something, thought nothing of it, went to sleep. And no drugs, no alcohol in the system.
But we were talking earlier, is there, and obviously not. It'd be different if somebody said, oh, yeah, he hit his head, but he said he was okay. They're just looking at this injury and going, this is what we think happened.
And they don't think there's any foul play. Like, they don't think anybody else hit him in the back of the head.
That's my point.
Well, there was some family history on this, too. I read it earlier. I think one of his sisters died from a similar type thing. It was
Are you serious?
A bleeding in the brain.
Okay.
So there may have been some predisposition to this. And I don't know. Let's see,
I see what you're saying.
It was in one of the stories I had here.
Yeah, how can they tell that? It's like, oh, it looks like he fell on a hammer. Fell backwards onto a hammer.
No,
that's crazy.
That's not what they'll
never believe.
By the way, first time I've seen that shot with your portrait in the background, and that slays me.
Get ready. There'll be some tie to the Illuminati did it. That any celebrity that has a questionable death.
Bob Saget.
Wow. I'm just telling you, get ready for that.
Who's after Bob Saget?
I'm just telling you, get ready for the internet.
Do y'all think? I know it was in the. All right, so he finishes up a show. He sends out a tweet talking about it, and it's in the middle of the night. He's wrapping up, right? I think the first time we did this story wasn't his last tweet at like at 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning or something.
Yep.
So he probably not going to be texting with family. But do you think there was for them to assume this and say he thought nothing of it? Do you think he texted with a family member about, hey man, I hit my head or I bumped, but I'm gonna go ahead.
You ain't gonna do that at 2 in the morning.
I'm gonna go ahead and go to bed or something. I don't know. I'm just saying, how'd they end with? He didn't think anything of it, so he went to sleep.
I know.
It's like they knew something about him hitting his head.
That's my point, but I'm not seeing any.
Here's another story. It says it's not clear what he hit his head on, but whatever it was left a bruise on the back of his head. TMZ is reporting authorities think he may have hit the headboard of the bed, but they cannot say for sure.
My goodness, he must have hit it hard.
Or could it have been? Well, I guess if it was headboard of the bed, it was that night. Could it have been earlier in the day? And
I'm telling you, he fell in the shower.
I don't know.
He fell in the shower and he hit his head on the side of the tub.
Rick's got him falling in the shower.
I'm telling you, because in hotels,
it's easy to do as you get older.
In the hotels, there's that half tub, half shower. I'm telling you, that's what happened.
That's that makes the most sense.
Thank you, Adler.
I mean, if you hit
Thank you, Admiral.
If you hit your head on a on the headboard, my gosh, you have to be coming down.
Yeah, you would think.
But yeah, Speedy, you were right. His last tweet was at 2:42 a.m. on January 9th.
Yeah.
And it is easy, to your point. We had a friend who's a great athlete, college tennis player, who fell getting out of a tub at a hotel, broke his arm and couldn't play.
Well, thank you. He could have done that and hit the toilet.
Yeah. Or you're not used to that setup, number one. Yeah. Number two, it's slippery. I mean, that's...
or you get older. He's 65. What is he, 65, 64?
I don't know what his age was.
Yeah.
He's definitely in his late 50s, I would think.
Oh, he's older than that.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Oh, let's look.
You're forgetting how old Bubba and I are, by the way.
65.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. 65.
So you're forgetting how old we are.
Yeah, I do, by the way. I do forget that.
And that's where I've learned, too.
I was talking about somebody asked me about the contract the other day, and I'm like, oh, wow, so when we're done this time, they'll be like 60-something.
Yeah, we'll be 60.
Yeah, I was like, goodness gracious.
You don't know, Helms, you don't know the
may
number.
Want to brush up that resume, pal.
Listen, you don't understand. You really don't understand the number of times I know someone's older than me, and they'll say, now, how old so-and-so? I say, they're probably 55. And then also I think, they can't be, Rick, you're 57.
Yeah, I do that all the time.
They can't be older than you and be younger than you.
This story also lists some people who have had a accident and a blow to the head who have died. One is Natasha Richardson, who is an actress.
Skiing.
She died from hitting her head on a skiing trip, and she had a helmet on.
Yeah.
Liam Neeson, that was his wife.
That's right.
And
it was.
Yeah.
That's the one getting kidnapped?
Didn't we take about?
Camilla's brother.
Stop it.
The soon-to-be Queen of England, Camilla, her brother died in New York after hitting his head on the fall. And there's a whole list.
It's very common.
Bob, back to Saget.
If you had a big blow to the head, don't just go in there and lay there and go to sleep.
Yeah. Do you think if it was headboard, it could have been something as simple as him taking his pants off and his foot getting hung in one of the
or you've ever jumped up in there and
legs?
landed in the bed?
He may have just tried to sit down in the bed and miss.
Well, that's
he's 65 years old.
Dive in there?
He may have thought he was going to sit up.
He was accustomed to the walk-in shower, even though he goes to a lot of hotels.
Still got him in the bathroom.
Rick's convinced. He tried to lift his feet to get out of the tub. He caught the top of it. He fell out of the tub, hit the toilet with his head, and then went in there and said, "Man, wow, that hurt." And then just went in there, did his text.
Rick's quote. Have y'all ever gotten a foot hung in a pants leg?
Listen, his sister died of a brain aneurysm at age 35.
Well, that's a completely different thing.
Well, I know, but just
wanted to say it.
Rick and Bubba.
We come together, but I don't know why we don't more. I know there's some exceptions out there, probably now more than ever, which praise the Lord for that. But boy, it's slow. It's moving slow to have a congregation that actually looks the way heaven's going to look. But I will go back to this, the point that he's making, and I told the guys in the break, I've got some young guys that I'm trying to help mentor as an older guy, because we need to as older guys. We're supposed to be mentoring younger people, and I finally started doing that over the last couple of years. So one of the things that this, and he's a white guy, one of the guys that I mentor, and I mentor one who's African American as well, and so the white guy that I was mentoring said, I'm frustrated because as a white person, I keep being told to do something and to speak out, and then when I do, I'm told to shut up because I'm white and I don't know what I'm talking about. He goes, which one is it? I don't know how to engage this. We're told to engage and do something and join, so I'm trying to join and I'm trying to speak, and then I'm told that I don't know what I'm talking about. If I get off the narrative, it's acceptable. Because I'm white, I just need to shut up. And he asked me, he goes, Mr. Burgess, which one is it? And I'm like, that's a frustrating thing. And then I said, look, when all else fails, just go back to Scripture and let Scripture fall where it may. And, you handle it the way we're supposed to handle it. And if that's rejected, let it be rejected. And if it's accepted, then praise the Lord, let it be accepted.
And Rick, I mentioned this years ago. We were in another situation like this. I don't remember which one it was. And, we believe evil is real. Mm-hmm. We believe there is a Satan out there who his job is to roam and destroy.
Yep.
And he has demonic forces at his disposal. Mm-hmm. And I have no doubt that there is a general in his army, and his chief job is to stir up racism.
No question. No question.
And he has elements below him mm-hmm. that go out every day and try to attack the minds and the things we see and the things we hear, and work up people into frenzies, distort the truth.
He loves chaos.
And have chaos.
He loves
chaos is the signature of evil.
Yeah. You know who you don't find in chaos? Jehovah.
That's right. God loves law and order.
He's a God of order.
Everything is ordered in his kingdom. And the peace that comes with that, because chaos brings fear, it brings evil in, it brings people are disturbed, they're concerned,
people panic.
And that's not what God wants for us. So, I think we really, and Tony Dungy, brings that back to focus, that we're fighting against things that we can't see, that we can't touch, but they're real. They're real, just like I believe electricity in the power line is real, even though I can't see it, but I see what it does.
I've often said before, if you have a biblical worldview and as Paul lays out clearly, that we're not fighting flesh and blood, and there's a whole nother dimension of spiritual warfare and angels and demons, and we know these things and we believe these things and they're scripturally supported. Why do you need aliens from another planet and Bigfoot?
Right.
I mean,
that's scary enough.
Hey, isn't this enough for you?
And Rick, I think we have to remember. I have to remember if we are white Americans, that evil force is trying to attack us and draw us into a battle that we don't need to be into.
You're right.
And if you're African American, it's trying to draw you into it too. We have to realize what is fair, what is honest, what is just, and it has to be for everybody.
Yep.
And we, as the majority, have to go the extra step to ensure that.
No doubt.
And when we don't, we're falling victim to that. And that's what is keeping us from having peace. And we got to remember who the real enemy is.
Well said. Absolutely 100% true. And if you don't believe in it, I don't know the man, Derek Chauvin. I don't know him. I don't know anything about him. But I know when I look at that video and I look into his eyes, you see exactly what Bubba's talking about. And Satan was doing more that day than killing another man. He was doing all this.
Yep.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
"35 minutes past the hour. Thank you, Johnny Donovan. We're back. Rick and Bubba Show. SimplySayBubba.com teaming up with the show to keep you safe. Have you seen the new bells and whistles that SimplySayBubba.com as they go forward, they just keep getting better. And you can go right now. We told you at the end of last year they'd added a new wireless outdoor camera. Awesome. It lets you see what's happening outside right from your phone and alerts you when anyone approaches, so you always know what's going on outside. And the brand new camera is engineered with all the advanced tech and security features that you want and need, and to help keep you, your family, and what's most important, safe. So why don't you go to simplysafebubba.com for everything you need, from entry to motion sensors to indoor and outdoor cameras and more. Plus, it's all monitored 24/7 by the professionals, ready to dispatch police, firefighters, or EMTs when needed. Best of all, it costs less than $1 a day. You can set it up in around 30 minutes. There's no long-term contracts or commitments. You can customize the perfect system in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Use that URL. We save you 20%. That's right. And you also get interactive monitoring to go with that as well. And if you go to simplysafebubba.com, you can claim a free indoor security camera, and you get 20% off if you do the interactive monitoring. So do that now at simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick, we have some new. I don't know where you want.
Nothing. I've got a couple of Biden things here.
Yeah, well, that's something
where you're going?
I was going to share with you. Yeah. We have some new numbers out.
That was what I had.
Inflation is now at a 40-year high. Prices have soared by 7.5%, and the highest spike since 1982.
Hey, now.
A great year. With Americans having to pay, now this is how it's affecting your pocketbook, America. Your family right now, to buy the same things they were buying before, you're paying $250 a month more.
Hello.
Gosh almighty.
That's real money, real money. Here's a couple of subgroups. Meat and poultry up 12.2%, cereal up 6.8%, gasoline up 40%. Airfares up 4.9%, used cars up 40.5%, fruit and vegetables up 5.6%. And hey, good luck to you if you're out trying to buy something right now. Have you?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I was looking around at some things this week, and there's just none out there.
No. I felt like I was in Cuba. I walked into a Walgreens to try to pick up some more supplies for the Sherri recovery that's going on. Walk back there, you're looking for more Band-Aids and stuff like that, and those shelves were so empty. I mean, you look up the hook, the hooks got nothing hanging on them. Shelves are empty.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mess. It's embarrassing, is what it is.
Yeah.
And when you look at this, it's leading to an approval rating has now dropped below 40% for the first time in an average of major polls. So his approval rating, and some of this that we're telling you right now, is why you're seeing the left start this turn. Now, Fauci's not going to help today with his latest statement, but they're starting to take this turn of, hey, looks like the pandemic may be leaving us, and hey, some of these restrictions may not be necessary anymore, and this and that. And you're thinking, when did the left start saying what we've been saying for months? I'll tell you when they started saying it. Approval rating below 40% and inflation through the roof. And
historically, people will vote their pocketbook over other convictions.
Yep.
And if you've seen the polling, not good for midterm elections for the
don't you think now
president's party.
He needs a win, and don't you think now they're going, let's go back and try this win again. Let's tell them that the pandemic's been eradicated about the time we need it to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And we also have Republicans that are urging Biden to take a cognitive test, saying his mental decline has become more and more apparent. Guys, I'm going to tell you, you've already said this, so I'm just repeating what you guys have already said. When we went back to 2008 and just watched those clips of Biden, wow.
Big difference. And you remember when this issue was brought up with President Trump, he went and took one.
Yeah, he did.
Now, Biden has not offered to do that.
Well, Bubba, that's like, come on. I mean, that's like.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
It would be different.
If you're transparent and all about that for government, we were going to reinvent it and it was going to be open. Let's go take one.
Well, that's like some major insurance company walking in here for our company and saying, we need y'all to weigh. Well, see, Speedy will run over and get weighed.
No.
But see, you and I would be like, oh, wow. I don't know about weighing today.
I don't know about me.
Didn't know if y'all was going to weigh me.
Let me tell you about, you talking about bad timing on that. I'm supposed to go get my yearly physical Monday.
Guys.
Okay.
On Valentine's Day?
After the big week of love, Valentine's weekend, and the Super Bowl. I don't think that's just going to be
terrible.
Who
scheduled that?
I guess I agreed to it.
What did you do? Did you have a pen in your hand? You said, I'll just puncture the fun zone in one big push?
Well,
pop it?
We'll have a new baseline to work off of this year.
Yeah, right.
What all you haven't done? What is this?
Just physical.
Okay.
Yeah, yearly stuff.
It's
Yeah, please, that
it's going to
look-
involve blood work, which you're going to have to fast and all that.
Well, at least you're closer
And you're not,
to it.
Yeah.
Hey,
You know.
Did you ever get in as a new patient for the doctor since we lost our doctor?
Yeah, I did.
How'd you do that?
I don't know.
Did I tell you how I've done it?
You don't know.
Did I tell you how I've done it?
Well, I guess I asked. I don't know.
You know how I did?
Told you you'd
Because
like
I keep
it.
trying to make the because we were told our doctor's not going to do
Right.
this, and we got to transition.
Yeah, he got
somebody.
promoted.
And so I wanted to transition to the guy that you're
Right.
using.
This is my doc too, by the way.
and
Y'all told me to go to this guy,
and
so we'd have the best of both worlds.
And I couldn't get it done because he was sick when I tried to go see him one time, and so I got a nurse practitioner. I was like, "Was that make me one of his patients now?" And they were like, "Well, it's all it was real uncertain." We don't
know. I think when I left last time, I went to the front desk and asked to be changed over.
Is that what I need to do?
I think so.
You know what I did though? I told my mom on him. Yeah, I did. And my mom had a word with him.
Yeah, that's her doctor too.
Yeah, because that's her. When she first came to town, when she and Dad moved, I said, "Well, this is the doctor you need," and he has been gold to them. She said it feels great to have a doctor when you're our age that acts like he really cares whether we live or die.
Yeah, that is good.
Yeah, and
can you change it over on your portal?
I was gonna say I'd hate to bring up the portal, but that's how I
John
picked.
Are you serious?
That's how I picked him.
The last time I tried to get in that portal and do anything, I ended up at a different school.
Let me tell you what the portal is. Yeah, that's so good.
That's funny.
You can leave.
That's funny.
That's good.
I'm getting in the portal.
Bubba, I went to the portal and I went to work the next day. I was working for Dunaway and Brown.
Okay.
That's funny.
All right, so listen. So straight up, because mom, my mom, I straight up did this. They had an appointment. I said, tell that doctor that I need to figure out how to become his patient. So I saw her. She
brought it up.
They dropped by the house and brought something to Sherri. She goes, well, I had a word with that doctor. And I was like, Mom, I was kind of kidding.
Yeah, well, really.
He goes, I said, well, how come you won't call my son or have somebody call him to make he wants to be a patient here and he's not a patient. He can't get anybody to do it. And he said, well, Mrs. Burgess, I'm all over that. So Mama went there and got after it.
I think I'm just going to have to give the disclaimer Monday and say, look, this weekend I've eaten a bunch of junk. Okay,
and most weekends it wouldn't be like that.
What's this?
Yeah, this is rare.
This is a rare occasion.
Yeah,
this is where much.
I normally eat good on the weekend.
Dang Super Bowl.
This
messed
coming
me
a
up.
horrible time.
Yeah, me and Coach Pearl eat great down at the lake.
I'm just sitting here.
Face.
Bubba, I'm just sitting here. I'm not even jumping in. Okay. But
he did that like that. Look, this isn't normal.
Does Joe Rogan have a diet I need to get on?
I'm sorry, doctor. Don't be mad with me.
That's so good.
I don't even know where this is coming from.
Look, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you.
All right, so Bubba, let's get started. Tell me how things are going.
Look, I don't always eat 100% like I should, but I will say this weekend out of the whole year, when you put Valentine's and Super Bowl, it's probably as worse as it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Second only probably to 4th of July.
Well, here's what you need to do. Here's how you fix it. Okay. Here's
Eat a
how
banana.
You no, when you come in Monday.
Let's do it.
That was real.
Handful of broccoli and a banana.
No, that's what I was gonna say.
Y'all
Don't be mad with me.
Y'all don't realize what I eat for dinner every night. I mean, I eat.
Here we go with
broccoli.
I know
what you eat here.
It doesn't matter what you do the rest of the day. We see it here.
Okay, what do I eat here?
Well, now
What do I eat here?
I will give you this. The new studio has helped on that.
We've adjusted.
I eat that breakfast roll. That's all I eat.
You used to eat
Until the
Pop-Tarts.
Pop-Tarts were out.
Yeah, well, he eats 2 Pop-Tarts for the breakfast. Gets here.
Hey, Bubba, I'm sorry. I was just having fun.
So when
buddy.
you get up on the scales,
hope
do
you get a
you
good
see the
report.
results that you're doing better? Does it look like you're doing better?
I can find it.
Right.
You know what I mean? I can
Because
find it.
that's kind of the end of it, isn't it? Hey, what's going on? What's the result?
I think you could throw me. I think you could throw me in jail and give me bread and water, and I'd gain 10 pounds. Yeah.
Don't be mad with me.
I'm sorry, Dr. Allen.
I want you to please watch me.
Why does he have to do that face?
You've heard of people being insulin. What's the word when you're
Diabetic?
Deficient. No. People are screaming it right now to the radio, and that even makes it worse. When you
talking about type 2 diabetes?
No. It's one of the reasons you gain weight.
Adler?
Insulin resistance?
Thank you. That's it. Insulin resistance.
That boy Adler.
I mean, I'm like
Come on,
insulin.
Commodore.
I'm insulin deprived. You know what I mean?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Allen. I hope you're not too mad at me. I was running a little bit late this morning, and I was hoping you wouldn't be too mad with me.
I just had some boneless wings with chips.
You know how old that is now? 41 years.
41 years.
That's amazing.
So what we'll do Monday,
God,
before you
Lydia's
go,
still here,
is your
huh?
bowl. You'll have a bowl of bananas and broccoli, and that'll be your breakfast. That'll be your breakfast.
Yeah, when is it?
No, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to schedule the blood work for later in the week.
I did that last time.
You know what? I think that's smart. Straight up, I hope you get a good report, buddy.
Hey, just calm
Yeah.
down.
You ruined that, okay? There's nothing you can do.
It's gonna be fine.
Oh, that sounded sincere.
Didn't it? Boy, choking up.
Rick and Bubba.
And I want to say it was of maybe a white supremacist or somebody like this, somebody that's way off the page. And the term boogaloo was
that's right.
used.
You told me that this morning. Are you saying that right?
Yeah, I think so. And
wasn't that a children's show when we were kids and it was a bunch of insects?
The boogaloos.
but it
They're in there and
it
everywhere.
used it, and I need to look at it, try to look it up a little closer.
Or the
but
bungalows.
it was used.
Bungalow?
It was maybe I'm reading it wrong. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. That this was some idea that some people are pushing out here, obviously some kind of white extremist group, about an upcoming civil war, and that was their code name for it. Have y'all heard that at all?
I call Amanda Boogaboo.
Yeah, but I
watch it, buddy.
I do.
Watch
That's her little name.
Yeah, this is one of them here.
You know what I call Sherri Boo Bear?
So, what have any of y'all ever heard any of that?
Put that Boogaloo. What is
it's
it?
like
So
it's
it's a code name for something? Is that what you said?
So I would say that
it's
Boogaloo.
some kind of extremist group that.
What's that
they're
other
saying
word in there?
That are infiltrating
Boogaloo boys?
the protest in hopes of sparking a civil war.
Boys.
Okay, is it that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I have never in my life heard of that. Have y'all?
Like I said, I remember a
can't
children's
say.
show when I was a kid that had that name like that.
Maybe that was the bug.
Well, the first
It is Bugaloos, you're right.
the first Breaking movie, was subtitled Electric Boogaloo.
It
but
was.
I mean,
It sure was.
That's the only thing I've ever heard of that. But I've never heard of that.
Anybody on Team Rick and Bubba ever heard of the Boogaloo? And it looks like it says boys or boys.
Boys, is that what they're calling?
Anybody?
And they're causing ruckus.
And this-
Adler, do you know? I mean, you're the
sitting here looking
closest
at
to
it.
hip to the groove around here. Have you ever heard of that?
All right.
Never heard of it. Never heard of them until just now.
All right, there it is. There's something we're pulling up. So I guess, is that the Wikipedia what they are?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at here. Yeah.
They're far right, loosely organized. All right, that means they've got about 12 people.
Right. Yeah.
Loosely organized, far right extremist movement. They're preparing, Bubba, for a second American Civil War. You got that right.
Yeah.
And which they call the Boogaloo. That's the name of the second.
That's
Civil
the
War?
name. Yeah.
And they also call themselves that, I guess.
They're anti-government, anti-law enforcement. Interesting, but they throw in white supremacy. So that's an interesting little.
Look at the last line here. They are identified by their attire, Hawaiian shirts, and military fatigues at the same time.
Hawaiian shirt.
What in the world?
Oh no, because I have some Hawaiian shirts I really like.
By the way,
I not wear them anymore.
By the way, never lose sight of the term loosely organized.
Yeah.
All right, what is this? Woodkins and Gadsden. Hey, Woodkins, how you doing, buddy?
Never heard of it.
I neither. Woodkins.
Lucas.
Yeah, they wrote down Woodkins. I don't know where in the world. Where in the world that came from?
It's a new crop.
Lucas and Gadsden. Go ahead.
People named Woodkins.
That's it. So the boogaloo, the boo, the big boo. That's more of a libertarian, very small government-minded organization. They believe that the government should not have the power they have. They should have less power, less control over the people. The term boogaloo is what they call when it gets to the point, say, the government does need overturned. That's when they step up.
Okay, so when they say Civil War, they mean a real one because, the Civil War was misnamed.
Yeah.
Well, they want to do a true Civil War, meaning replace the current government with themselves.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much, because here it
So
says
it has
there-
nothing to do. Yeah, and of course now they throw a little white supremacy in there.
I
see.
hate they using Hawaiian shirts.
I know.
It's gonna kill my
made that
wardrobe.
choice?
What?
I got a lot of those.
Look, if they start putting Tommy Bahamas on, we ain't never gonna get.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Me and Johnny Donovan, it was our look.
Yeah. So good. All right, Rick. It says they're against three main things: the federal government, left-wing political opponents, and the government confiscating firearms.
It appears
what a weird mix they have going there.
Well, it appears that they also have a white supremacy thing running there through them too. It looks like.
They've got some things in there that I'd go. Then all of a sudden they throw that in at Rudy.
Yeah.
It's Jordy in Alabama. Jordy, go ahead.
Hey, this boogaloo isn't what y'all are saying. The term boogaloo and people who support this are expecting to do some type of good work if a second Civil War comes about. They are made fun of by the gun community because they don't train, they prep, and they stock up all these guns and ammo, but they have no idea what they would do, and they wear Hawaiian shirts because some special forces operator somewhere wore a Hawaiian shirt one time and they thought it was cool. That's all it is.
Is this a tribute to Magnum P.I.? What is this?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Well, it appears they're active in some of these riots.
What?
In some way, or are they the people putting these bricks out everywhere?
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Let the people speak. Every line is available. You got an opportunity. Bring it in. Bring it in. 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people on the program. We'll do that in a short period of time. Buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We'll move to the next caller, meaning you don't have to stand in line very long. We will start with, where are we at? Let's go to Charles in Meridian, listening to us on 97.9 The Buzz. All right, Charles, 30 seconds. Go right ahead. Charles.
Hey, Charles.
Hey, Chuck. Chucky. Okay. We tried. Let's go to Derek. No. Derek. I don't know what's going on with Derek there. Let's go to Lisa. Out of Dothan, listen to us on News Talk 1039. We'll be in Dothan next weekend for the Pursuit Men's Conference. All right, Lisa, go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Rick, y'all were talking earlier about Biden flip-flopping on so many issues, from marriage to where he stands on just simple issues. That's no surprise. If you have a biblical worldview, you understand that people get a reprobate mind when they tell a lie too much. They just become reprobate. They can't tell the difference between the lie and the truth. And the other thing is, Democrats have us beat as far as being long-range strategic plans.
Yeah, look, we've talked to this before. Now, look, hey, they'll stick to the plan. Let's go to James in Alabaster. James, 30 seconds, go.
Hey guys, just had heard a fact about New Coke the other day.
Okay.
I know y'all used that as an example of somebody coming in and wanting to change things just for the change's sake.
Yep.
What I heard was that the actual reason for New Coke was that Coca-Cola wanted to switch from using actual sugar to high fructose corn syrup, and so they switched to New Coke for a long enough time that everybody forgot what the original.
Well, I'm not sure that's true because
why are we talking about New Coke?
Because all Coca
That was in the 80s.
All Coca-Cola now in America has left real sugar. Even what we call classic, but the Mexican version of Coca-Cola has the real sugar, and man, it is so good. It's so much better.
That might hold water if they had quit totally, but in some places, as you said, Rick, they haven't. And you can still get that Coke. You have to look for it and get it at the right place. But there are people with digestive problems, like
John
Thomas, that they are told to drink Mexican Coke because of the ingredients. And he brought us one, and it was outstanding.
You can find a little section in some of the grocery stores.
Yeah, you
got to be looking for it. It ain't with the drinks. It's over in the Mexican section.
Yeah, the
it is where it's got that Mexican food.
It is.
Is that not what it is?
Well, for some reason, it sounded wrong.
Because I don't think it's labeled Mexican section.
Well, that's where it's at.
Would it be ethnic food? Is that a way?
Is that better?
Yeah, probably.
Well, it ain't Chinese.
Just let somebody else say it, Greg.
That may be it.
Let's go to Derek in Illinois.
Just don't be using your arms to signal anything.
Yeah, please. Sorry about that. Derek, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so last night my wife had made spaghetti, and I get home, and my son said, Dad, can we have steak? And I said, yeah. So I get the Blackstone hot, and I said, you want corn with it? He's like, yeah. So on one side of the Blackstone, I start melting butter. He said, Dad, what do you think it tastes like if we cook the steak in butter?
Oh, yeah.
And I thought, oh, man, this could be the greatest moment of my life.
What a proud day.
We get the left side searing, throw the ribeye on. Oh, Dad, listen to that sound. And I'm like, this night cannot get any better. I cut into the.
Let me tell you this. You just said. I don't think you know how the timeout thing works.
It doesn't come after the buzzer. It comes before the buzzer.
What are you, Les Miles? All right, so
butter's a trick, man.
Yeah.
Listen, I was watching.
What a great moment.
I was watching Meat Eater the other day. You know, the hunting show on Netflix. Yeah. Because they hunt and then they show you how to cook. Well, they killed a turkey.
Oh.
And this old guy, he cut them into strips and he fried it, but he didn't use oil. He threw a stick of butter in there and let it melt, and that's what they fried the turkey in.
Oh.
After they battered it. They
Stephen
battered
Ranella.
it, and it was good. Yeah.
What do you think that is?
It's delish. It looked like it'd be really good.
To Josh in Tennessee. Josh, go ahead.
Look at that.
Hey, what's up, guys? I love y'all's show. I wanted to call about was and say or talk about is, have y'all heard where the government announced this morning that they're going to start giving out crack pipes to the drug dealers and, to the drug users and having safe places for them to do crack or smoke drugs or do drugs in general? Have y'all heard about that?
Is that true?
It wasn't just released today. It was in part of the budget that came out that they were going to make safe places for some of this to go on. And basically it sounded on the surface like a good plan to help people, but then it really turned out to just promoting drug use.
Yeah.
You know how those things kind of filter out sometimes?
Well, you know how you always, like I told you, I looked at Babylon Bee to know what's going on in the news. See, I didn't know what was going on until I saw this. Biden administration issues new masks with holes in them so you can smoke your free government crack pipe.
Right, that's it. That's what it is.
So that's what that's about?
Yeah.
We're giving out crack pipes?
Some of it was, I think, to get some of these homeless encampments out of some areas, but
Well, you leading them with crack pipes?
Yeah, basically.
Leading them out of there?
Isn't that hunting over bait?
Rick, again, it's just a ridiculous, stupid plan.
Thank you,
sounds
Bubba.
like a great
bottom
idea.
line.
That only somebody with more education than common sense could come up with.
And I think they have denied all that.
Yeah,
just
there's
to
been
be
enough.
fair on
There's
them,
been
I
enough
think they've
questions
denied
asked
it.
about it now that they've backed up on it.
David in Hoover.
Yeah, sorry, Jen Psaki's calling it a safe smoking kit.
Yeah.
It's not a crack pipe. It's just a safe smoking kit.
So what's safer about it than the other?
She babbles on and on and on, and it makes no sense.
It's what goes in the pipe.
Greg,
that's
it's
not
that
safe.
same mentality that if drug users are going to use syringes and they're passing disease using the same one, we'll give them new
Clean
ones so
ones,
they
yeah.
won't pass disease.
And that'll fix it.
And all you have then is more people reusing more needles.
Exactly.
It's just terrible plan. It sounds good to them on paper, never works in reality.
We even have a video and audio clip of Saki trying to explain it to us.
Yeah, let's see it.
If we don't have time for it now. But
let's look at it.
Let's look at it.
Roll it, Adam.
All right, roll it. And everybody watch Greg for when the hour's over.
We'll come back and see it.
All right, so if you're leaving us,
the camera went off immediately.
No, Greg. Well, Greg, there's no way you could have cut it off quick enough.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no speed available.
Rick Speedy,
for it to have been quick.
Speedy pushed me on my own property.
He did. There you go. He's a troublemaker. Speedy is.
He is.
And I ain't gonna tell him what that new doctor's name is either. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What?
It says they've appeared in the 2020 anti-lockdown protest, and in May, of course, they've appeared at the George Floyd protest as well. They're against anti-government, anti-law enforcement groups, as well as white supremacy groups. It says they consist of that. I'm sorry.
Sound like they're against everybody.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. Are they anti-government? Or are they anti-government overreach?
I think both. It says they're There's the anti-federal government and the confiscation of firearms. It looks like they're anti-law enforcement, anti-government.
All right, so
that type of group.
I'm going to introduce y'all to a couple of terms today. Y'all are not ready for. That's the first one.
All right, so there's one.
Because I've been studying.
Please
all
look
this
at them.
today.
Let me go back to this again.
Are you kidding me? Hawaiian shirts and fatigue, but at the same time, is that it? So they wear fatigue pants and Hawaiian shirts.
I guess, Bubba. Let's go back to this again because I want y'all to pay attention. All right, so if I read this bizarre definition of the boogaloo, okay?
The boogaloo.
All right, listen. So are they at the protest because they're anti-law enforcement and they're protesting the overreach by Derek Chauvin? But does their white supremacy keep them from being purely into this movement? Because are they joining? Because you would think if they're white supremacists, they wouldn't be joining the African-American protests saying that in this country, we've got to change the plight of the African American. Right. They wouldn't support that if they're white supremacists, right? But if they're anti-law enforcement, they don't like what Derek Chauvin did, and they're saying, "See, told you so," right? Where do they land? Where do they fit into the protest?
I don't know. And it looked like, at least from the clip we saw, and I've heard interviews from protesters, and I think, again, there's so many groups involved out there now. You can't separate.
I know
the good from the bad. It looked like they were trying to make peaceful protest unpeaceful, them into riots in hopes that would spark a civil war in the country, and it looked like a race war they were trying to do.
Well, I think what they mean is what the term civil war really means.
Right. Well, it would be
overthrow the government and replace it with ourselves. That's what a civil war is.
Yeah, I don't even know if they've gone to the replacement. I think it may just. I don't know. That's why I brought it up because I had never heard of it.
A true civil war is I'm going to take this government and remove it, and I'm going to put the government in there I want.
Right.
Which a lot of times means us.
Right. The Civil War was a failed attempt at independence, is what it was.
Yeah,
and it was a misname, but because it was citizens fighting against citizens, that's how they.
Yeah.
Right.
But it really wasn't a civil war, like you said. It was an attempt at independence that was denied.
Well, and you could even make the argument on a bigger scale that a civil war is never civil at all.
No.
So it's probably misnamed totally.
And I will tell some of you that keep saying we're at the worst position we've ever been in our country. Still kind of hard to beat the Civil War.
Yeah.
When we were actually shooting, killing each other, and it was straight up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So a couple of callers standing by, and we'll get to those. If you want to get in, you can as well. Bubba, you brought up the Bugaloo early in the program. We'd never heard of this organization, and loosely organized is the word that is used a lot. And the more you try to get details on them, you realize that loosely organized is the way to go. Some people are saying they're showing up now at some of the protests and the riots and the looting and all that.
But
I don't know.
I can't figure out who they're with and who they're against here. It's very confusing.
Well, we're upset because they're giving Hawaiian shirts a bad name.
Yes, absolutely.
But here's someone who claims they're anonymous, which has become the new thing on the show. But in this case, maybe it's appropriate because we're talking about the Bugaloo. I don't know. Hello, anonymous. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Monkey grass and green acres.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. What's on your mind?
So I've been seeing everything about how the whole Boogaloo movement is supposedly white supremacist with the riots and all this kind of stuff. That's not what we're about.
Wait a minute. Are you a Bugaloo?
So are you
are you in the Bugaloo?
I'm not gonna.
Okay, go ahead.
Answer nor deny that question.
All right, got you.
But it's not a white supremacist group. There are a handful of individuals that are giving the movement a bad name.
We hear that a lot lately.
Yeah, we do.
And we don't support the riots whatsoever. The protests, yes, but rioting and looting and hurting citizens in the street, that's not something that we support.
All right, so tell us what you are about. Give us, if we were trying to get a clear narrative on the Bugaloo, it would be go.
We're a libertarian movement that are more or less preparing for a tyrannical government.
So you say if you get to the purest Bugaloo and you cull all the nuts and get the weirdos out of it, you guys are saying we don't like tyrannical overreach of government. We're true libertarians, and we want the government to get back inside the limitations as handed down by the Constitution, or do you want to go beyond the Constitution?
by the Constitution.
Okay.
That was a good question.
Yeah, so get them back inside the Constitution where they were supposed to be.
Yes, sir.
So you would be against then the Mark Chauvin because he's an arm of the government and he clearly is abusing his power.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So let me ask you this, though, Anonymous. It looks like in some of the video we've seen or pictures, of course, you can't believe that now because of deep fake, but it appears –
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, brand new hour from the No Name Studio. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. And join me in welcoming back, there's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
So we want to update you. We had callers coming in at the end of last hour that were bringing up this thing with crack pipes and the Biden administration and of course, you know, I can't even believe what I'm hearing, and so.
How many times have you said that in the last 5-6 years?
I don't even know what world I'm living in. But we have an audio and video clip of Saki. God love her. I can't imagine.
Can't believe she's still doing what she's doing.
Well, can you imagine where she gets up every day and goes, well, here we go again. And she's asked, we'll have the question first about the crack pipe distribution program. And then we'll watch her attempt to sell us on it, I guess. So here we go. All right.
Thanks, Jen. HHS just put out a statement clarifying around some reports that crack pipes are not going to be part of the safe smoking kits that are funded by the administration. But can you clarify for us, were they never a part of the kit, or were they removed in response to this reporting and this pushback?
They were never a part of the kit. It was inaccurate reporting, and we wanted to put out information to make that clear.
What is in the safe smoking kit?
A safe smoking kit may contain alcohol swabs, lip balm, other materials to promote hygiene and reduce the transmission of diseases like HIV and hepatitis. I would note that what we're really talking about here is steps that we're taking as a federal government to address the opioid epidemic, which is killing tens of thousands, if not more, Americans.
Do you think that someone who's in that position is going to take time to get their alcohol wipes and clean their lips and clean? Do you really think that does any good?
No, it's feel-goodism again.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, looks good on paper.
They're going to do this. They're going to pull what they want out and throw the rest over there.
Yeah, there's going to be more trash for the landfill.
So she wants us to believe there's no crack pipe in the safe smoking kit?
Right. Why is it called safe smoking kit?
Well,
alcohol swab.
There's several kits: overdose prevention kits, safe sex kits, safe smoking kits. We talked about that. Medication lock boxes, prevention education about synthetic opioids and medical services. Then, when you look it up, all she had to do was actually read what was in the safe smoking kit. It says it includes a rubber mouthpiece to prevent cuts and burns. Don't even know what that means. Brass screens to filter contaminants and disinfectant wipes. She did mention that. According to the this is all according to the Harm Reduction International Organization.
So the screen would go in the pipe, correct?
These safe smoking kits have been approved by the HHS.
So
they do not include a glass pipe.
That's Mayor Pete,
have never included a glass pipe.
Well, what are we smoking in the kit?
Matter of fact, their answer to that was it's too expensive to do that.
Well, let me ask this: if it's called safe smoking, what in there is smoking? I didn't hear anything.
I don't understand the rubber mouthpiece deal.
The mesh is a filter that people put in crack pipes.
Yeah.
What they're saying is we're going to make your smoking of crack safer, where you won't get your lips burned.
Here's your filter.
We got a filter so it won't be. But what she's failing to say, because her answer doesn't work, we're doing this to combat the opioid crisis. But they're still getting the opioids. So, and we're not giving them treatment. We're just saying keep smoking what you're addicted to, and we'll minimize the side effects of the actual smoking, but we're not minimizing the side effects of overuse of opioids.
And maybe worry about the fentanyl that's spilling over the border.
A lot of that.
Because fentanyl's in everything now, and that's
Thank
why
you.
you have all these people dying because they can't get. Y'all, heroin is safe compared to the fentanyl that is just spilling over the borders. Also, the rubber mouthpiece is because the pipe gets very, very hot, and that's why you see crackheads that have like cracked lips and stuff. Yes,
we're trying to make your smoking a little more enjoyable.
Yes, we are.
And all of this is made possible from a SAMHSA grant. And the SAMHSA is the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, which is part of the government. And you can see that substance abuse and mental health is in such a great place here in America. That administration is doing such a good job.
Aren't they doing great?
Yeah. Maybe the people that dreamed this program up needs to be checked.
Maybe this strategy has failed, and let's get away from it.
Yeah, and this is so crazy too because you got these major markets, New York and Los Angeles being the first two to have these safe drug use centers where you can go and in a safe place experiment with illegal drugs that you might be addicted to. And they say that around these facilities, it looks like a third world country.
Yeah, well, sure.
Skid Row.
Well, of course.
Again, the crack addict's going to go, hang on, let me get my rubber mouthpiece so my lips don't get burned. And then I'm going to put some alcohol swabs on them afterwards. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to happen.
There seems to be almost a gross misunderstanding of what it's really like to be an addict and what the draw to this is. And we kind of need to address, maybe we should address the fact that, we knew that these opioids were highly addictive and that there were alternative things we could use a lot of times with pain control. And knowing the addictive properties, some of the pharmaceutical companies continued to develop them, and everybody's trying to throw them at you everywhere you turn. Maybe we might want to go into the medical field too and say, y'all got to get a handle on how y'all are distributing opioids.
Wait a minute. Let me be sure, Rick. Let me be sure. Now I understand this. The government, who is highly critical of big pharma because they say that they have got people addicted to these pain pills, right?
Correct.
This is the same government telling us to trust the same big pharma with their vaccine.
That is correct.
Okay, I just want to be sure I had that.
Yeah.
It just depends on what meeting you're in, what big pharma, if they're bad or good. Right?
Don't forget, we're now finding out that we also said we were going to do some double-blind stuff on the vaccine, but we kind of drop-kicked that because we needed to get it out and let the people know who were actually the people that were not getting the real deal. That doesn't really give us the results we need from a double-blind. If the placebo people know they're placebo people, that's not really good science there.
We've run completely roughshod over good science.
Oh, me.
On not only on this topic, but on several.
Well, and remember, which makes this all very difficult, even if you say to follow the science, if the science gives the screaming left the answer they don't want, then they won't follow it.
No.
Really, it's tell me what I want to hear and don't come against me or I'll kill you or destroy you or take away your livelihood.
That's right.
That's really what we're at. Pretty much. You better believe what we believe or we'll get you.
Or else.
If I hate to oversimplify it, but that's really the bottom line.
Get line.
You said to follow science, and we're following science over here, and there's two genders. What? Okay. All right. We're following science over here, and it looks like natural immunity was stronger than the vaccine. What? I mean,
where'd you get that one?
But Greg, you told me to follow the science. What?
I'm following.
I followed it. That was the answer I got.
That's where it led me.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to follow science. I was supposed to follow you. Oh, okay, I got it.
But
preferred science. Okay, there you go,
guys. Jen Psaki added that
Psaki.
They added Psaki said that they weren't going to put any crack pipes in there because Hunter used them all already.
Oh, look at that picture.
Okay.
Hey, he doesn't have a rubber mouthpiece in.
Where's his chapstick and his alcohol swab?
Is anybody getting Hunter Biden one of these kids?
My goodness. Wouldn't you love that picture of you circulating around?
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my. All right, we come back, and I against better judgment, I'm going to ask about Wordle.
I wish you would. With this crew, it's an impossible conversation.
I mean, just this. I don't even know what it is. I don't, and I guess
girdle.
Yeah, see what I mean? It's already started.
It's.
I don't like spelling games.
Yeah.
No. How about I hate it on arrival?
What are we gonna do? A crossword puzzle next?
Oh my God!
A word search.
Rick and Bubba.
That they are accelerating the riots in hope of bringing about backlash to that and starting a civil war.
That is rogue individuals. We're not trying to cause it. We're here to react if it is caused, if that makes sense.
Do you think we are headed to a future civil war?
I can see it coming, yes, but I hope that it doesn't have to happen.
What I guess what I'm trying to say, what are the two sides of this? What are the issues, in your opinion?
Yeah, where do you think that, or just the central government has just become tyrannical in general, or can you be specific about where it is?
As of right now, I just think the government has become tyrannical in general. I guess that's kind of what you could say we're waiting on for a specific issue to have to be stressed.
So you think that an overreaching federal and overreaching government, we'll just put it that way, versus freedom-loving people that believe in the Constitution, that would be the two sides that match up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, so
can we ask a favor of you?
Okay, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you mind dropping the Hawaiian shirt thing?
We already have.
Oh, you have? So the Hawaiian shirt thing, that's old stuff.
The fact that it's been mentioned in media now, you got to go to something else, right?
So what uniform have you gone to now?
They probably
Please don't say Tommy Bahama.
Well, that's my Hawaiian.
So what do you wear a certain uniform now or no?
We haven't figured out our new one yet.
Okay, so we're still figured it out. Yeah. Well, you got to get out there, like we say to all groups. You got to cull your nuts. Okay, so get out there and get these people that don't represent your true narrative. Clarify your narrative. You know, something that has been lost in our society. I can communicate a narrative. I can show you things that validate my narrative. Then I can show you what we want changed. We've lost the ability to do that. Could you try it? Can we get back to trying that again?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. I appreciate you coming.
One more question.
All right, one more question.
Do you speak for the national movement, or are you just like the local branch hanging out on the creek down here?
I can't speak for everybody, obviously, but just me and the people that I hang out with. I guess I'm speaking for us.
Okay. Okay.
That's the local Boogaloo.
Now, are you?
What's the correct name? Can you say it correctly for us?
Boogaloo, the Big Igloo, the Big Luau.
That's where the Hawaiian shirts came from.
The Big
Luau. All right, so we go to Robert out of Birmingham, Alabama. He's listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Robert, welcome to the show, buddy. What's on your mind today?
Green Acres, boys.
Thanks for the call. So what's going on?
So your last caller that was talking about the Boogaloo, I think, kind of mischaracterized it.
Okay.
It was a term that our veterans came up with when they were, fighting in Afghanistan and whatnot, and they had to come home, and they're saying, what if stuff like this happened in our own area? And Rick, you nailed it with Electric Boogaloo. That's where it comes from.
It really does. The movie?
It comes, yes.
From Breaking to
Electric Boogaloo?
Yeah.
No
yes,
way.
it does.
So how did? Please tell us the tie-in. I can't wait to hear this.
I can tell you the tie-in. Well, Electric Boogaloo was all about dance battles in the street. It's all tongue-in-cheek stuff. You know how our veterans are. They like to make tongue-in-cheek references about hard times.
Right.
And it's not a movement. It's a term. It's, hey, is today going to be the Boogaloo where we have to go battle in the street?
Okay. Okay, I got you.
Okay, I get it.
All right, okay. Wow.
You're nothing better than a good dance battle.
Yeah, because remember we tell our military now, look, you can't do anything unless this happens. Stay back. Wait. Now, if they almost hit you, if not,
and surprising to some folks, I love Turbo in those movies, and I love the dance he did in the first one with the broom. Do you remember that when he was cleaning?
Oh, I know.
That was pretty sharp.
He's pretty good.
I've seen interviews with him since then. Have y'all ever seen any of those video clips?
Yeah. You've made us watch
catch him on the street in L.A.
You've made us watch them.
Yeah, you have.
He's still got a few of those movies.
We watched those.
You talking about Turbo?
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, nothing like it. 20 minutes past the hour. The show that is literally about anything. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. We'll chat with you before the hour's done. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out again this weekend. We're fired up, folks. David Pilates. Is that right? Pilates. Missing 411 guy. We're talking to him this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, wherever you get podcasts. So before we leave the Biden administration's war on crack, we're going to go back in time where President Biden is going to talk about the legislation he passed that gives 5-year prison sentences if you're caught with crack. Unfortunately, at the same time, you'll see footage of his own son smoking crack, which is sad. But here is how long ago was this?
91.
91?
Yeah.
Here is our current president in 1991 before he was giving out safe smoking packages or whatever it is.
Crack cocaine, no bigger than this quarter that I'm holding in my hand, 1/4 of $1. We passed a law through the leadership of Senator Thurmond and myself and others, a law that says if you're caught with that, you go to jail for 5 years. You get no probation. You get nothing other than 5 years in jail. Judge doesn't have a choice.
Well, he's really cracking down, no pun intended. By the way, the fact they made that video look like Hunter was watching him say that while smoking crack. So you see what I mean? It just now we're too hard on people, and we need to just let them smoke it safely, and that's how we'll work with it. Yeah, you never know. So anyway, I don't even. There's nothing to add to that. And we'll put that right here. And then you were saying people said they're getting around by saying this thing about the filters or something.
Yeah.
They're playing games with us.
It's a Wordle game.
So what is Wordle? I don't know what it is. I don't think I want to know.
Well, there's a story about it saving a grandmother's life today, and I didn't really follow the story very well.
Well, Greg doesn't want to accept it, but it actually did trigger the daughter trying to help. So if I could get this out, here's what happened. You got a daughter and a mom. They have a daily routine where they play Wordle together.
Right,
okay?
and they live in different parts of the country.
Correct. One lives in like Chicago, one's in Seattle. Right. One night, a guy comes in naked and demands some things from this mother and then locks her up in the basement. And she goes, he took her phone, everything. Well, the next morning, the daughter notices, hey, Mom's hasn't checked in. Our routine of playing Wordle and stuff, she hasn't checked in, so I'm going to reach out to her and text her. She texted her with no response. So that made her be concerned, so she called the local police department where her mom lives and said, will you please make a welfare check? My mom's not responding. So they do and find out she's being held hostage in her basement, tied up to a chair for like 17 hours. SWAT team's involved. And so that's why they're saying playing the game saved her life, because the daughter's saying she never checked into our daily routine.
So it wasn't as much the game as much as a schedule.
Correct.
Routine.
Yeah,
it could have been a text or a phone
And
call.
you said the guy went in there naked and tried to spoon her?
Yeah. He demanded that.
Didn't you say that?
She bathed him. Didn't she want him to bathe him?
What?
Yeah,
I'm serious.
He showed up naked with a pair of scissors.
He wanted her to bathe him.
Right.
Not she wanted him to bathe her.
Correct. While in her gown.
She was being held
Didn't he want her to
hostage.
spoon him?
That part, I don't know.
It just says that he
I think
got
you made
it.
that up.
You made the spooning part up.
I swear I read it.
Well,
they didn't use that term. but-
Greg, you got to spell the word spoon.
All right. So spoon would actually be a good start to Wordle.
All right, so let's go into this.
I hate
By the way,
spelling games.
I hate this the word Wordle.
See, look at-
I don't know
I'm
that I don't know
looking.
that I've ever hated something so quick on arrival.
Ready to go. Ready to play.
So this is great, Adler.
Let's
Thank you
play
for doing
it.
this.
Let's do it, boys.
So Rick, let me explain to you what it is.
Can y'all play each other and us watch it?
Well, here's the things. This is where I first. This is when I didn't understand it. Okay, Babylon Bee. I've never even heard of it in my entire life. And Babylon Bees.
Rick gets his news from Babylon.
Yeah, he does.
I never heard
about the
Then
crack
back
pipe.
engineers it.
Hey, might as well. You know what I mean?
Right,
Then he works it back to the real story.
And I do. If I see Babylon Bee making fun of something, I go figure out what it is.
He did it with the crack pipe.
So they had one here that says God shows off another perfect Wordle score. And then it says underneath, it's pretty much not fair since you're omniscient. You know that.
Okay.
A guy says to God. So God has a perfect Wordle score. And I didn't know what that was. And then there's other Wordle funnies they've made over the past couple of weeks, but I don't know what it is.
Helms, can you explain it to us?
I play it every morning. Every morning. This week I've started playing it. I heard on a podcast talking about this game and how it's the craze, and everybody's talking about it. And to the story we just had, hey, did you get the Wordle today? Did you get it right? What they mean? Like I've had 2 people ask me already this morning, hey, did you get the Wordle?
Oh, I hate this.
And so evidently it's a website, and you simply it's a guessing game of words, and y'all are gonna hate
what
this.
What are you talking about? Is this some kind of modern word search
If you look at the screen,
I'm looking.
Okay, I'm gonna.
You know how I hate word search.
Now we're gonna ruin this.
I'd rather go to the doctor.
We're probably gonna ruin, and I know what the word is today. Okay, it's not like I get a different word from you. Everybody in the world gets the same word.
Okay, that's my next question. That's my next question.
Oh yeah, and so like that's why
how long?
That's why people talk.
So somebody's life.
You can only do it one time a day. It's a 24-hour deal.
But for how long?
What do you
Every
mean?
day?
How long?
Every day. How do you win?
Each day you get a new word.
How do you win?
You've guessed. So you have 6 tries. So if you'll see up here on the board. So for Adler, put in the word stream.
Origin.
Or steam. Put the word steam.
Okay, but
STAM.
But you know the word already, Helms. I haven't played it yet, but
I'm gonna hush after do this first word.
Okay,
just do the first word. Steam.
Steam.
Where did the word steam come from?
I'm just making. You got to have a 5-letter word.
STEAME. Steam.
No, no. That's right.
All right, is that how you spell steam?
It is.
Do I hit enter? What do I do?
Hit enter. Hit enter at the bottom left. Okay. So now what you get is what it's telling you is the yellow says those letters are actually in the word, but they're not where you have them. So the S, E, and A are actually in the word you're trying to come up with today, but they're not in those spots.
Okay.
The gray means those words are out. Those words are done.
Oh my
so
gosh.
now
You mean those letters?
Yeah.
Rick is gone.
So
He's
now,
leaving.
so
Rick is
now-
leaving the studio.
So now, based off this, Rick, stay with it. Stay with it.
He's literally going to
please.
look at Big Boy.
So now, knowing that information, y'all go.
So are we supposed to move the yellow letters around? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
you can. You're trying.
But they're not-
yes. To
They're
your
not
point,
where they need to be.
the yellow letters are actually in the 5-letter word, but they're not in that spot.
Let's
when
move-
you know they're in the spot,
Move E to the first word.
you got to come up with another word.
Yeah, we
a
need
5-letter word.
We need a 5-letter word that has E, A, and S in it, and it doesn't have M or T in it.
And I'll be
so
straight
those
up.
are not in it.
Correct.
Oh,
Just said that.
So I thought it meant they were in the right spot.
No, if you get green, we don't have anything in the right spot. One of them, if it goes green, it's in the right spot.
Rick,
okay.
Rick is still staring at Big Boy in the
Rick's
corner.
out, by the way.
Rick's in the corner staring at Big
Now I
Boy.
will say this: so Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I did not get the word. I failed completely. Got frustrated. Today, I actually got it. I actually got it in the 4th try today.
What about stays?
That has a T in it, so we don't want to.
we don't want that.
The S is on the front, and
Bubba,
it wouldn't work either.
Yeah,
So
you
this,
need to move the
so
S.
yeah, Bubba, it doesn't start with an S, buddy.
Now the S, to your point, could be on the end,
Yeah,
but
that's what I was talking about.
it would already give you a green.
Yes.
So
Well, give us another
you've
word,
missed it.
Hams, 'cause
You've
apparently
missed
we
two.
don't know how to
And
do
the A would be good.
I'm out.
Rick is
I'm way out of this.
No, I've already played it today.
Rick, I'll start the band, Rick. Hang on. Stay there, buddy.
Adler, you like stuff like this, don't you?
Okay, so we
Somebody
need
put a word in there.
EAS word. I don't even have an
Just
EAS
put one
word.
in it.
Y'all, we haven't done one word.
C's? No, that doesn't have. No, that's not right.
Rick is still over at Big Boy. Won't come back to
I don't have any words. I'm
What
not
about
very
teams?
smart. It's not. It's definitely not teams, and it's definitely not
Yeah.
meats.
So you have to really work through this. This is hard.
That's impossible.
We didn't guess one
I'll tell
word.
y'all what it is in the break.
Aces? What about aces?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
LAY. Tommy, go ahead.
Tommy.
Hey guys, 30-second rant here. I've been listening to what I've missed this past week, and you callers need to rehearse your phone calls, then call in. You're stuttering and everything. It's absolutely insane. I'm going Greg Burgess here. Rehearse your phone calls. Rehearse your phone calls before you call in. Half of it is like, hey guys, hey, how you doing? I'm like, I'm not here to listen to you mumble. Like, come on, what are you doing? So, I'm sorry. I'm absolutely sorry to be so rude, but if this is what Greg Burgess feels like on a daily basis, I might turn Greg Burgess. It's crazy.
Tommy,
Tommy. Well done.
They may just be imitating the host.
Well, that's true. Hey,
Tommy, where are
guys,
you from, by the way?
I'm actually, my mom is from Boston, but my dad's a New Yorker, so I'm a mutt. I'm a mixture of both. But, yeah, like, I've rehearsed this phone call 20 times this morning. That's what took so long for me to call.
Hey, and you delivered it perfect.
You did.
You know, can you imagine being a mix of Boston and New York? Do you argue with yourself?
Why? Yeah, I do all the time while I'm driving. That's why I work by myself. But, yeah, that's why do you think we live in the South? It's crazy.
Well, thank you.
That's so good.
Thank you very much.
Awesome call.
Rick and Bubba.
Don't want to be disrespectful, but we got to smile and laugh every now and then, okay? Even on a serious topic. So we have a guy who, I guess, decided to jump on somebody's car. Now, he's a frumpy one, and he's
got his mask on
now.
now.
What is funny in this particular clip, too, that they had just been chanting about defunding and getting rid of the police department.
Of course.
So, and then that's what kind of is the irony of this when you see this guy on the hood, and you will hear people toward the end of this saying, "Where's the police?" And I'm paraphrasing.
It's got so much, Bubba, because you also have people running, trying to trail the car, hoping it would stop. It happened in Pensacola.
Oh, that's good.
And News Channel 3 was sent the footage. Apparently, I got it. Apparently, there's a car that took the wrong turn. And you've seen footage of this before where all of a sudden they find themselves in the protest.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the protesters, the ones that are not there to do it the right way, they're there with ill intent. They start banging on the car, and they have to give up the car, and before you know it, it's on fire. Well, this person said, I'm not stopping. I'm in it. I'm going to get through it, and now I'm gone. Well, apparently this guy jumped on the hood, and he stayed on the hood off breeze. The guy wouldn't stop.
That's good.
Why do you – I don't understand jumping
Don't
on the
jump on my
hood.
car. Hey,
No.
listen up out there. Don't jump on my car now.
Right.
Okay? If you want me to redirect me and I made the wrong turn, we'll work that out. Don't jump on my car.
Right.
Don't put your hands on me and don't jump on my car.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
And so if you jump on my car, I'm going to do just what this guy did. You going for a ride.
Yeah. It's
And
cell
so-
phone footage of them going on the opposite
But please
side of the
listen to
road.
what Bubba's telling you to listen for, too.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Look. Please look at everybody chasing him.
And the driver's going slow.
He's going slow, hoping he'll jump off.
Well, he's not going to stop if a mob's chasing him.
Rick, please look at this old lady.
Don't miss the old lady.
Listen.
That's a wasted effort.
Listen.
He's breaking the windows. Where are the friggin' cops?
So there it is. So I'll tell you where the cops are. Y'all told them not to be there.
Thank you, Rick.
You ran them off. Look, this is the same thing we've done with God. We talk about authority. Guess what? If you tell God to leave, guess what? He'll leave.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all don't want God here, he'll leave. You don't want law enforcement here, they'll leave. Don't start crying, where's law enforcement, after you told them they're not welcome. You can't have it both ways. Here's what you probably need to do. If you want somebody to be the adult in the room, you probably want to deal with the people that shouldn't be in law enforcement, that tiny percentage, and let's deal with them, let's charge them, let's convict them, and let's remove them. Anybody that thinks the decision is to remove law enforcement, you're a fool.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just not logical. That is terrible. That's a terrible idea. If the old famous thing, where you say you think it's bad now, you ain't seen nothing yet.
I say let them go for it. Have at it. Look, I've never been to Minneapolis, and I'm fine if I ever go again. I mean, it doesn't matter.
I'm glad I got there before all this.
If my life ends and I don't go to Minneapolis, I'm not going to care. So
Right.
I say y'all do your experiment, and good luck to you.
Well, that's what it's
let's
gonna
all
take.
sit back and watch.
That's what it's going to take.
Yeah.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. And we'll chat with you before the hour's done at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Do want to point you to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Neighbors on our street last night. They brought Sherri and I some dinner as she recovers from the shoulder surgery. And one of the things that they said, we're HelloFresh.com people. I'm like, oh, great. And they were talking about some of the stuff they get. But HelloFresh.com/Bubba, you can really stay on track. I know a lot of times when you start the year, you start thinking to yourself, man, I need to cut back. And I need to do better. But it's hard. It's really, really hard to eat healthy. It requires a lot of planning, requires a lot of counting of calories and things like that. But what if you just went to HelloFresh.com, this incredible meal delivery service that sends you everything you need to prepare the meal? They don't just send you the recipes. They send you everything you need to prepare it. They put all the ingredients in the bag for you, and you prepare it. They do have some things that are already cooked that are kind of for on the go. But when you look at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, if you were trying to do better, you would just simply pick the menu items that you need to meet the requirement of your calorie count, or maybe there's certain foods you're going to stay away from and certain foods you're going to bring into your diet. They do it all, and then they just send you what you need, and you simply prepare it and eat it. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This is the way to get this done. 16 meals for free plus 3 free gifts if you use the promo code BUBBA. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors that'll help you as well. So put them to work for you. Great company. All right, so we're gonna move away from this Wordle thing, and I will tell you,
Speedy, Rick, you missed it in the break. Speedy just nail this thing, and he may be a phenom.
I was shouting words like everybody else.
You're one of them savants.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I thought
he got it in 4 tries.
He's a mastermind.
I thought aces was a 5-letter word, but I spelled it out, and it's only 4. So I should have said faces.
Yeah, Helmsy, you're all over this. This is Terry Wilburn to the T. It's a good. I mean, it works your brain. It's good. It only takes a couple minutes a day.
Good.
And so you're right. We should be doing
well,
this.
and here's the thing that I love about it, okay? Because I hate games.
Yeah.
Because there's that addictive side to it.
Yeah.
Well, this is only 5-10 minutes
I
of
hate
your
this.
day. That's it. That's all you're doing. You're massaging your brain. You're learning a little bit, and you get to, hey, I'm gonna tell you this, and I've seen it. It's growing. This thing started off with like 90 people doing it in November. The guy that created this was last name Wordle, but I think he spelled it with an A.
A buddy of mine said he thought the first time he saw that it was another fat joke.
But do y'all realize like 3 to 4 million
that's
people.
That's the game Waddle, Rick.
Yeah.
You remember familiar with that?
Yeah.
November, 90 people were playing it. Today, 3 to 4 million people are doing this right when they get up in the morning.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
So
sheeple.
Yep.
Now, how does the numbers version of it work?
I haven't got into Nerdle yet. Nerdle is the numbers, I believe.
Let me ask you this, because since you play so much,
I've played it 4 times.
I would have to fight frustration.
Yeah.
Because I would get so frustrated I would never get it. You know what I mean?
Well, I felt like that Monday through Wednesday, but I got it today.
So after 6 tries, does it just give it to you? Or
no,
like if you miss it,
there's a little button you can click.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay, so you try 6 times,
and you can't go back.
You're
and try
done
again.
guessing.
You could go to a different computer,
but it'll tell you, all right, here's what it is.
You really should try 7 times.
I sent Adler a screenshot of what mine looked like this morning to see how I got there.
Yeah,
and I'm probably look like an idiot on how I got there, but I got there.
Yeah,
but and I was happy because I hadn't done it. Like I have felt like an idiot the last 3 days.
All right, so I noticed
still an idiot, by the way. Just happened to get lucky today.
Y'all want to throw some talk of soccer in here?
Yeah, we can.
So I can enjoy that.
I'm trying to understand how you start guessing.
Right, there is a so you pick whatever 5-letter word. Now there's a strategy to that.
Okay,
like they say there's an algorithm out there that has said that the word crane is the best word to use in this game to start off.
All right.
I've heard the reason I gave you steam is because I've heard that. Adieu is another one, which means goodbye. By the way, didn't know that, so I learned something through this.
Doing,
okay.
Thinking about that it's wrong to take poison.
So that's how I got there this morning, by the way. So if you look at
is it always 5 letters?
Okay, I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Always.
Okay, everybody's Michael. All right, so the reason why I walked over to Big Boy is because when we put him here in the studio, he's here to help, and his face is always reassuring. See that smile? You can look over 20 times and that smile will never leave. And you remember how he made us feel when we were little boys and we stood in front of him?
Yeah.
So
you know what I was thinking about doing, Rick?
Right.
Going upstairs and watching some paint dry.
Right. and so what I did is, because, I don't like puzzles anyway. And I know I have a problem. They actually make me feel bad. They make me feel nauseous.
Yeah.
And I can't look at them. And
Never finished one.
And so I got up to go over there. And the reason why I knew to do that is yesterday, and as I'm getting older, and I think all of you agree with this, I've become a little more sensitive. And,
Really?
it's probably a drop in testosterone or something like that. And you know how accommodating and
Now, who told you that?
In general, I've become. So anyway, honestly, I'm going to say this, and I think Speedy and Ham saw it. I mean, Ham saw it straight up. And I think Adler saw it. I don't know that Speedy did. You may have seen it, but Adler and Ham saw it. Is, we're having us building new relationships with the people in the building is not going as well as I'd hoped.
Now, for me, it is. I don't know what y'all are doing
Really?
to make everybody.
I
Really?
met a nice guy this morning.
Yeah. And so I'm putting an effort into someone that I want to connect with, and they're not reciprocating.
Oh, they're not giving you much.
Yeah, and so yesterday it got to the point, and Helmsley saw it. I was so bothered by it.
I saw it. I left after.
Really?
I was so bothered by it. I went in here and looked at Big Boy.
Mm-hmm.
And
what, somebody they fish on you? What?
Yeah, I couldn't get anything going, and
it's not as bad.
I came in here and I just started staring at Big Boy because it made me feel better.
Do you not remember looking at me
Rick,
like
you
I
tried to be nice? Look what happened.
I know. And you tried to warn him.
We expect and
you know where nice people finish? Right at the bottom.
Don't do that.
Dead last. Go ahead.
It's a personality conflict, is all it is.
It is.
They don't.
Bubba saw it too.
They
Well,
don't.
they clearly
act-
need to get a better personality.
But guys, let me say this.
Greg?
I understand.
Trying to get him going.
I understand that people sometimes are different.
They're
That's
quiet.
And that's fine. And
Shy.
they're quiet.
Yeah.
But should you
Weird.
not? But should you not say anything?
Well, I think.
I mean, just
think-
complete silence.
Well,
I mean,
okay.
silence.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
I'm good.
I have to
good.
really watch out because.
You said a guy gave you zip the other day.
Yeah, but that was different. Like Rick saying giving zip doesn't mean they didn't acknowledge it at all.
Okay. Now the guy you were talking about.
You didn't see the one I'm talking about.
So did you see my interaction most recently?
No, I didn't.
Rick, you were next to me
Where
just
was
a
it?
minute ago.
Just a minute ago. Yeah, I
saying.
did see that. I know what you're talking about. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about something.
Oh, I know you.
That's as much as you're going to get.
I know.
And that's just his personality.
But I got
You know,
nothing. Didn't even
Great
get.
guy, man.
It's like you.
Keep
I think they think Rick doesn't pay attention.
Well,
What'd you say?
I don't know. That's good.
Rick Bubba was saying
That's really
something about
good.
pay. I don't really know. I wasn't asking about it.
Yeah, but I tried to do a self-deprecating joke to this person.
Oh, he didn't think it was funny.
He just stood there and looked at me. He didn't say anything.
A lot of people, believe it or not, do not get our humor.
Is that what it is?
My wife
I
doesn't,
think,
by the way.
Rick, you can be intimidating too.
You can.
I
What are
think.
you
I think.
talking about?
I
You
just
can't
think the
jerk.
way. I mean,
I didn't. Nobody said that, Greg.
No, I'm sorry.
no, I think maybe he just wants to get on by.
Well, I think there's some people.
I know who you're talking about. And like I say,
Hey,
it's just.
Can I go back to something you
Greg?
said, Ham? Does,
like pulling
does Amanda
teeth.
not like our show?
No, she just doesn't get a lot of the humor.
She hates it.
Yeah, yeah. There's some people that like you. There's
Mainly mine.
You know, but you mean
it
like,
has nothing to do with you guys.
well, like Greg said, and it shocked him that his wife doesn't think Seinfeld's funny.
She doesn't.
You know, you ever had some people?
Amanda
you think,
would be like
you
that.
think a
She
show's
didn't
really
think it's
funny?
funny
and
at all.
yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
they don't think.
I can be horse laughing at something, and Amanda will walk in and go, "Why is that so funny to you?"
Yeah.
right.
I won't tell Lisa jokes.
I don't
Because
either.
because it's a joke. She'll go, well, that wouldn't happen. I know it's a joke.
She's
That's-
too literal.
Yeah, that's the point.
I think you're getting a little of that with him.
Well, and I will say some people don't like gregarious.
Oh, you've been looking gregarious
Well,
beard.
I-
He
always
just
gregarious.
always is.
I
That goes
think-
back to your comment.
think
I'm the guy that sings in the hall, makes
I think
loud
you're
noises.
talking about people who sometimes are busy and they're focused, so they don't hear all that.
Yeah, well, you didn't see what happened.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't see
it was an eye.
I missed
If
it.
y'all don't think tore Rick up so much.
I
He
came in
kept
straight at
coming
Big
in
Boy.
my office.
I went in here and stood in front of
asking
Big Boy.
me specific questions about it, and I just like.
Well,
Rick,
I thought, well, have I done something?
I actually had secondhand
have.
and left the studio.
Right.
I was standing right here.
Right.
And you looked at me like, I don't know. And I left. Needed a water, and I didn't go back.
You didn't go get your water?
No, I'd have had to walk right through it.
Well, I mean, I hate to say it. I think that's what it feels. I didn't know what it was to have your feelings hurt. And she goes, I'm not.
That's a weird feeling.
I'm not familiar with this.
What
feeling.
is that? What's that emotion?
It was kind of like,
Feelings.
when the Grinch was like, "What is all this?"
Yeah.
I think I got my feelings hurt, and I didn't know what that felt like. so I came in here and stared at Big Boy.
God, I hate I missed that.
So I know.
I'd have been all over.
I know.
Oh, yeah, you'd have leaned in.
I know that that Big Boy is comforting.
He is.
So when y'all started this puzzle
Big old
stuff,
face.
which I can't be part of, and I had to go over and stare at, and it felt better.
Okay.
You go over and stand by him. It
just
feels
like a
great.
big old
It feels great.
positive face.
And then I told the joke to him, and in my mind, he went, "Hey, Rick, that's funny."
That's funny, pal.
Rick and Bubba.
In order for them to start respecting them again.
But what
Have
happened?
at it.
What happened?
Absolutely.
This is a perfect example of how human beings operate.
Pitching the
Okay,
keys.
this is classic human beings. Okay, in our fallen state. I want to be rowdy. I want to make trouble. A car got in our way, and I'm going to show this car by jumping on. Not just saying, "Hey, we're doing a parade. You can't be here. Would you kindly leave?" I'm going to show you how rowdy I can be. Okay, and I'm going to jump on this automobile. And then the automobile says, "Well, I tell you what, I'm not going to sit here and let y'all mob me and tear my car up. So I'm pulling out of here, and I'm going to go slow enough that you can roll your big frumpy self off my car. And if you can't do that, we're going for a ride." You can't then get in that situation and go, "Where's the police? Where's law enforcement? Somebody do something."
Well, they should have.
You
They
can't
should have
have it-
found.
Hey, you can't have it both ways, Hoss.
Where's the social worker when you need him?
I got to give credit to the driver.
social worker.
I got to give
you know
credit
what?
to the driver. They didn't make it a dangerous
No,
situation. But it was funny. It's like, okay, I'm going to just keep on going.
It was just fast enough to where the
What's
joggers
this
couldn't
woman
catch
doing?
him.
and the guy couldn't jump, and he couldn't jump off.
Right.
He was
By the
going
way,
to have to ride.
Can I say this? What's Grandy going to do?
I think he
don't
was
know.
going slow enough so the guy could get off.
Right.
But I'm shocked he got up there. Honestly.
He was froze, too, like he was scared.
Yeah.
I need to
He's
see
got-
Granny.
You got to
one more
roll
time.
off right there, man.
Yeah.
Just when you think
Watch
everybody's
Granny.
left the screen.
What is
here
Granny
comes
Watch
carrying,
Granny,
by the
Bubba.
way?
Please don't miss
I
Granny.
know.
What is she going to do?
Rick and Bubba.
This is great. This is what a great story.
It's
This
treasure
whole
story.
thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Forrest Fenn. Have you ever heard of him? Fenn.
Oh, yeah.
You ain't never heard of Forrest Fenn.
He gained a cult following, Rick, when he announced that
I was in the cult.
that he had hidden a treasure chest somewhere in the Rocky Mountains.
Yep.
He inspired tens of thousands of people to set out in search of the treasure. But the prize eluded everyone for over 10 years until now.
Where did he get the treasure? What is he, a pirate?
Greg, listen
Outer
for the
Banks.
story.
Come on.
Is this-
Listen for the
I
story.
mean, not many people have treasure.
I think it's Outer Banks.
Rick, here's a little bit
Let's
of
hear him in his own words. Now, Rick, let me set this up too,
Good
because
show.
he had a terminal disease and thought he was dying, and he wanted to do this as part of his legacy. Okay,
Being sharp,
He
yeah.
thought people would look for it for no telling how long, and then he recovered. So he's
still around.
Yeah, here's him
Forrest
telling
Fenn.
about it.
I found a beautiful little treasure chest. I started filling it up with wonderful things, jewelry. 2 gold nuggets weigh over a pound apiece, 265 gold coins, double eagles, and just wonderful things from my collection. And I took it out and put it very secret in a very dear place. I walked back to my car smiling, and I was telling myself, yeah, it really felt good, because I had done something that I had dreamed about for a long time.
So, Rick, then he gave clues to where this treasure was buried.
Who did?
In a poem, Forrest Fenn.
A poem by Forrest
This is
Fenn.
John B.'s grandfather.
Fenn?
I just, if you've watched Outer Banks, you know who I'm talking about.
I don't know that show. I don't know
What is
y'all are
Outer
talking
Banks?
Greg's supposed to laugh at
I
that.
forgot about his name. I forgot his
What
name.
is Outer Banks?
So,
Oh, that's a pretty good.
Netflix
He
series.
hid the treasure in 2010. He shared clues to the treasure's whereabouts on his website in a poem he had published in his autobiography called The Thrill of the Chase. He told newspapers that an estimated 350,000 people have spent time trying to find the treasure, some even quitting their full-time jobs outright to search for it. Several died in the process.
What? What Well, how did he walk back to his car feeling good about himself?
Outer Banks.
No, this is when he hit it. He felt good.
Right.
But some people have died. I mean, if you have 350,000 people out hiking in the woods, you're going to have some die.
Give me the value of this thing.
What's going to happen?
They said well over $1 million.
Okay, worth of gold coins.
It had. Let me give you what he said was in it. He said pre-Columbian animal figures, gold nuggets and coin, Chinese jade faces, emerald rings, and other exotic items from his personal collection. So I assume he was kind of a Indiana Jones type anyway, and he went back and hid some of this that he had.
He hid his booty.
He did.
How about this? I would like to have a little box of gold coins.
You want to run your hand through them?
Yeah, I do. I want some gold coins.
You want to open it up and go,
Can I order some? Can't you buy some?
Oh, yeah, you can.
Of course, why do they want my money for their gold?
Yeah.
But anyway.
If it's so valuable, why are they trading it for my greenback?
Now, if the people came forward, I thought the story did say just took a picture of it.
Well, they are anonymous at this point because they don't want the publicity.
Yeah.
And here we go. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Let the people speak. Here they come. 866 We Be Big is the number. You make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. And this is your turn to run the show. You're in charge. So, those of you that have had your feelings hurt before, tell me how it feels. Because the way
it's like a knot in your stomach a little bit.
Okay, I had that.
You had that?
Yeah, and there was
you've had a girl break up. Well, you know how it makes
is it the and I wanted to go in here and look and go to something like Big Boy, something I could trust.
Did you hug his big old neck?
Is that how it feels?
Yes.
There's just this little bit of like
you're just looking for a friend.
It's almost like a sting.
Yeah,
and you
need some warmth.
Yeah,
right. Is that
being left out of something? Just kind of a
that's so neat for
sad
me.
feeling.
Is that what it feels like?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So my approach, I think I'm going to now go to turn it up even more.
Oh, you're going to try that one more time?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm going to take gregarious to a level.
Oh no,
I'm going to
go. Could get ugly.
I'm going to go to the level of like when I got in the pool at Nickelodeon and got my kids picked for sliming.
Yeah. Now, and I can't believe I'm going to say this because of my second hand, but you know I love to analyze things.
Right.
I would like to analyze the interaction. I can tell you if I could see it more directly because I saw the side.
Well, let me tell you what's happening as soon as this show ends.
Okay.
I'm putting his name in a song. And I'm gonna go buy something.
Okay. Do you want to know what songs?
That always if that don't break the ice,
if that doesn't do it,
Bubba, do you remember?
You're barking up the wrong tree.
Bubba, do you remember how many times have you brought food or desserts to the equation and it's changed everything? Do you remember the closing?
Oh yeah.
And then you brought ice cream to everybody.
Yeah.
I think it's a lunch. I think we go to lunch. I think we ask a couple of people here to go to lunch, go around the corner, and all sit down. Maybe he doesn't know you, Rick. Maybe he needs to know you better.
Maybe skate.
Food changes everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about a
especially ice cream?
Giving up a lunch.
Hey, that was brilliant.
Here's the
on your
problem.
part.
Here's the problem, though. I usually use lunches to interact with friends. If I take a lunch and devote it to that and it goes bad,
but wouldn't it be nice?
That's a big sacrifice.
Would it be
that's
nice
a big loss.
to change that type dynamic?
I don't know if it's worth a lunch.
Okay, well that's on you.
But maybe.
Ain't that important.
How about this? But maybe. Let's go to Blake.
Rick, try in this name of the song first.
Yeah, song first.
Today we start your name and a song. Blake in Tennessee. Blake, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Green Acres.
Hey, buddy. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it very much.
I don't know if y'all seen all the stuff that the Simpsons episodes has already.
And here we go.
Did y'all see? They predicted the Super Bowl. Bengals winning 27-24.
No, didn't see that.
No, I did not. So what episode was that on?
Lord, I don't know. There's a bunch of them.
Okay.
Right, but I mean,
So
like,
how
was
did
it
you?
what did
how
they
did you,
say? What
how
was
did
the
you get?
storyline
Yeah, how
that
did you get that out of that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's got, you can't just say they did it. What happened?
What I'm
Did
saying,
Bart,
what I'm saying,
what
is-
Bart do?
Yeah, how many? It's not recent, right? I mean,
I know, Rick.
let's go to David in Hoover. David, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, guys.
How you doing?
I have a new nickname for Dr. Bill Bubba Bussy.
Okay.
He is the ladies' regret and Bruce Pearl's pet.
Y'all are gonna make it so I can't even visit anybody.
I love it.
Let's go to Hannah in Birmingham. Hannah, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I was calling to see if you guys had heard about the news out of Germany today about the grand jury that's being held. It's comprised of a bunch of lawyers and judges from all over the world, and the media is, of course, already taken it off of Twitter and not talking about it, but they're calling for the indictment of Fauci and Bill Gates and 4 other prominent members of, I guess, like the leader of the WHO and the CEO of Pfizer for crimes against humanity in terms of the pandemic and how it's been handled.
No, I have not seen that. So Germany's grand jury wants to. I have not seen that. No. Adler actually has a video today, an audio of Fauci. We tried to be Fauci light. It's only 13 seconds. Video 3, Adler. But now Fauci, just when you think you get him trying to give you some good news, now he thinks that we may need a 4th dose.
Oh, yeah.
A 4th dose of the vaccine. So here is Fauci.
It's spinning for some reason.
Okay.
Hold on.
All right.
Hold on one second. About the Simpsons predicting. Were you going to go ahead?
No, you go, because I think we're probably looking at the same.
It was a Photoshop. It was not. They didn't predict what's being said.
Okay. Pal fell for it.
So Rick, we will believe that the Simpsons can predict the future, but we still get all of our information from Facebook.
Yes, correct. Great. All right, here's Fauci.
There may be the need for yet again another boost, in this case, a 4th dose boost for an individual receiving the mRNA that could be based on age as well as underlying conditions. So
when he hears himself say a 4th dose, there's not anything in his mind go, oh gosh, that sounds ridiculous.
Rick,
he
want to ask those dollar signs.
If you get the 4th dose, can you still get it and pass it?
Yeah,
I mean, right.
Look,
that's what I want to do.
8 years from now, we'll be talking about the 10th and final dose.
Yeah, this is the one.
Eric in Alabama. Eric, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, honest question. What year did this show start officially?
94.
Full time.
94? Mm-hmm. Well, why does the mobile assault vehicle look like it was painted in 1992, guys? Come on.
Yeah, it looks rough. I mean,
it's been redone several times.
Yeah, it needs a new wrap and all that. But putting new wrap on the truck we're really not even using, that's of all the things we've had to do and buy and set up, it's kind of second tier.
Yeah,
but it's
the
coming.
future of that device is up in the air a little bit. So we're going to decide, but it's just not a top priority right now.
Yeah, but it's it's out there. It looks joyful. It's worn out a little bit. It's faded. It needs a new wrap. Let's go to Blaine in Birmingham. 104.7 WZZK. Blaine, go ahead.
Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, Blaine. Go ahead.
This morning, I really enjoyed the Jacksonville State talking about the coach. I don't even know him, but I feel like I do now.
Yeah. Even if you don't know Rudy Abbott, who today we talked about him passing away, when you heard the stories, you knew the kind of coach he was.
Oh yeah. Anybody that's a player can relate.
Yeah. Those are some great stories. I'm glad that it meant something to you, even if you didn't know him. Yeah. I thought that material was good enough that whether you knew Rudy or not, you still would get something out of it. And of course, tough to find. You can't really coach like that now, but
no,
right?
Heck no.
Yeah,
not with the transfer portal,
and certainly not at Auburn.
All right,
don't hurt nobody's
there
feelings.
It is.
Don't be mean. Don't act like a dictator.
Don't speak harshly.
Don't speak harshly. Oh, harshly.
They say. Sorry about that.
Do what?
Harshly. Don't speak harshly. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on down there. That was one call we didn't have time to get to, but maybe there'll be word at some point. It's looking like a mess. Top of the hour. If you're leaving, have a good day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.